All right, what's going on, everybody? If you guys have been following this for a while over on GFC's channel, this is the grand finals of the 15 card mod Forbidden Memories, Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories tournament. But yeah, I'm featured here with GFC. He's going to be providing some color commentary with me because, frankly, I know quite a bit about Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know much about Forbidden Memories, so I made sure to stay completely ignorant on this game so I can make sure I could ask the correct questions that you guys may all be wondering as well. So, do you want to kind of fill people in on what this is exactly?
So this is obviously Forbidden Memories, but this is a modified version of the game. If anybody has played Forbidden Memories before, or even if you haven't, after every duel that you win, you get a card as a reward, a card that you can then use in your deck. Completely random what card you get. This made speedruns really, really, really long because you need to do a lot of farming to get a really good deck. This mod, which was created a couple of years ago, instead of getting one card as a reward after a duel ends, you get 15. So it's the same exact speed run, you know, all the decision making and, you know, skill and luck and everything that you love just condensed into a smaller amount of time because you have to do a lot less farming in a shorter period of time. So it makes the run a lot more interesting. The rules for this are really just simple. Everybody is both of our entrants are going to hit new game at the exact same time to start a brand new run from a completely clean save, and the first person to beat the game, which is killing the final boss Nightmare, that will be the winner. So there's a lot of different strategies they can use. A lot of different people they can decide to farm, different decks they can create. So it'll be interesting to see what these guys end up doing.
For sure, and this is going to be a best 2 out of 3. How long on average does one of these races take?
One of these races could take potentially up to 4, even 5 hours. 99% of the time it doesn't happen like that. Most of the time it's between 2.5, maximum 3 hours.
Don't scare everybody away yet, man.
So it shouldn't be too terribly long, especially when you have people who know the game as well as Jam and Dan. This will be over pretty quickly with these guys. I'm sure.
Before we get started, one last thing I want to ask chat. Does GFC sound all right? As far as, do I need to bump his audio up at all? If his audio is all good, then I'm pretty sure we're just good to start. I just want to make sure I'm not too like overpowering over him. He sounds good. Awesome, guys. Well, I hope you're looking forward to this. You know, we'll be live for quite a bit, so feel free to come in, come out. You know, ask questions in the chat. I'm sure later on we'll be able to get more into chat, but I'm sure we'll be able to like answer your questions as they're coming in before you even ask them. That's what we're gonna try and do here. Yeah, just let me know on the countdown, dude. I'm good whenever you are, man.
Oh, they just
they started? Okay.
Right this second, actually. Yeah.
We're good.
Right this
we're
second.
going.
Perfect timing.
Yep. Sounds good, man. All right. Well, good luck to our competitors. And let's see how this goes. So just start explaining stuff right away. Get rapid fire. Let's go.
All right. So right now, just watching some cutscenes. There's a choice that they're going to have to make right off the bat. So when you start a new game, you get a randomly generated deck. And it's going to be up to both of these guys whether they want to go with the first deck that they get without even checking it, or if they want to check what cards they got in their opening deck. And if it's not good enough for them, you know, they can reset the game and try to get a better starting deck. A good starting deck could save quite a bit of time. But in 15 card mod where you don't have to do too much farming, it isn't the biggest deal in the world. So it looks like Dan right there just checked his deck. And looks like he's going with it. Jam of a Lifetime didn't even bother checking his deck. He's just going with whatever's there, doesn't even know what's there. The main reason you might want to check your deck is because so every deck that's randomly generated will start with a destruction card, either Regeki or Dark Hole. Now, Regeki is generally considered the better of the two. What it does is when you play this magic card, all of the monsters on your enemy side are completely destroyed. It kills all of your enemy's monsters.
Hey, I could have told you that one. I actually knew that one, man. Okay, yeah. You know, you got to give me the one thing I would have known. Okay, but
starting simple, and then Dark Hole. is good because it not only destroys the enemy's monsters, also their magics, but it has a downside because it destroys all of your monsters and all of your magics. So sometimes we'll check the deck to see if it has Regeki. If it does, we go with it. If it doesn't, sometimes we'll reset. In 15 card, like I said, it doesn't matter as much because there's not much farming, but there is no really reliable place to farm for Regeki or Dark Hole. So whatever you have at the beginning of the run, you're pretty much stuck with that for the entire run. So it is a bit of a decision to make there.
That's interesting, because in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, Dark Hole doesn't destroy the spells and the spell cards, actually.
Oh, yeah. And in this one, the entire field is just completely wiped clean. So, you know, if your opponent has a lot of magics out and you don't have any good stuff on your side, it could be useful. But in this game, using Dark Hole just opens yourself up to an attack, a direct attack by your opponent next turn. So, this duel they're doing right now against Haishin, it's a scripted loss. You have to lose the duel in order to progress through the story.
I was about to say,
so really,
I was like, Meteor Black Dragon. Are we ready for that? Or can we handle that yet?
Yeah, you'll be seeing. I mean, later on, you have to fight a harder version of this guy. So, and then people who are way harder than that. So, this is gonna get pretty gross pretty quickly.
Yeah. So
but yeah, it just becomes loose quickly.
At some point, they're going to be farming for cards, right? When does that start to come into play?
So it depends a little bit on what these guys decide to do. So some people do a farm one right around this like 7 or 8 minute mark. So both of these guys are entering the World Tournament segment of the game right now, which is pretty much just, you know, a bunch of duels against people. It's a campaign story mode in a game. So typically what people will do is they'll defeat the first person, Rex Raptor. And then after that, that's when people will decide whether or not they want to farm a little bit to get a deck that can kind of blow through the rest of the World Tournament, or, you know, just kind of go with a more risky strat and just move on through the World Tournament with what they have now, kind of just getting their cards from the wins they get in campaign, you know, without stopping. So we'll see what these guys decide to do. It kind of depends on how good their starting deck is and, you know, what they win from Rex Raptor in campaign, you know, outside of the free duel mode. I guess I should mention that, yes, there is a free duel mode in this game. For those of you who don't know, after you defeat an opponent, you can actually go back and fight them over and over again in a free duel setting where, you know, if you lose the duel, you don't get a game over. That's typically what's used in order to farm up cards very quickly. Yep, so right now we just have Jam looking like he has a pretty good start there. These first couple duels are not difficult at all. So these guys should really have absolutely no problem, even with the worst decks. You'll notice that Jam of a Lifetime there is fusing a bunch of cards together.
I was going to ask about fusing, like right there. Yeah.
Cards are swirling together and making new cards.
Yep.
There's no sacrifices or what's going on. This game was first released 1999 in Japan, so it was kind of being made right around the same time the card game was being made. So this game kind of has its own rules. So a lot of the rules that you know about, you know, modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Or even the card game 10 years ago don't apply here. The way that fusions basically work is any cards you have in your hand, you can fuse with any other card that's in your hand. And it depends on the type of the card. So a good example, DanTheEnigma just did it there. He made a Flame Cerberus. That fusion is just a beast type and a fire type. Combine that, you get Flame Cerberus. No sacrifices, nothing else. And it's all type based. Once you realize that, the fusions become a lot easier to understand. Queen of Autumn Leaves is a female type and a plant type. So it's not specific cards that are fusing, it's the types that are fusing. That makes it a lot easier on new players. But there are like a million different exceptions to that rule as well. But for the most part, that's how it works. So Jam beating Rex right there. Looks like he is going to go and do some quick farming. So go back to main menu, free duel. And he's going to farm Duel Master K. So let's see his drops really quick. He's going to scroll over, and then again, you get 15 cards at the end of a duel. So this is where you check them. Looks like you got a dragon, which is good. So you really want to get dragons, dragon types, and thunder types. Those are the big 2 monster types in this run, because they fuse together to make twin-headed thunder dragon, which is a 2800 attacker, and it's extremely powerful. Oh! As I'm talking there, I just want to point out DanTheEnigma just won a Beast Fangs in campaign against Rex. So like I just said, twin-headed is the main fighting force we use in this game because it's so easy to fuse and it has 2800 attack. But as you saw against that loss they had to take, 2800 against those cards is not going to do much. We need more than that. So that's where equip cards come in. Certain equip cards will work on certain types of monsters, and they will power them up by 500 attack and defense points. So for twin-headed, there are 5 equips that work on it, and Beast Fangs is one of them. So Dan just won a Beast Fangs, which means he currently has 1 usable equip. That's typically how we'll talk about it. If an equip works on twin-headed, it's usable. And a lot of this run is going to be based off of, you know, how many equips do I have? And that answer will determine whether you are ready for the end game. So Dan would be taking an early lead here just based off of that drop alone. So the 3 main metrics, like I said, dragon count, thunder count, and equip count. Those are the main 3 metrics for the entire run.
So I had one question. I noticed that there's a bunch of cards being discarded out of the hand. What's going on there?
So if a fusion fails, if 2 cards do not fuse together, then it just gets thrown out of your hand and it's just gone for the rest of the duel. There is no graveyard. Because if there was a graveyard, that would kind of imply you can do something with it, but there's not. The card just gets thrown out and it's gone for the remainder of the duel. So one good strategy is if you don't like the cards that are currently in your hand, you can kind of just select all 5 of them for a fusion and they'll just all get thrown out so that next turn you can draw another 5 cards. So your hand is always going to be 5 cards at the start of a turn, no matter how many cards you have to draw to get there. And obviously, if you run out of cards, you lose the duel. So you have to keep that in mind as well.
Okay.
Yep.
So would you say Dan's just better set up right now because he has the Beast Fangs, or do you think Jam's farming is going to pay off better?
So as of right now, Dan is definitely in the lead by a little bit, but things can change so quickly with this. A single duel can put one person ahead of the other. I will mention that Jam is not farming Rex Raptor. He's actually farming Duel Master K. You might have noticed that he's at the bottom right of the free duel screen, and we didn't fight him to unlock him. He's actually unlocked from the beginning, and he's actually kind of like a tutorial duelist, where when you fight Duel Master K, he uses whatever deck you currently have against you. And the point of this, the reason Konami put that in, is to help you learn fusions and how to better use your own deck. So at any point you can go there, face him, and he has the cards you have in your deck. But he also has pretty good card drops as well, especially for early game. So that's why Jam of a Lifetime is farming him now. He has a pretty good dragon drop rate, pretty good thunder drop rate. So that's why he's doing that. Rex is also good, which is what Dan is doing right now. So 2 different strategies. They're pretty equal as far as how good they are. Rex probably has a slightly higher chance for dragons. But another thing I should mention is you're noticing that people are getting ranks at the end of each duel. That's pretty simple. As you probably know, S rank, A rank, B, C, D, so on and so forth. I will mention, however, that what card you can get as at the end of a duel, what reward of a card you get, is determined by that rank. So the way that it works is that if you get an S POW or an A POW rank, you get a card from one list. If you get a B, C, or D rank, you get a card from another list. And then if you get an S Tech or an A Tech rank, then you get a card from a third list. And that one in particular is going to be important later on. We will be most likely seeing both of these guys doing what are called A Techs later on. It's a very complicated duel. I'll get into that a little bit later, but you can win some really good cards there.
One question I had was, is there any reason you'd ever see somebody go for a lower rank to get like a different card set, or do you always want to go for the higher ranks?
There's lots of reasons to go for lower ranks. So it's not necessarily a higher rank will give you better cards. It's just that a higher rank will give you different cards.
Right.
So typically the way that it ends up, the way that it ends up working is that high ranks will typically get you strong monsters, and then low ranks will typically get you magics, traps, equips, utility cards. That's usually how it works. So for example, when Dan won Beast Fangs, that was on a B rank. And when Jam won, maybe some 1600, I saw two-headed King Rex there, that was on S rank. So monsters are the high ranks, and magics and utility cards are low ranks. Typically.
How do you choose between? Is that something you're able to choose, or is that just how you end up like doing in the duel itself?
It's how you end up doing in the duel itself. Typically, the high ranks, the A POW and the S POW, will be very fast duels where you kind of just smack them down really quickly. How many times you fuse determines it. How many magics you use, things like that. If you use a lot of magics, if you fuse a lot, you take a bunch of turns, you're gonna get a lower rank. If you just beat them down quickly, it's a higher rank. Yeah. Okay. So there are times when you'll see people, purposely waiting a couple extra turns just to get that rank where they need it.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So there's definitely a lot of strategy to this, especially with how luck plays out for you. You're gonna have to be able to react to what kind of luck you get, I would suppose. I mean, that's how it is in in the Yu-Gi-Oh speedruns that I do. Again, I don't run this game, but definitely know quite a bit about Yu-Gi-Oh itself.
Yeah, that's absolutely how it is. A lot of this game is making very fast decisions. There's so much knowledge you need to know, not just about, yourself, but about the opponents in the game, what cards they play. One more thing I guess I should mention that's kind of bare basics is whenever you see somebody play a card, you've probably noticed that they have a selection between Guardian Stars, maybe Sun and Moon or something. Easiest way to think of that is it's rock, paper, scissors. Sun will beat Moon. Moon beats Venus, so on and so forth.
Okay.
And if, say, for example, a sun monster goes to attack a monster that is in the Moon Guardian Star, then the sun monster is going to gain 500 attack and defense during that attack. So if you know that, there's an opponent who plays a lot of monsters that are in Moon, then it might be good to make a deck that has a lot of strong sun monsters so that you can get a lot of that, 500 attack buff whenever you attack it. So you need to know all those things as well. But it's just rock, paper, scissors, or effective and super effective in Pokemon. It's pretty easy to understand that one.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, how many different types are there?
How many different Guardian Stars?
Yeah.
Sun beats Moon, Moon beats Venus, Venus beats Mercury, Mercury beats Sun, and then there's a second circle. Jupiter beats Saturn, Saturn beats Uranus, Uranus beats Pluto, Pluto beats Neptune, Neptune beats Mars, Mars beats Jupiter. Okay,
so there's like, it sounds like a lot when you run it off like that, but there's really not that many to...
Yeah, there's maybe 8, 9, or 10 in total, like different Guardian Stars that there can be. Yeah, Jupiter.
Now you're checking your work, I see.
Yeah. What?
Anyways, guys, hope you're enjoying this. Yeah, the Boss King, I'm not gonna talk too much because I'm not the expert here. We have the world record holder here, and you have a guy that's never played the game before, so I don't know who you're gonna expect to talk more. But if you guys have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. I believe GFC has both chats open.
Yep, I have both chats open right now, so none of you can hide from me.
And thank you, Rimsey. So, I have no idea where we're at as far as the game goes. I guess catch us up. What's going on?
So we're still in that very beginning farming phase.
Okay. So are we just doing the free mode duels then?
Yeah, we're just doing free duels right now, so we're not actually progressing the story or the campaign or anything. We're kind of just sitting still, trying to build up a stronger deck. Right now, from the looks of things, Dan the Enigma is still technically ahead because he has that one equip and Jam doesn't have any. But I will say that Jam's monsters are definitely looking better than Dan's. Jam currently has 3 dragons and 2 thunders, whereas Dan only has 1 dragon and 0 thunder. So Jam doing a little bit better on that department, but Dan's doing better on the equip department, and equips are definitely the more valuable thing here. So Dan would be slightly ahead in my mind at the moment.
The best monster card is Meteor Black Dragon, right?
It's the best monster card that you can actually get as a single card. But
okay, and then what's the best equip?
The best equip is by far Megamorph. In this game, Megamorph works on all monsters. So most equips are just type-based, not Megamorph. Megamorph works on every monster, and it powers them up by 1,000 attack and defense instead of 500.
That's really good.
So Megamorph, yeah, that card is very good, and you will see both of these guys trying to win that later on in the run. There's also Bright Castle, which works on every monster as well, but it's only the 500 attack and defense increase. So those are the two universal equips. But yeah, Megamorph is the only one that gives you that full 1,000 attack and defense. So that's really huge.
And then you said our dragons are generally the best monsters that you can get, or is it a bit more nuanced than that?
Yeah, generally dragons tend to be the strongest monsters that you can get. Things like Meteor Black Dragon you can technically get Blue Eyes White Dragon. As far as building the deck during this run goes, surprisingly you probably won't see either of these guys going for any like high attacking cards, because this game is built off of fusion. So for a fusion, it doesn't really matter if you have a card that has 100 attack or 500, 1,000 attack. It fuses into what you need anyway. So all they really care about is it a dragon type? Is it a thunder type? Yes, we're good, you know?
So people were asking in the chat about Exodia. So, you know, you can only expect that.
Exodia in this, it is in this game, but not for the player. So there are 5 pieces of Exodia, as you all know. If you get all 5 pieces in your hand at the same time, you instantly win the duel. Now, in this game, if you get all 5 pieces in your hand at the same time, a 3D animation of Exodia pretty much punching you in the face will happen, and then the duel is over. However, you can't actually get all of the pieces of Exodia in this game without modifying the game or cheating in some way. The legs of Exodia, the left leg and the right leg, are unobtainable. However, the AI, your opponents, they can technically have all 5 pieces, and it is possible for you to be in a duel against, you know, say Haishin 2, and then all of a sudden the duel is just over out of nowhere because they drew Exodia. I will say that it is incredibly rare. Like unbelievably rare.
Like clip worthy rare, like you just
like
don't
1 in 7.5 trillion dream rare. Like we're talking like unbelievably
Why'd
rare.
you have to go there? Now chat's ruined for the rest of the stream, dude. Fuck you.
Oh, I just had to. It was in my mind. To my knowledge, there's only like 4 people who've ever, like, I mean,
really? I knew it was rare because we've had it in our videos before. Like EZScape and I have had it in our videos.
Yeah.
I knew it was, but I didn't know it was that uncommon. Also, why do they make it so you can't obtain certain cards in this game?
So the main reason for that is that in the Japanese version, this game had compatibility with a very old PlayStation 1 add-on called the Pocket Station. I don't know if anybody here has heard of it, but it was a Japanese PlayStation 1 add-on. It had a little LCD screen, and it talked to the PS1 through infrared, and you could play little mini games on it. Kind of think of like the Tingle Tuner for the GameCube, things like that. So that worked with the Japanese version of FM, and all of the cards you can't obtain, that's how you got them. You got them with that Pocket Station.
Only
However,
JP?
Only JP.
Okay.
Now, it was going to be the rest of the world, but this game didn't release until 2002 in the rest of the world. And guess what year the Pocket Station was discontinued and never released outside of Japan? Early 2002. So the Pocket Station never went out to the rest of the world, so Konami said, shit, I guess we got to fix the game and take out the Pocket Station support. But when they did that, they made it so all of those cards are now, there's no way to get it.
I see.
So that's why that happened.
Some
yeah,
great,
that's a
great
very
game
common
design.
question.
Would the game be any different if those were just like obtainable? If there are certain cards that would be obtainable, I guess.
It depends on how they would be obtainable. If they were still only Pocket Station monsters, like if that was still the only way to get them, then I think there'd probably be a separate leaderboard, just for Pocket Station runs versus no Pocket Station. I mean, we have that now, even because people do use the Japanese version for certain things. But what Konami probably should have done is, when they removed Pocket Station, they could have added those cards in as random card drops, on certain duelists. If they did that, then maybe things would be slightly different in certain runs. But a lot of the cards that are unobtainable are either really weak and kind of don't matter, or they're incredibly strong and you probably wouldn't be able to win them until like end game anyway, which means they wouldn't really help you in an any percent run. It would definitely make a 100% run a complete nightmare, though.
Yeah, no kidding. Also, I noticed Dan enter in a code there.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So you've probably noticed at the end of every duel you get that rank, but underneath that there's these little stars. Depending on what rank you get a certain number of star chips. S rank will give you 5, and then all the way down to D rank giving you 1. And then you can use those star chips to purchase cards on the password screen. If you put in a password, every card in the game, for the most part, will have a password you can put in to buy it and a cost. So what a lot of people will do is they'll buy really weak dragons and really weak thunders because they have low costs, like 25 star chips, 30 star chips. And that kind of just gives your deck a little boost, but you can only buy any particular card one time during in a save file.
So there's a caveat to it.
Yeah, you have to be kind of careful of where you spend them, and especially in 15 card where we're not doing as much farming as we do in the normal game, we don't have that many star chips to go around anyway. So usually in these runs you might see people buy 2 cards maximum, maybe 2 week thunders or something, but that's about it.
Did you catch which one Dan bought? What it looked like a little spike ball thing, if I recall correctly. It was a bit ago, but
yeah, he bought a Mega Thunderball. Right now, Dan is currently sitting at 2 dragons, 2 thunders, and that 1 equip, that Beast Fangs we saw earlier. And Jam right now still having 0 equips, but he does have 4 dragons and 3 thunders. So again, Jam doing better on monsters, but still 1 equip short of Dan. So Dan the Enigma, I would say, is still currently in the lead. Right now, as far as campaign goes, both of them have moved on from their first farming session. They're just going through, that world tournament right now, cutscenes and whatnot. Jam of a Lifetime is slightly ahead of Dan the Enigma in the campaign. Looks like by about 2 duels.
So we're in the story now.
Yeah, we're in the story. For the most part, that doesn't matter too much. That Jam is slightly ahead, like by a duel or 2. It's not a big deal. Both of these guys are going to be stuck farming for a little while anyways. So it's really going to come down to that.
Is it common to kind of get like stuck on a duel? Like would you see people go into a duel with like not as good cards, just hoping that they can get through it, or is it going to be near impossible?
You can definitely see people do that in the world tournament, at least. Particularly once you get near the end of it. The last person in the world tournament is Seto Kaiba, and he can play Blue Eyes White Dragon, which, as you know, 3,000 attack. Now, main strategy is twin-headed, 2,800. Not good enough. So Dan having that equip might help him win, but Jam not having one kind of puts him in a rough situation if he sees a Blue Eyes. So sometimes people will farm again before they fight Kaiba. Sometimes they'll just kind of YOLO it, take the risk, and then farm after Kaiba. So it'll be interesting to see what both of these guys decide to do there.
For sure. Just taking it all in right now.
Yeah,
it's so fun to just watch people play this game, even if I don't exactly know what's going on the whole time. I mean, you don't really have to know much, to be honest. I mean, you already explained fusions, and bigger number is better, and life points go 0, you win. Pretty easy to understand.
Yeah, at the end of the day, that's all that matters. This game has like, I don't know, has a pull on people. People just really like watching this, even when they don't understand anything about it. Like, that's why I got into it. I watched it back in like 2013, and I'm like, I have no idea what's going on, but I can't look away.
Does GFC have a Twitch channel? You don't stream on Twitch though anymore, do you?
Yeah, no, I don't stream on Twitch anymore.
But
I usually stream on YouTube.
Yeah, just look up GFC on YouTube. You should be able to find him. But if anything, just GFC Forbidden Memories, he'll come up right away.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna see what if you guys have any questions now. Would probably be a good time to ask before we get like really deep into the story and want to pay more attention to the duels that are gonna be a bit more intense, I'm assuming.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially when we get to the end game, it gets very, very intense. So yeah, get the questions coming. I'm looking at both chats. So
okay. I was just noticing that fusion. So you kind of like you don't equip like how you do in I guess modern Yu-Gi-Oh. It's almost like the magic card is part of the fusion.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The equip card is part of the fusion. That's kind of how you equip it. That's the only way. Like, you can't just select an equip card out of your hand and, you know, it just powers up monsters. It has to be put directly on the one monster you want to use it on during the fusion. So, but yeah, equips are just the biggest part of the run for the most part. A lot of people know like Meteor B Dragon being so strong, like that's like one of the most famous cards from this game.
Yeah,
that,
of course.
Like, people know with this game. Probably won't see either of these guys go for it. Surprisingly, the strategies these days have just moved away from going for MBD and more going for that Megamorph, because Megamorph in general is a lot easier to get. And when you farm for it, there's a lot of other cards you can win at the same time. But when you farm for MBD, it's really just MBD or bust. There's no other good cards you can win when you farm that person. But with Megamorph, there is. So, yeah.
Monte Carlo asks, is there any reason why this gameplay is so different to the other Yu-Gi-Oh games? You see, they thought, let's make a card game and we'll make the rules later. We'll figure it out as we go, okay?
That's
Listen,
pretty much it. That's pretty much it.
Why do you guys want to know the rules so badly? Like, and but yeah, this is like, is this the very first Yu-Gi-Oh game, or is there one before?
I don't think so. I think there are very obscure Japan-only games before this. I'm not 100% on that, but this is definitely one of the first, because this game was released like months after the original card game was released. So
I see.
Yeah, this game was being made before the card game was released. So, yeah.
Gotcha.
Season 0 rules, yeah.
Season 0 rules, where they didn't even have like cards really.
And there weren't rules.
There were just the Shadow Realm.
Oh, Time Wizard for Jam of a Lifetime there. That's a fun card. It doesn't... Oh,
I was gonna ask, that's my...
There's no monster effects in this game. There's zero monster effects. But as a fusion material, Time Wizard is kind of nice because you can fuse it with any dragon, and it will make 1,000 dragon, which is a 2,400 dragon, which is very useful in a lot of situations.
So, I mean, at least they got that right. I mean, cool. I had a question, but it slipped my mind. I'll get back to it.
Yeah, Embryonic Beast plus Time Wizard will also make Summoned Skull. That's true, yeah. You won't see that used too much in these runs, just because... So another thing is you can only have 3 of any given card in your deck at one time. I think that's how it always is in Yu-Gi-Oh! But yeah, you're limited to 3 of any card. So the good thing about Dragons and Thunders is that you can have 3 of one dragon, 3 of another, 3 of another. So you have a lot of, twin-headed Thunder Dragon fusion material. But with something like Embryonic Beast plus Time Wizard, you can only have 3 of each. So you're limited to 3 fusions at any given time in a 40-card deck, which kind of limits you. That's why twin-headed is generally better than that.
That makes sense. I mean, we see twin-headed come out like all the time. I constantly see it on the board.
Yeah, and it's just going to be more and more. Like right now, these guys barely even have dragons and thunder. The end, like that's going to be the only card coming out of these guys' hands. So.
And then Jam's still ahead in the story, I'm assuming.
Yep, Jam is still ahead by 2 duels right now, 2 full duels.
Cool. How many are there total?
For the world tournament, there are I don't know the total number, but I can say that Jam has 3 more duels, including the one that he's currently on. So it's Pegasus, Isis, and then Kaiba. And then right now Dan is on Shoddy, so he has Shoddy, Bakura, and then Pegasus, Isis, Kaiba. And then after that, there's a bunch of cutscenes, and then we'll move into like the middle section of the game, and then eventually the end section.
Cool.
The end section will be real fun. 6 duels in a row without being able to save in between them. So if you die on duel number 6, you go back to duel number 1. So
that's where this is all gonna get really intense, like edge of your seat type stuff.
Yeah, that's where these runs really shine, because there's almost always there's a back and forth, you know, so because you'll spend 15 minutes making it to the 5th duel, and then you lose, and now your opponent just got a 15-minute, you know, time, and then they lose 10 minutes in, and it's usually a good back and forth. But with this section of the World Tournament, this is really where these guys can start winning some really good cards, like equip cards. Usually in the beginning of the game, not many people drop like equip cards that we want, like really good end game cards. But starting at Pegasus, pretty much everybody does drop like an equip card that we would want. So Pegasus, we're looking for Dragon Treasure. Jam of a Lifetime did not get that. Isis, who he's fighting now, also has Dragon Treasure and a trap card called Widespread Ruin. There are traps in here.
I was, dude. I thought that those were the Enigma. Like,
yeah. So one of the most important things for these guys that's on their minds right now is getting a trap card. All these guys want right now is to get a trap card, and the reason for that is because of, I mentioned earlier that in order to get Megamorph, you have to do a special type of duel called ATAC to get the ATAC rank on a duel. Now, without going into too much detail, but these guys are going to be doing this soon, an ATAC duel pretty much is a special duel where you have a giant list of requirements that you have to do during the duel. One of the requirements, for example, is you have to fuse 15 times. You have to use 1 equip card at least. You have to use 1 magic card at least. And there's a giant list of requirements in order to get that ATAC. But one of the requirements is that you have to activate a trap card. Activate a trap card. So not just put one down, but the actual effect has to be activated. So if it's, you know, any attacking monster is destroyed, the enemy has to attack while you have it down, and trap activates, monster destroyed. So in order to get ATAC, in order to get Megamorph, these guys need to win a trap in order to get that ATAC. So right now, that's what these guys are thinking of, because if they don't get a trap, they're not able to do the main farm to make their deck better. So if their opponent gets one before they do, they're kind of in some hot water because they can't start going for Megamorph yet until they do.
I see. To interject real quick, I just noticed that Spellbinding Circle apparently reduces all of the monsters on the field by 500, I guess.
500, yeah, 500 attack and defense.
Okay, yeah, I just noticed that, you know, the CPU actually had a trap card, so I guess it does, no matter how far you're into it, they could still have access to them, even if you don't, I guess.
Yeah, they have access to pretty much any card in their deck at any moment. So the AI actually cheats in this game. A lot of you've probably heard this before, but yes, the AI cheats. So the AI does not have a hand size of 5. That is actually a lie.
What?
The AI actually has a hand size of around 15 to 20. And what they'll do is, let's say they want to play a card that they have in card slot 19. Like, it's not even in their hand, and it's 19 cards away. They will select the first card in their hand, and it will instantaneously morph into the card they want, and then they'll play it. Yeah.
Gotcha.
A lot of people don't know that. So yeah, the AI can pretty much play half of their deck at any point in time, while you cannot. So that's nice.
Also, I was gonna ask it earlier, but then it kind of answered my question with Dan's duel. I guess that was the highest defense Labyrinth Wall there.
That was Labyrinth Wall. Yeah.
So is that kind of a reason why Beast Fangs is really good to get past it? Like, would Jam be able to get? I mean, Jam might have equips at this point, but without those, would there be any way of getting past it?
But yeah, having an equip is one of the best ways to get past it. Like if you're Jam right now and you come across like a Labyrinth Wall, the only thing you're really able to do is Regeki. That's really the only way you're going to get past it is by drawing Regeki.
Yeah, could also, makes sense.
Yeah, there is another card he could draw. It's called Umi. So there are field cards in this game that will change the field to different, water or a meadow.
I saw Mountain as well.
Yeah, Mountain's in there as well. And the easy way to think of that is, for example, Umi. While Umi is out, any monster that's played that is a Thunder type or a Water type or a Fish will get powered up by 500 attack and defense.
Ooh.
So
that
counts for
that's really nice
as well.
Because
it's really useful.
Yeah, I don't believe it's anywhere near that amount in the current game. So
yeah, it's kind of like putting an equip on all the monsters. It's 500 attack and defense. So generally in speedruns, we consider Umi to be the best field card you can get. Now, the reason for that is because Umi powers up, like I said, like water types, but also thunder types. And since Twin-Headed is technically a thunder type, it gets powered up by Umi.
Oh,
now, Mountain.
Oh, that's pretty sick. Yeah. Okay. I mean,
Mountain also does it though. Like Mountain powers up Twin-Headed as well. But
I mean, yeah, I believe that does make sense actually. But the Umi one, I'm actually surprised to hear.
Yeah. A lot of cards have multiple types in this game. They'll have the type that the card says, like Twin-Headed, for example, Thunder. But then it will have subtypes that it doesn't tell you about. For example, the female subtype. Like you might have Queen of Autumn Leaves is actually a plant type, but it has a secondary type of female. So if you put a rock on it, you'll get Mystical Sand. So there's things like that. But you might be wondering, why use Umi instead of Mountain? Like, what makes Umi better? And the main reason for that is that Mountain powers up dragons as well. And the reason we don't want that is because later on, in some later duels, the AI will be playing very strong monster or dragon cards.
I see.
So by playing Mountain, we power up our Twin-Headed, but we power them up as well. Umi, you don't have to worry about that mostly. It's just powering you up.
I had a question. I noticed I was watching Dan, and he had 2 monsters with pretty high attack, and then 1 monster in defense, and the AI actually summoned a monster in attack to destroy the defense monster. Doesn't seem like the most intelligent AI move to do, but
it's not. The AI works on a very specific set of rules. Like there are ways to predict pretty much everything the AI does, but it's very, very, very complicated. But yes, the AI kind of has like a list of like certain moves they'll do before they do other moves. So it's a lot to learn if you want to speedrun it like at the higher levels. But these guys know all of that stuff by heart at this point, which is why they're so incredibly good at the game.
AI is borderline brain dead. So yeah, is there gonna be meta mage farming?
Probably not. No.
Okay.
No.
I wasn't sure if that was actually realistic. I know it's a thing, but I didn't know if that's actually realistic or anything like that.
There might be later on. It's not like a main strategy. It's kind of like it's a very risky strategy, high risk, kind of high reward. So you might see them do a couple of duels like later in the run, but that won't be like the main strat these guys use, most likely anyway. So. Jam has Axe of Despair. Why would he put Book of Secret Arts in his deck instead? I don't know. Both of them are pretty useless. So,
I'm laughing at the comment that says, "Hello, EZScape," if that is your real name. My mother picked it out for me. What can I say? Birth certificate doesn't lie.
Certificate.
Oh, how good is Axe of Despair? I didn't realize that was in this game.
Not that good. It's just an equip card in this game that, works like every other equip card. It powers up a certain.
Well, is it plus 1,000?
No, 500.
Okay. I was gonna say if it's as good as I remember it being, then but I guess not.
Oh, Dragon Treasure for DanTheEnigma over there. He now has 2 equips, while Jam has 0. That's
Jam got Umi, I believe.
Picking up a pretty lead here, huh?
I think Jam got Umi.
Jam has 3 Umis. Actually,
okay.
But, surprisingly, having a lot of Umis isn't as good as it sounds for the most part.
Okay.
You probably will barely see them use it like late game. You really want to have equips instead. And Dan's doing very well on that. So it looks like right now Jam is trying to win Acid Trap Hole, which is a trap card you can win from Pegasus. I don't think... Or does he have a trap already and he's doing an A-Tech?
Can you
might
equip...
be doing an A-Tech, actually.
Can you equip multiple equips?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you can equip a monster as many times as you want, as long as you have the cards. So you can throw 3 Megamorphs on a Twin-Headed and have a 5,800 beast out on the field if you really wanted to.
Nasty.
If you can get 3 Megamorphs, of course.
Mm-hmm.
What's the rarest card in this game? There really is no rarest card. Like, there's a bunch of cards that are all equally rare. The drop rate, so the drop rates in this game, the lowest something can be is 1 out of 2048. So all the drop rates in this game, they're out of the number 2048. So for example, if I say something is a 20, I mean that the odds of winning that card were 20 over 2048, like the actual fraction, which is around 1% to win that card. So there are cards that are a 1 out of 2048, which is super rare, but you can always win them somewhere else, like at a higher chance. The lowest drop rate that you really, like the only way to get the card is by winning it at that low drop rate would be a 4. So to put that in perspective, the odds of winning Meteor B Dragon, which many people kind of know how rare that card is, that's a 20. So there are cards in 100% speedruns of this that are a 4 that you have to get. So 5 times less likely than that. And there's a bunch of cards like that. So.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Just checking out what fusion this is about to be. So with the time, so any dragon?
Yep, and any dragon will
so
do it.
What's the reason for not playing the 1,000 dragon there? Why why Jam kind of get rid of that?
So
after fusing all together,
the looks of things right now, Jam is indeed doing an A-Tech.
Gotcha.
Yep, he's doing it with Bear Trap, so that's why.
I figured there was a specific reason for that. Yeah.
Yeah, he has to do 15 fusions during this fight, so you're gonna see him kind of just throwing cards to fuse them just for the hell of it. He also has to take a certain amount of damage. He has to wait until he has 3 cards left in his deck or less, so on and so forth. So Jam got that Bear Trap early. He's already almost done with his first A-Tech. Dan just won Acid Trap Hole. So Dan was not able to do A-Techs until now. So Jam taking a little bit of a lead in A-Techs here. He might take a lead after he finishes his duel.
Are those equips going to come back to haunt him? Or going to be an issue moving forward? Or do you think you'll be alright?
No, they probably won't be an issue for him moving forward. But it depends. If he gets good luck, this duel is going to mean a lot for Jam of a lifetime. I'd keep an eye on his drops right here. This is going to be a lot. Looking for Megamorph, Bright Castle, Dragon Treasure. Let's see here. Widespread Ruin is another one. That's good. 2 widespreads. That's it, though. That's not really the best. Widespread Ruin is a very good trap card. It's useful in late game because it destroys any monster that attacks, like regardless of its attack value. So that's really good to have, but he didn't get any equips, which at this point, Jam really needs some equips, especially with Dan already having 2 of them. So yeah, so Jam is definitely still a little bit behind, I would say. Dan can do ATEX now, so he's starting his ATEC right now. You'll see him not ending the duel for a bunch of turns. That's why he's doing that. He's trying to get that rank.
Ignacio in the chat asks, are they going to go for 3 Megamorphs?
Probably not, no. Like, if they have 2 Megamorphs, I highly doubt any of these guys are going to, like, be like, okay, let's spend another 5 minutes doing an ATEC. Yeah. But it would be nice if they won 3. I mean, since you're getting 15 cards in a duel, it's possible to get all 3 in a single duel. Just very unlikely. So, this is the biggest farm section of the entire run. Getting good luck here, like really good luck, could put you at a very big advantage. Oh yeah, it's not possible for either of these guys to get the record right now. That went out the window long ago. The record of this category doesn't even farm at all.
Well, you do RNG manipulation, which they're not. I mean, I'm assuming they're not.
Well, there's technically 2 separate categories for this. Like 15 card mod is completely separate from the RNG manipulation that I do in the vanilla game.
Like it just would not work the same way.
Yeah. Well, yeah. No, it wouldn't work the same way. RNG manip still technically works in 15 card mod, but it is different. Like completely different manip like setups would have to be discovered and routed and all that. But yeah, the RNG manip that I have the record in currently is in the vanilla game, 1 card drop. So that's separate. The world record for this is 1 hour and 16 minutes. And that's no RNG manipulation or anything. And no farming.
That sounds like it's really fast.
It is really quick, like insanely fast. That's going to be very, very difficult for anyone to ever beat.
Well, hey man, we still got like what, maybe like a half hour. You know, it could happen right here, right now. You know.
Yeah.
Come on, dude. I need the clickbait for my YouTube video. He gets world record during this race.
Almost got world record. With all this
cash, crap!
I
Somebody
can
donated.
open
Thank
a
you.
burger shop in Skilo's
1 second.
Badlands.
Love the channel. I don't understand the EZScape thing though.
Arius did
Are
not
you guys
farm,
sharing a channel?
because he's a god like that.
I've been watching for like 2 years and I still don't understand lol.
So I forgot to turn off. Well, I turned off alerts. I didn't add them in the scene, but they're still playing in other scenes. So I mean, it's not like a big deal. Since we have like hours of time, it's not really gonna matter. But they're asking. Right. They don't understand the concept of EZScape and VScape. VScape is a in real life friend of mine. I met him online, but we live very close together. So we just became friends over YouTube, and I basically have him make top 10s on my channel because I don't like making top 10 videos anymore, but I still want the content to exist. So I pretty much just brought him on to make that type of content for the channel, and that's pretty much it. And we collab on other projects and stuff like that. But I'm pretty much more sticking to just video essays over more abstract ideas than like a top 10 list. Hopefully that answers it. But yeah, and also thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. You know, these competitions I usually do out of pocket. Not any problem to me. I find them really fun. So, but that definitely helps out. Thank you. Back to the game.
Yes, Mr. Atlas. I have been trying to get the record in 15 card mod, so I can tell you firsthand, the record is insane. But to be fair, when you do a run like this, like as a race, you kind of don't use world record strategies. So like these guys never really had a chance to begin with because like they're not trying to get record. They're trying to beat their opponent. So it's not like they're playing worse than the world record. They're just doing different strategies. But Dan over there is about to finish up his first ATEC. So if he gets good luck here, he could really widen the gap between him and Jam here. Yeah, this is the last turn. So again, we're looking for Megamorph. Bright Castle, Dragon Treasure, Widespread Ruin, etc. Let's see. Megamorph. He got one. He got two Megamorphs and a Bright Castle and a Widespread Ruin.
Popping off.
Oh my god. Popping off indeed.
Woo!
That is insane for Dan. If Jam wants any chance, he has to get something like that right now. Let's see.
Wait, there was one?
Megamorph for him.
Wait.
That's one.
Oh,
Megamorph,
yo!
two.
Yo!
Oh my god.
Well, we got a race, everybody. Let's go. Oh, shit.
Wow.
Yo, that's sick. That's actually so hype, dude. That's actually so hype.
That is that's so rare that you see anybody get two Megamorphs like that. I'd say that Dan is still in the lead because Dan does have 5 total equips. Jam only has 2, but still.
We have a bunch of people tuning in. Like, do you like coming in to the stream? Want to explain one more time, real quick, on what happened and why it's so good? Because they scrolled right through those cards. So 2 Megamorphs and the Widespread Ruin's really good too, right?
Right, yeah. Yeah, the Megamorphs, the Widespread Ruin, Bright Castle was another one that Dan got. Bright Castle is an equip card, so powers up any monster in the game by 500 attack and defense. Megamorph, even better. Any monster in the game by 1,000 attack and defense. So both of these guys have 2 of them now.
Of the best equip card you can get. they're looking good.
They are looking very good. This is definitely not a one-sided race. This is going to be close. It looks like both of them are... I think they're both moving on right now.
Okay. Also,
yeah,
somebody asked, is there a prize? Yeah, there was a $250 prize pool for this, and it's going first place gets 100, second gets 75, third 50, and fourth 25. I kind of like to make the splits a little bit more even. I just like doing it. My preference.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they both got 2, but Dan also got a Bright Castle. So that puts Dan at 5 total equips, 2 of which are Megamorphs. And Jam has just 2 Megamorphs in total. But to be fair, 2 Megamorphs on its own is enough to beat this game, technically. You're probably going to want a little bit more than that, but it is enough if you draw them, you know?
Can I donate $100 to the prize pool? If you go ahead and donate through my Streamlabs right now and you just put it in the... If anybody donates and they put in the text that, you know, this goes towards the prize pool or something to denote that, I'll include it. I'll probably only include it for the grand final prize because that's what's being streamed right now. So it would probably go towards that. And I'd probably do it 75-25. So yeah, I could add it on top, but otherwise all donations are just going for me to recoup. But it doesn't matter to me either way. I don't care taking this out of pocket.
Thanks for the gems, Spyro.
I don't know what that donation
I can
just
open a
was,
Lizard Burger
but...
shop in Skilo's Badlands.
Add it to the prize pool.
He says add it to the prize pool. How much was that? Because I don't have alerts up. Oh no. What did they just do? Rick J, bro, GFC.
What?
Rick J just donated $200 and says add it to the prize pool. So after this run, you should probably let those guys know they're playing for a little bit more money.
Yeah. Oh my god. The nervousness is gonna go up 100 times for those guys.
Yeah, don't tell them yet, because
no.
But yeah. So we'll probably do that 150. So the winner will be getting $250, and then second place would be getting
For the first place winner, or however you like to split it.
You want it for the first place?
Crazy.
We'll add it on to the first place. Somebody just donated more. Another $100 added.
Oh my god.
By Brighton. I mean, no, we'll do 125. So let me add this all up just to make sure. Anyway, so
Thanks for the gems, Spyro.
Another donation,
With
dude.
all this cash,
$250.
I can open a Lizard Burger shop in Skilo's
we just literally got
Magnus is now on
$550.
Discord.
in the
This is
span
for
of
the
2
Forbidden
minutes.
Memories prize
Added to the
pool.
prize pool.
Closing parenthesis, closing parenthesis.
That's so crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, guys, thank you. Let me do some maths over here. Just you know, do math things and stuff. GFC, feel free to cover commentary for a minute.
Absolutely. Holy crap.
Dude, nobody tell them. Don't tell them because it's gonna make their nerves go up right away. All right. Okay. So 550.
Oh my god. So yeah, right now they're both just continuing commentary, they're both just continuing in through campaign right now. Looks like Dan is currently doing Mage Soldier, and Jam
Add this
Another
to the
100.
prize pool too.
also doing Mage
Been a
Soldier.
fan of
Another
FM
100.
since I was young, even though I was
Guys, I
terrible
can't even
at
do
it.
math this quick. Added to the prize pool too. Been a fan of Forbidden Memories since I was young, even though I was terrible at it. So, guys, let me just thank everybody that just donated. Rick J, thank you so much for the $200 donation to the prize pool. Thank you so much. Brighton, I'm not even gonna attempt to butcher your last name, but screw it, I'll do it anyways. Brighton Guernsey, thank you for the $100 donation for the first place. However you want to split it. Again, we're just gonna do 75-25. Galandra also donated 250.
Okay.
Magnus XL on Discord for the prize pool, and then Chaotic Rampage donated $100, all within the span of 3 minutes. That is $650. So okay, let me figure out what this is again. Go ahead, GFC, do your thing.
Dan just won 2 Dark Energies in campaign, which are also extremely good equip cards. Dan is at 7 equips now. What the hell? This run is just insane right now.
Okay, so
Unbelievable. So what's the prize pools looking
okay,
like already?
so
People are
second
just going
place.
nuts.
Second place is $237.50.
Oh my god.
That's for second. That's it.
Yeah,
So no matter
that's
matter
insane.
who places here, they're getting $237.50. And there's another $50 by Roomsy. Guys, I'm not gonna complain. You know what? Scratch that, guys. Give me another second. So that's up to $700 added to the $250 prize pool.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Roomsy. Thank you. Okay, let me go again. All right. Yeah, go on, dude.
I'm just kind of. Wow.
Another $10.
Pronunciation.
Nailed the
That
pronunciation.
one's
This one's for me.
insane.
Oh, you know what? Thank you. I'm gonna recoup that. Okay, I'll take that. you donated $10. Thank you.
Oh my god. That's so crazy.
For my amazing pronunciation. Immaculate. Okay.
Wow.
It'll take me a second to calculate this again.
Right, yeah. Thank you guys so much for the incredible generosity towards this.
Bro, when I tell you this number, you're gonna be like, what the fuck? I mean, like, actually, though. Okay, guys, so I'm updating this, and we have a little bit more round numbers now. So, okay, are we all ready? The new prize pool now. If you get second place out of these two guys, they will win $250 for second.
Oh my
$250 for second. Wait till I tell you what first is getting.
Yeah.
First place is getting $725.
Oh my god. What? These poor guys. They don't even understand. That is insane.
I'll
dude.
double check that all at the end, but I'm pretty sure I did that all right. So yeah, it's pretty sick. If anything, it's all close to those amounts. So Holy shit. Yeah, thank you guys. You're making this hype. I mean, it's hype regardless, but like, I hope they don't know too early. I hope it doesn't affect their gameplay. You don't. This is a game where, I mean, I'm assuming just like I speedrun, you know, the other Yu-Gi-Oh game, and the way that one goes, you make one miss input, you're fucked. And you said here that you lose progress and you backtrack completely. So is it pretty much the same case there? You make one little error and it could cost you all that, or not exactly?
It can technically happen. Like, so as I mentioned, the very end game is 6 duels in a row, no saving, die on duel 6, go back to 1, right? If you make one little mistake during a duel and you lose that duel, I mean, it could be the difference of losing or winning that duel, just one small mistake. And that could be the difference of winning or losing your match. Like, if you lose that duel there, because, you know, maybe your opponent is on duel 4, you're on duel 6. You make a mistake and you lose. Now your opponent is on duel 5, duel 6, and wins.
Here's some more
and you
math
just lost because of a small mistake. We've seen it happen time and time again, where somebody makes one dumb mistake
or
and it's
however
all
you
gone.
want to split.
There's more donations coming in, by the way. I'm not even gonna tell you guys what it is. Just know that, like, first place is getting well over 700. All right, so Morticarlo just added $5. Roomsy donated $5. They said this one's for me, just to recoup my initial investment. Thank you so much for that. Swirly Glasses also donated $25. That's also being added to the prize pool. So whenever these stop, I'm done doing math for you guys. Okay, listen, I'm done adding this all up. My calculator is about to crash my computer. I've been doing too much. All right, so maybe after this one we'll recalc it up. But yo, thank you guys. This is hype. Honestly, should I just go include that in the title right now? A little bit of clickbait. Huh?
I think so.
Think so?
I think we need to announce that. I'm gonna go announce this.
I'm just putting $1,000 in the title right now. There we go.
Oh my god. That is so insane. This is one hell of a tournament right here.
It is definitely $1,000 though now, guys. It is like officially $1,000. Thank you guys. Like that was in this, like, that was literally within like 5 minutes. And hey, that was a lot of time for us to, you know, for the game to just progress, and then we can get back into commentary here soon. Do we just donate? Yeah, just donate with the link below. I'll cover it. You have my word. And
here's half what I added to the prize pool to help EZScape recoup too.
Oh, yo, thank you, Chaotic. Again, they just donated 50 to, you know, to help me recoup. I appreciate that. Because pretty much 250 is going out of my pocket, and then I'm probably gonna hire an editor for this, and then I split it with them. That's so. I think in the future I do have sponsors that are going to be interested in doing this type of stuff. I'm not worried about it though, but like, you know, it would be cool to upscale something like this and then do it more like a bi-weekly type thing, or like do it, you know, like I'm just saying, like, for a bunch of different games. I have a bunch of different games
for a bunch of different speedruns.
Yeah, a bunch of games I have ideas for. I don't think every game is great to race with. I think that this is a game that's really good to race with, but
Boy, mate, do some math.
Wow. I haven't been keeping track of the viewer count. Over 500 viewers we just hit.
Over on
YouTube. On YouTube alone.
On YouTube, yeah.
And Twitch is over like 150. That is insane.
Oh yeah, I'm honestly not too surprised. there's like,
I'm just not used to seeing numbers like that.
Dude, I think my streams have been doing really well lately. Like the past couple streams I had like, I think there was 1,400 people watching me play Bloons Tower Defense, and then I got rated for 3,000 viewers by Small Ant.
Wow.
Like, these are numbers I've never even seen ever before, but like, yeah, right. I'm glad you guys enjoy the content and stuff like that. That's all that tells me, you know. I don't care about the number itself. I'm just glad that you guys enjoy it, you know.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, People are clearly enjoying this match so far of this tournament. I mean, if they're willing to put that much money to the winners, absolutely incredible. Thank you again, guys. I'm really happy to be here. Sorry that the commentary kind of took a dive for a couple
No, dude,
minutes
I'm not even impressed. Somebody else just donated too. Let me check that out real quick.
Just not.
Mr. Davis gave me
something
$5
like
just to make sure I had to open up the calculator again. Thank you, dude.
Oh man.
Yeah, Jester, I know you have.
But
Woo!
so
All right,
now,
let's hop
it
back
is
into
looking like-
this. What's going on in the game? What can you tell me about the game right now?
So, right now, Jam of a Lifetime, still at only 2 equips, those Megamorphs that he won in that one duel. However, both people are currently moving on from their farming phase. So after the second farming phase, which is pretty much the last time you farm in a run, you have to go through the mages. So there are about 10 duels you have to go through before you get to the end game, which is the final 6 that I mentioned earlier. So right now they're just going through those duels. None of these duels in particular are that difficult except for the high Meadow Mage, which neither person has done yet from what I can tell. But outside of that, they are totally equal in campaign right now. They are both on their second mage, so they're pretty much equal there. But DanTheEnigma is incredibly ahead as far as deck strength right now. I mentioned this when the donations were coming in, but DanTheEnigma won 2 Dark Energy equip cards in campaign against Mage Soldier, putting his total equip count right now to 7 equips.
Wow.
And 2 of them are Megamorph. Meanwhile, Jam only has 2. So Dan right now looking very strong. Jam is not even farming anymore. So really, if you're Jam right now, you're kind of just YOLOing it. You kind of just have to pray that those 2 equips will be enough and try to get ahead in campaign.
That's what I was about to ask. I'm like, are those Megamorphs should be enough to carry, no?
They could be, but in a lot of you have to draw them. That's the main difficulty, is drawing them. If you only have 2 and you have a deck of 40, the odds of you drawing them get kind of low. And in a lot of duels, you only have 2 or 3 turns.
I see.
To like put out something strong. So you have like 15 out of the 40 cards, and if you don't see a Megamorph in those, plus a twin-headed fusion as well, not just the Megamorph, but you need to fuse a twin-headed to put it on, in the first 15 cards, then you're dead. So, and we're going to have to deal with cards like Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon later in the game as well. A card with 4,500 attack. And for cards like that, that's where Widespread Ruin comes in very good handy. Regeki comes in very good handy. Because most of the time, you're not overpowering a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Most of the time, you're getting rid of it with Regeki or something. So Jam has a little bit of an advantage there, because he has 3 Widespread Ruins and Dan only has 1. So, Jam might be a little bit better against an Ultimate Dragon, a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, but for everything else, Dan is going to wipe the floor. So, it'll be interesting to see how this continues to pan out.
Another 50.
Jesus. You guys are insane. Thank you.
Thank you, Effin, for the $50 added to the prize pool. Again, after this first race is done, I'll add it all up together, but for right now, hands off the calculator.
Yeah, unbelievable. This is by far the highest stakes we've ever had in a Forbidden Memories tournament. Like, I've been running these tournaments since like 2014, and like there's never been stakes like this. This is insanity. And this is a good match too. I mean, we had the incredible A-Tech drops for both people pretty much the same time, which is like unheard of. So it's still anybody's game, I would say. I would say Dan right now, I would put his odds of winning around 65%. I would say 65-35 right now, split. But anything can happen in the final 6. Anything. Lol.
I know. No comment.
You think the FM community is growing fast right now? Incredibly fast. And I mean, it always has been for the past few years. If any of you are interested in doing a Forbidden Memories speedrun, feel free to, we have a Discord that you can join. Feel free to just message me or any of the runners. It's a very inclusive community. We love teaching and helping new people. There's races all the time. We have tournaments running all the time now. In January, we have Duelist Kingdom, another huge
Big tournament
starting.
Big tournament.
Yeah, huge tournament. Like
you go ahead, plug it, dude.
long.
Go tell everybody about it.
Thanks.
Go for it.
Thanks. So we have in January, in mid-January, probably around January 15th, we have Duelist Kingdom, the biggest Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories tournament ever starting. It is going to run for about 3 months. It's going to be like a season, and it is going to be structured like Duelist Kingdom in the anime was. Everybody is going to start with 3 star chips after entering, and then everybody has the option of going up to another runner and saying, hey, do you want to do a match with me? The other person says yes. You both put a star chip on the line. You do a race. Whoever wins takes both star chips. We will have a leaderboard for who has the most star chips throughout the 3 months, right? So you're betting star chips, you're getting star chips. And then at the end of the 3 months, we will take the top 8 and we will put them into a small tournament bracket, and we will find out who the king of games is for that season. It is going to be huge. Beginners are absolutely welcome. And I don't just say that to be inclusive. Beginners have a chance of winning in this. And the reason I say that is because beginners, for the most part, are probably going to face off against beginners. Because remember, you don't have to take a match. There's no scheduled matches like a tournament. It's not mandatory who you face. So if I asked a beginner, hey, do you want to do a match? You can say no. So the people who are experienced are most likely going to face off against experienced people, and the people who are inexperienced will face off against inexperienced people. So beginners are welcome. Beginners can win the thing. So everybody is welcome to join. I highly recommend it. It is going to be the biggest FM event ever. I am getting a trophy made for the winner of Duelist Kingdom. It will
badass.
be a King of Games trophy. I'm not even kidding.
I might have to enter, dude.
Huge.
Might,
Go for it, man.
I might have
Anybody's
to actually learn this game or something. But
and there's no like scheduling, like I said. So if you don't have that much time, you don't have to do a certain number of matches. You could do 1 match in 3 months. You're probably not going to win if you do that, but you're welcome. Where
can people learn a little bit more about this? Maybe follow you on Twitter. Would that be?
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter. But I would honestly say the Discord server for Forbidden Memories.
Yeah. We posted that. I'm gonna paste it in the chats again though. Guys, both in Twitch and YouTube chat. There's a Discord invite link. Feel free to use that. Because just a reminder, I am streaming on both platforms right now. So.
Yep.
If you guys want to wear.
Everybody is in that Discord server, myself included. We have resources on speedrun.com. Many of you probably know we have leaderboards there. If you go under the resources section, there are guides that people, myself included, have written. I wrote a full speedrunning guide that is huge. It goes into great detail, so you can use those. You can talk to people in the Discord, ask questions, join races. Plenty of resources for new people learning. I know it seems like a lot when I talk about it like this, but I promise you can do it. If I can do it, my cat can do it. Okay.
Okay. We got a couple more donations. From Big Boss 11 donated $25. Big Boss, let me know if you would like that added to the prize pool. If that's just to help me recoup. Brighton Guernsey asks, have you ever thought about running Jack and Daxter first game? I have thought about running it. Probably Jack 2 is the one that I would run if I ran one. That's the one that I enjoy the most. I actually do plan on picking that up in 2021. I was going to pick up this year, but never got around to it. But thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you. But yeah, so somebody asked, let me scroll up a little bit. Hold on. I don't get this tournament because it's basically just RNG. And this is always something I have to dispute whenever people come in and watch my speedruns or whatever. And yes, there is RNG. That's part of what makes it like really entertaining. But GFC, you haven't been defeated in these tournaments, have you?
Not in the last tournament at the very least.
Okay.
I went like 8-0. I have lost in other tournaments, but if it's all luck, it's very interesting how I have run every tournament we've had up from 2014 on, and I've seen who wins them. And it's very interesting because the people who are very good and experienced are always the people in the top 2, top 4, etc. It's always the same experienced people. So if it was all luck, you would not see that, but you do. And yes, there is luck, just like you said, just like Easy said, there is definitely luck, but there are so many different ways to turn that luck into your favor so that you have the best odds. And if you don't do all of those things, then your odds go down significantly. So there are ways to be very consistent at this game for the most part. So this isn't a game that requires mechanical skill, like something like Super Meat Boy or anything. Absolutely not. But it's decision making, fast decisions that you have to make constantly, knowledge. There's so much you have to learn. There are AI manipulations in this game.
Margin for error as well. Like,
yeah,
you can make mistakes. But this is more comparable to something like bowling or golf. There's plenty of competitions that don't necessarily have people interacting with each other that are still equally as hype, because it's all about like the just nerves and just stuff like that. Like pretty much how those, exactly the same elements to those competitions, like I said.
Yeah, absolutely. There's lots of things like that where you're not influencing your opponent. But I will say one thing in this tournament, both entrants are allowed to look at each other's streams, and in fact, they're encouraged.
I agree. I agree with that, because that makes it a little bit more about counterplay. You can see how far they're ahead, and
absolutely,
you can see what cards they're getting too. I see no issue with that. Also because it's impossible to moderate as well, so you can already but it adds counterplay to it for sure. I remember, like, I find this a little bit more interesting because you can re-strategize what you're planning on doing more so than, I think this is more entertaining than like a Super Mario 64 race, because what I've noticed what happens in Super Mario 64 races is the people are so consistent or are able to play at a certain level of consistency. And you don't really see any lead changes, because if you die in a level, you get kicked out, you lose a minute. You 30 seconds to a minute. And then you're like, well, as long as the other guy makes 0 mistakes, as long as they looked over at the other screen, see that they just have to play consistently, the race is over and you're only 25 minutes into like a 50 minute run. So I find this way more entertaining. That's why I invested into this, because I actually prefer these types of races. I think one of the next competitions I plan on investing into is going to be something like Double Dash, or like just Mario Kart in general. I haven't decided on which one, but I like those ones because they have the essence of like counterplay in it, because you do individual levels and you can counterpick stages or different tracks. So you could play to your advantages basically.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I totally agree. I just saw somebody in chat really quick says, I feel chats would tell them as well. Chats do actually kind of, like, when I did my tournament matches, I did have people in chat telling me what my opponent is doing and stuff. And yeah, I had their stream open myself, so I didn't need it, but yeah, it does change what you do in these runs a lot, actually. Like, a lot. If you couldn't watch your opponent, you'd kind of be shooting in the dark. You can do it, but you'd never know, like, oh, he's starting the end game now, I need to stop farming and move on. Like, you might just farm for another 20 minutes, and by the time you're done farming, your opponent is just beating the game and you didn't even have a chance. So also, yeah, it's better like this.
People are probably gonna like disagree with the idea that you could have somebody in your chat giving you information, but what happens when those people in chat are giving you the wrong information? You really shouldn't be relying on your chat.
Yep.
You should be knowing what to do. That's what I always say whenever I'm speedrunning Yu-Gi-Oh! And people are like, well, isn't this more of a co-op speedrun because you're asking chat? I'm like, you can have that perspective if you want to, but the advantage would be knowing the information beforehand, rather than having to fucking ask your chat. Like, that's the advantage, is actually knowing what to do. Not, if you're asking chat, you're clearly not prepared as it is anyways, so.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And like you said with lying, that happens in these matches. I have had viewers of the other stream come in and tell me, "Oh, he's still farming right now." And I'll be like, "Oh, okay." And in reality, he's moving on to the end of the game. So like, there is mind games. Like, a lot of runners have a counter on their stream for how many, you know, dragons equips they have. You can lie on those counters. Why not? Tell your opponent you have no equips. They think that, oh, I'm ahead. I have time to farm more. Meanwhile, you have 7 equips.
That's some snake shit, but I'm actually all for it. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know. It doesn't bother me. I think it's interesting.
It's like bluffing in poker. Yeah.
Yeah, it really is, dude. That's so funny that somebody would mess with their overlay just to
Yeah. It's so great.
That's so funny, dude.
Oh, it's absolutely great. But yeah, I will say that these guys, their chats did notify them. They have an idea of how much they're playing for.
Okay.
They have an idea anyway.
Yeah, we don't even know yet.
Yeah, we don't even know what it is yet, but yeah, I can confirm that their nerves are a little higher now.
Getting a little intense.
So, let's see where. Oh, okay. So
Oh, yes,
Jam
I
of
have
a
69
Lifetime
equips.
just finished the final mage, which means he can move on to the final 6 now. Oh, is he doing final 7? 1 second, let me check here. Yeah, it looks
Chat
like
tricks
he
your
is. That
opponent
is so
into
risky.
thinking it's not a shadow
Okay,
game.
so
Thank you, Chaotic.
so I mentioned earlier that at the end of the game, there's 6 duels in a row without saving, right? There is actually something you can do to make that 7 in a row even harder, but it saves a little bit of time. So there is somebody called Labyrinth Mage. Jam of a Lifetime is facing him right now. Labyrinth Mage is somebody who you can get rid of. Like, you can fight him and get rid of him earlier in the game. However, you have to fight Labyrinth. Like, if you choose to fight him earlier in the game, you have to fight Labyrinth Mage and then Seto 2, right? So that's 2 duels. However, if you do Labyrinth Mage and Seto 2 earlier, then you don't have to face Labyrinth Mage later in the game. So now, at the end game, it's the final 6. However, if you want to save some time, you can skip Seto 2. However, now you have to face Labyrinth Mage during the final 6, right before you do the final 6. So you can skip 2 duels and do final 7, or you could not skip them and do final 6. The way the timing works out pretty much is when you do final 7, if you beat the game on the first try with final 7, you save about 3 minutes over doing normal final 6. However, if you do not beat the game on the first try, if you beat the game on the second try, you're losing time. Third try, losing more time over final 6. So like a third try final 7 is slower than a third try final 6. Obviously, right? That's just simple math. Doing 7 duels 3 times in a row is going to be slower than 6. So only if Jam of a Lifetime beats the game right now on this attempt will he save time from doing this method. Now, here's the catch. You cannot go back to final 6. Once you have decided to do final 7 and you attempt them once, you can no longer make it final 6. It's final 7 forever. So he is now locked into this choice. It's very risky because it makes the end game take longer every attempt you have at it. So if your opponent does final 6, your opponent can crank out end game attempts way quicker than you can. But if you beat it on the first try, final 7, you just saved a little bit of time. So it's incredibly risky. It's usually only done in world record world record runs. But
so Dan's doing it?
Jam of a Lifetime is doing
Oh,
it.
Jam's
We're
doing
not
okay.
sure. Not sure on Dan yet.
Okay.
He still needs to decide. Oh shit! Jam of a Lifetime won Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon from Labyrinth Mage. That is a very rare card to win. He won Twin-Headed like the card on its own instead of fusing it. That's insane. So that is possible to win against Labyrinth Mage in particular, but it's pretty rare. It's pretty crazy that happened. Wow. That's really awesome. Dan is doing final 6. Okay. That would be smart if he does do final 6. I've seen people get completely ruined by doing Final 7, like many times. Final 6 is much safer, even if you're losing like 3 minutes to doing it. Especially in a race where you might have to try the end game 3-4 times before you win, you know? So. Oh, Dan already beat Seto 2. That's why he's behind Jam of a Lifetime. That makes sense. So Dan the Enigma has been behind in campaign, behind Jam of a Lifetime in the story for a little while. And that's why Dan the Enigma decided to do Seto 2, which makes it Final 6 at the end of the game. Because he beats Labyrinth Mage earlier and gets him out of the way. So that's interesting. So yeah, Jam of a Lifetime really needs to beat the game right now, like on this attempt. So right now, Jam of a Lifetime doing Final 7. He's currently on duel number 2 of 7. If he does all 7 duels in a row without saving and wins, then the game is over. He has won. However, if he loses this attempt, then Jam is going to be regretting doing Final 7 because he's stuck with it for the rest of the run. Meanwhile, Dan is not.
Do you think it's...
Dan only has to do 6.
Do you think it's really risky without having this equipped? Like, would you do this?
No. I would probably never do Final 7 in a race.
Really?
I would only do it in record attempts, yeah. Even if my deck is, like, godlike, I'd probably never do it, because it's just not worth it in a race. It simply isn't, because a lot of times, like, I would say most races have both entrants attempting the end game more than one time. Like, it's very rare for these guys to just first try the end game. So I just don't think it's worth it. But especially with only 2 equips, Jam is in a tough spot here. I think Jam is kind of just going all out right now. Like, he's just going full YOLO.
Heart of the cards,
like,
yeah, just like Gem Phoenix says. Heart of the cards, baby. I wish him luck. You know, I have no favorites here. I'm just here for this race. See what happens.
Yeah. So Jam of a Lifetime right now against Neku, who is the 3rd person in the Final 7, or the 2nd person in the Final 6. Neku is not terribly difficult. He usually will play cards around 3,100, 3,000, so you do need at least 1 equip to get rid of him. And there's his equip, Megamorph draw right there. So Jam of a Lifetime will be taking down Neku. However, it's
Feels
from
good, man.
the next duel on where the game gets very hard. So in the Final 6, the first 2 duels, Sebek and Neku, those are easy for the most part, but the last 4 are very hard. Very, very, very difficult. So usually in attempts, we'll see people, you know, beat Sebek, beat Neku, and then that's when, like, the big boy pants get put on. That's when it's butt clenching time, chat. That's what I'm trying to say. So
William says, wonder if the
duel.
extra prize money affected his F7 decision, the Final 7 decision, perhaps.
Maybe. I mean, I doubt it though.
I don't know. I mean,
overall.
Yeah, I don't know if these guys would really be playing differently. No matter, because they're going to be trying to win the race no matter what. But yeah, it is a good question. Dennis asked which extra prize. Since we started the stream, there's been over $750 in donations towards being added to the prize pool. So that's why the title now says $1,000, because there's $1,000 on the line here. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, that is just absolutely insane. Wow, we're over 600 viewers.
Yep.
GG's.
We're live on Twitch and YouTube, whatever platform you guys prefer. Doesn't matter to me. Just EZScape Speedruns on YouTube and EZScape on Twitch. Just telling it for the other people that may be watching on the other platforms.
Well, I hope that you are all enjoying.
Yeah, I hope you guys are. This is really fun. It's really fun.
So Jam of a Lifetime, starting against the first big duel, Haishin 2nd. He opens up with a Widespread Ruin, which gets Feather Dustered, so it's gone. However, he has a 3,800. So, against Haishin 2nd, the first difficult duel, the best card that he can play against you is Gate Guardian, which is 3,750 attack, which means on the first turn, if you can play a 3800, you win. It's already over. So Jam of a Lifetime got lucky there. He drew his Megamorph immediately.
Ooh, Megamorph 2, yeah.
Yep, so that's it. He has beaten Heishin second. There is no way Jam can lose this duel. Unless he just decides to suicide in the duel.
What kind of pace are we looking at here? If he's able to finish off this final 7, just so people are aware.
If he beats the game, this is going to be an incredible, incredible race time, or time in general. It's going to be around like a 140, maybe a little bit less, and that's kind of insane.
Pay attention, everybody. Eyes on the prize. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, really. So Dan, moving over to him while Jam finishes this duel. Dan is actually farming for Meteor B Dragon right here. So one of the strategies that people do is, so Jam is like halfway through the final 7 right now, right? There's no way Dan can catch up to him. Like, if Dan started final 7 right now, he can't catch up, no matter what he does. So, while Jam is doing the final 7, Dan is gonna farm. And then as soon as Dan sees that Jam is about to lose, Dan will begin his final 7. That way, Dan is ahead in his attempt. This way, Dan can get some farming in now while Jam is doing his attempt, and he's just assuming that Jam is going to lose this attempt. Because if Jam wins, there's nothing Dan could have done anyway. So he needs to say, Jam is going to lose. While he wastes his time on this attempt losing, I'm going to farm. So that when I go back into the end game, my deck's stronger. So that's what he's doing right now. So as soon as it looks like Jam is about to lose, you're going to see DanTheEnigma start the final 6 for himself. So, Jam of a Lifetime, starting probably the hardest duel in the game right now. I would say it's tied for the hardest duel in the game. Seto third, probably the most notorious fight in this game that ruined many childhoods. Seto third can play Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Will he do it, though? Let's see. It's a Sun. It's a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. That's really bad for Jam. Does he get Regeki? He does not get Regeki. Looking very bad for Jam there. There's really not much hope for him right now. Seto, right now, he's going to pray for Seto to play a Magic card. Because if Seto plays a Magic face down on his field, then Jam won't take any life point damage. But if he plays a monster like that, now he's taking damage. Is that a second ultimate? It is. Most likely.
Yikes.
Yep. 2 Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragons. That is very bad luck. And he draws Regeki. Can he survive? He only has 3,500 life points left. So if Seto plays a 3,500 or higher, Jam is dead. If not, he has a chance. It's a monster. Let's see. It's a moon. It's a Wall Shadow. It is a moon in defense. Doesn't even attack. That is incredibly rare. That card is a Wall Shadow with 3,000 defense. It's a defending card, like Millennium Shield. Because he played that, Seto did not attack him, which gives Jam another turn to draw. That is incredible. Jam has been saved, but he needs an equip really bad. He needs one of those Megamorphs.
Yeah, Megamorph needs to come in.
This. Unbelievable. Jam has a chance right here.
Also, you may want to delay your commentary just by like maybe a second or two, if it's possible. I think mine's just slightly delayed. It's not a big deal though. Just letting you know.
Oh, okay, I got you.
It's not a big deal though. Don't worry about it.
What? Seto third, playing a twin-headed Thunder, and Jam of a Lifetime draws Megamorph.
He got the Megamorph. Wow.
Unbelievable. Jam of a Lifetime has a chance to beat the hardest duel in the game, Seto third, on his first attempt. The only card that can now kill him is Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, and we've already seen 2 of them.
Yeah, we saw 2,
so
yeah.
The AI can have up to 3 of any card in their deck, so it is possible for him to see a third one. It's just very unlikely.
That other Megamorph.
Yep. Now the smart move there actually would have been to Megamorph the same twin-headed to 48, because if he did that, then if an ultimate is randomly playing,
I was gonna ask that, dude.
Oh, and it happens! Jam of a lifetime! Made a huge mistake there. I feel bad now. Yikes.
Oh no.
Unbelievable.
Oh no.
And there's the feather
Commentator's
duster.
curse.
Yeah, he loses the duel. That's it. He doesn't have Regeki anymore. That's it.
Oh,
Jam of a lifetime,
no.
making an unfortunate mistake and losing the duel because of it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that
You
is
can
that
make
is
one
exactly what
mistake.
we're talking about. Yes. Exactly. Like that's why this is why when if you say like this is all RNG, yes and no. We really talked about it earlier. It's like the margin for error, just nerves, being in a race like this, and they were made aware of, you know, the prize pool difference, which, you know, these guys probably aren't used to. Yeah.
Yeah, it's little things like that. You know, he either forgot or he just thought, what are the odds? You know, that Seto's gonna play a third ultimate. You know, maybe I'll just make a second 3800 twin-headed so I can end the duel faster instead of being safer. That's probably what he thought. But yeah, it's just one little mistake and the game punishes.
So Dan is in the lead now. He's doing final 6, which we covered earlier. You know, if you have to reset final 6, it's not nearly as punishing as resetting final 7. So Jam's gonna have to make back some ground.
But it's not over yet.
It's not over yet. Chaotic Rampage said before they'll tack on an extra 10 if either player loses on final 6 or final 7 too. They donated 15. Chaotic did just to make sure. Just let me know in chat or in another donation. Did you want these all these extra ones that you were adding? These all are going towards the prize pool. Just let me know.
Yes, 2 out of 3 Pop Sky.
Doesn't matter to me. But yeah, make sure when you guys are donating, you let me know if it's part of the prize pool or if it's part about like helping me recoup the 250 that I threw down. It doesn't matter to me.
Yep, Dan currently on the second person of the final 6, Neku. Probably not going to have any trouble with 7 equips.
Yeah, Luke.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to really be able to stop Dan is going to be that Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon.
Thank you, Chaotic.
You're going to see that's going to be the great equalizer right there is Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. So right now Jam of a Lifetime went back to farming while Dan does his final 6 attempt. Like I said, both of these guys are watching each other's streams and they're kind of they're changing their strategy depending on it. So typically what you see, like I said, is Dan is going to do a final 6 attempt. While he does that, Jam is going to farm. As soon as Dan loses, Jam is going to get into the final 7 before Dan does. So Jam will be doing his attempt while Dan farms, and it's going to go back and forth. They kind of just take turns doing attempts until one of them wins. So it's anybody's game, really, but Dan definitely has the higher chance right now.
So somebody asked for me to put the audio on Dan. Unfortunately, Dan isn't streaming his game audio. He just didn't want to. It was on us. We forgot to put it in the rules. So next time we will have that in the rules, and if they don't, if they don't do that, it'll be a DQ. But for this time, it wasn't in the rules, so he's allowed to do it without. So we won't be able to use his game audio.
Yeah, that was my bad on that one.
Yeah, also he's playing like music and stuff, not just his commentary, so fuck that.
So, oh my god, yeah, Dan actually, speaking of getting screwed over,
Put this towards
Dan
recoup.
just got very screwed over right
Thank
there.
you, Swirly.
Is he losing to Neku? Wait a second, did Jam of a Lifetime just win 2 Dark Energies? Just like Dan did earlier? Yes, he did. 2 Dark Energies for Jam. That puts him at 4 equips now instead of 2.
The comeback,
Now,
the dream.
The comeback happening. Meanwhile, Dan just lost to Neku, and Jam of a Lifetime is starting the end game. So Jam is now back in the end game. Dan is not, and Jam has 4 equips instead of 2 now. We could be seeing the comeback right here. Oh my god.
Game audio is just like to let you know who's in the lead, but now it doesn't matter. Now we wouldn't have to switch it anyways.
Yeah, we don't. Jam's
okay,
back here.
Jam had some bad beats, but let's see what happens.
Dan is going in the final 6 instead of farming.
Hella interesting.
So Dan is actually going to take a slight lead on this attempt just because he has final 6 instead of final 7. Because right now, Jam did enter the final 7 first, but he's still doing that first duel of the final 7.
F for Dan
but
too.
Dan
It's
entered
just
second,
getting
but he doesn't
closer
have
and
to do that
closer.
first duel. So Dan is technically ahead by 1 duel right now.
Thank you, Chaotic. Chaotic donates
That
10,
campaign.
says F for Dan too. It's just getting closer and closer. So yeah, they said they'll attack an extra 10 if either player loses the final 6. I guess they meant like every time. I don't know because they just donate another 10, but yo, thank you. Why is one doing 6, the other one's doing 7? Just different strats. Just
Yeah.
different game plan.
Final 7 is riskier, but potentially saves 3 minutes. Unfortunately, for Jam of a Lifetime, that did not work. You only get 1 attempt to get that time save. So right now, it's going to be a time loss for him every single time. So Dan is definitely in the better position right now.
Brighton says, I have a personal bet for $450 on Dan.
Oh my god.
It looks like the commentators are the players. I think most people that are aware of my channel and also in the community know who we are, but it's fine. He says not kidding, all caps. Oh no, dude. Oh no.
Unbelievable.
Yo, I'm gonna be AFK. I'm gonna grab some more water.
All right, sounds good. Dan the Enigma right there, winning Zoa. That's pretty nice. That'll help him during the end game. Unbelievable match right here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for tuning in so far. This has been incredible. And remember, this is best 2 out of 3. So after this run is over, guess what? We go again, lads. And if it's 1-1 after that, guess what, boys? We go again. So get hype, get comfortable, order some DoorDash some food, sit back and relax because these guys are playing for ungodly amounts of money. And there is still plenty of time to donate. Remember, if you guys do want to donate to help these guys win more money, then when you donate to EZScape, make sure you put in the donation that you want it to go to the prize pool. However, if you want to donate directly to EZScape to help him recoup the $250 he put in himself, then put that's what you want the donation to go to.
Yeah, just let me know. It really doesn't matter to me at all. I appreciate all the support you guys have given. This race isn't healthy for my anxiety. I know. I've had anxiety before we even got to the final 6, final 7. Oh wait, GFC. I think you're. Oh no, your face was just froze. I thought your camera actually froze, but no, it's just you going.
I'll have to do that every now and again.
It just trip me out.
Just completely freeze, like mid-sentence.
This game won in a best of 3. Yeah, I mean, most tournaments are kind of about that. Like, it's not that rare for tournaments to be like 6 hours long or whatever. So we figured that'd be a good amount of time for. People can come in and out of the entire day. This wasn't supposed to be just a 1 race thing. It wasn't supposed to be a 2 hour. You think 2 hours to settle $1,000 is reasonable? I don't think so. But
Yeah,
yo, Kalantra
absolutely.
donating 5,000 bits? What? 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 Not first to 10. I think that the best. Yeah, first to 10. That's insane. Not best of 10, but first to 10. Yeah, that's how we do
Yeah.
it. But best of 3 is
God.
better just to make it more conclusive. Make sure that the more likely the better man wins. So
Yeah,
we definitely want to do it that way. Play for 4 days straight.
But yeah, guys, I want to thank one more person, and that is EZScape, my co-commentator here. Thank you for doing all of this, for putting all of this together, hosting this. It's been incredible. I'm sure the FM community is going to benefit as a whole from this, and if any of you watching want to get into running this game, it really is a very fun, exciting game to run, and we're doing tournaments and stuff all the time now. So yeah, join the community.
Hey, it's a two-man job. You guys have done a great job of running the tournament up to this point to get to the grand finals for us to stream. You're doing an awesome job with color commentary because I don't know jack shit, but I'm having a great time. I think it helps. I'm able to ask questions that people are wanting to know. So at this point, I'm pretty. Other than what was it, the card types, I guess. That's pretty much the only thing I don't know for sure, but like now I'm starting to figure it all out. I mean, it's pretty simple because all the fusions seem to be pretty much the same. It's all dragons, so.
Yeah.
Generally.
Specifically in these runs, you only see a lot of the same fusions, especially once you get to like mid game, all the way through late game. It's pretty much just the same fusions, over and over again. So it's pretty easy to understand what's going on. So many fusions are useless for speedruns. Yeah, there are a lot. But if you want to be the best speedrunner you can be, you still do want to learn all of the fusions you can, even if you're only going to use them like randomly in one run in your life. It's good to know them just in case that situation arises. So a lot of the top runners will know literally every fusion like by heart. There's a long way to get to that top point there, but just to get into it, you only need to understand, a couple basic fusions and you're good to go, really.
PokeGod11 donated $10. Can't throw too much, but gonna just up the ante by a tiny bit. Very tense, very good race between Dan and Jam. Thank you so much. $10 will be added right into that prize pool, which I have no idea what it's at right now. I don't know if I want to know. And there's another donation.
My friends are doing a Christmas gift exchange today.
Just to think that that's going to keep growing during this match, during the entire next match,
so I got
and potentially another one. Really quick, Dan is on Seto third right now. He just got ultimated, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. We see him rear his ugly face again. Dan does not have a response to it. He only has one equip in his hand, a Beast Fangs, but 500 plus 2800 is only 3300, and that is much weaker than a 4500 attacking ultimate. So, and that's a second ultimate for Dan right there. He is in some hot water. I gotta remember to wait a second because I think yours isn't updating as fast.
And does he need so is he gonna need Regeki like how Jam needed it?
At this point, yes, he needs Regeki. He loses now. There's nothing he can do.
I just realized that as well. Well, F.
So F in the chat for Dan the Enigma. He just lost that duel. As you saw, he attacked the ultimate just to kind of lose a little bit quicker. Once you realize you've lost, it really becomes, let's get out of this duel ASAP so I can get back into another one. So now back over to Jam. Sounds to me like, based off of the music, that he is on either Sebek or Neku. So we will see how his attempt goes.
Would have spread this out more if I knew it was BO3.
Thank you, Chaotic Rampage. They just donated another $5. This will put me at $200 on this run, and even split of adding to the prize pool in Easy's pockets. Thank you for that. Would have spread this out more if I knew it was a best of 3. Hey, you've done so much. Thank you so much for that. Don't worry about spreading it out or any of that. So thank you. Swirly Glasses also donated $10. Me and my friends are doing a Christmas gift exchange today, and one of them is a big PlayStation and Yu-Gi-Oh fan. Or sorry, one of my friends is a big PlayStation and Yu-Gi-Oh fan. I got him the black PlayStation sold in Japan with Forbidden Memories with the Yu-Gi-Oh lanyard. Anyways, put this towards the recoup. Thank you so much, Swirly. Dude, I love different edition PlayStations. I really want to get there's a pink PS2 you can get. Dude, I really want one, but they're pretty rare to find the mint. Really want one though.
I never knew that there was an official one released by Sony. PS2.
Yeah, dude,
PS2?
It's pink.
Wow, that's insane.
It's sick.
PS5 would be cool if, they existed.
How do I donate to GFC? You can just go to his, if you go to his YouTube channel, just search GFC, Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, something like that. If you go, you'll see his stream broadcasts, and in the description of those, I'm sure it's right there.
Yep, should be right at the top.
Thank you, Brighton.
I appreciate it, man. I will, I'll turn on my bot so I can at least properly thank anyone who does do that. Do appreciate it. Ooh, Skull Knight
Yo, Mouth
and a
Dart,
Kaminari,
we're just in the heat of this tournament here. We're pretty much really close to the end of the first game. There's been a lot of back and forth, and right now the prize pool's well over $1,000 for these players, so they're playing for quite a bit. Tensions are high, mistakes are being made. It's really gonna be interesting to see who finishes this off.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to wonder if that was like a mistake just made, because he didn't think of it, or was, that prize money in the back of his head, let me win this duel quickly. It's just crazy to see people playing it, at a level like this for such high stakes. It's incredible. But I mean, no matter who wins or loses, both people streaming here are going away with a nice sum of money no matter what.
For sure.
So that's really nice for these guys. They played very well up until this point. Where are the splits for the speed run? We have a timer, but we don't need full splits.
Yeah, we don't need splits.
Just to keep track of it.
Well, for a race, we'd have to have 2 sets of splits there, and then plus they're gonna lose to if they're losing to the final 6. I don't even know how you handle that in the splits.
Yeah, that would be messy. Yo, Brighton, I really appreciate the $10 donation that you just gave me.
Yeah, thank you, Brighton.
I really appreciate it.
Supporting the
thanks
homie.
For being the best co-commentator. I appreciate
Which GFC definitely is, the homie. This is not the first time GFC and I have collabed, but we're not going to get into it.
Yeah,
we're not going to get into it.
Definitely the best circumstances that we've had to collab so far.
Certainly not. But now we're homies.
Hell yeah. So we got Jam of a Lifetime over there, starting Seto third. That's an interesting hand he has there. So he has a Megamorph, and he also has a Labyrinth Wall, which he put in his deck. So if he puts that Megamorph on the Labyrinth Wall, he does have a 4,000 defender. And Seto third, opening with just a Metal Zoa. Unbelievable. Jam of a Lifetime is now able to make a 3,800 twin-headed to completely destroy that 3,000 attacking Metal Zoa. If Seto third does not play a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, then Jam of a Lifetime will beat Seto third here. We will see. He can play Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon on any given turn, but if he doesn't do that, then Jam has Seto third beaten. Oh, yep. If Jam doesn't make the same mistake that he did last time, he wins. And he does not. He makes a 5,300 twin-headed Thunder Dragon.
Woo!
Which means no matter what, Jam of a Lifetime has beaten Seto third.
That thing is thick.
Yo, link a line, $20 donation to me. Thank you so much. Jesus. Thank you so much. Here's a bell for you.
Alright, sounds good. Hide it. Also, Chaotic Rampage says, I'll donate another 100 if either player gets Exodiad. So, let's look forward to that one. That's surely going to happen. But yo,
if
thanks,
somebody
Chaotic.
gets Exodiad, that would be so amazing.
I would love for that to happen. I have a YouTube thumbnail then. I'm sure these guys wouldn't be happy about it, but I'm allowed to be a little bit selfish.
They would be happy if they got Exodiad. I guarantee you that, because they're recording this. They'd put it on YouTube and get hundreds of thousands of views. There's only like 1 or 2 videos on YouTube of people getting Exodiad, and they all have like an insane amount of views.
Yeah.
Oh geez, Brighton, another $10 donation. I do have to thank you. Jesus.
Wait, what did he donate?
Another $10.
Yeah,
So
thanks,
that's,
Brighton.
$20 from him so far and 20 from Lincoln. And he says that he wants the backstory of me and Easy. We'll save that for another day.
Well, all you have to do is
there's a video.
you probably look up EZScape GFC, and you could probably find it. So if you go to my main channel, sort by most viewed, it's the most viewed one. I'm pretty sure. There you go. I don't even want to say the name. I don't want to even validate that, but you know, do your research.
All right, Jam of a Lifetime, preparing his deck before the Dark Knight duel. So all Jam has to do now is Dark Knight and Nightmare. Now, Dark Knight is actually easier than the last two duels. Dark Knight's strongest monster is only Meteor B Dragon, which, believe it or not, that's very low at this point in the game. And he draws a Megamorph in his opening hand, which pretty much means that Jam of a Lifetime is going to beat Dark Knight. Typically, Dark Knight isn't a huge roadblock or anything, but the final duel, Nightmare, is very difficult. In my opinion, the most difficult duel of the game.
Mouthart says, "Yo, Easy, how much would chat have to donate for you to do shoutcasting for literally the entirety of the next race? I'm talking CS:GO or StarCraft shoutcasting." Bro, I barely know how. Well, I do know a lot of these cards because they are the original cards. Oh God, I don't know if my throat could handle that.
Wait, who is Dan on? Is this Dark Knight or Nightmare or? It's hard to keep track of these guys. Let's see where. Okay, so Jam looking good against Dark Knight. Remember, Dark Knight and then Nightmare, and then the game is over. So Jam right now, pretty much dominating Dark Knight. Oh, he's on Knight. Oh, he's on Seto third. Okay. So Dan the Enigma just got Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon on Seto third, and he puts down a widespread in response to try to get rid of it, but the widespread gets Feather Duster. So Dan takes a giant 4,500 hit to the face and has no response. So Dan the Enigma will be losing to Seto third here, and going back to the beginning.
How likely is it for Jam to lose this at this point? You said he got through the hardest duel.
Well, see, Seto third and Nightmare are both very, very difficult. In my opinion, the final duel, Nightmare, is actually a little bit harder than Seto third.
Oh, okay.
But some people will disagree with that. Now, both of them play Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, but Nightmare does not have any magics or traps. Now, that seems like that would make him easier, but it doesn't. See, the issue is that against Seto third plays Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, right? You don't have a response in your hand. So the next turn, after he plays that Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, he plays a magic face down. Therefore, you don't take any damage that turn. So Seto third kind of gives you a few turns. Nightmare doesn't. You either beat Nightmare in like 3 turns or you lose to Nightmare in like 3 turns.
I see.
Because he doesn't give you any time. So that is a bad opening hand for Jam right there against Nightmare. Definitely a bad opening hand. All he can hope for now is that Nightmare plays a very weak card and doesn't play anything strong. Let's see. It's a Moon. It's a Black Skull Dragon. That's extremely lucky. Jam only needs 1 equip now. He doesn't get it, but he does get widespread at least. But how much is that really going to help him in this scenario? Not much.
Looks like he's thinking.
Right now, I think he's thinking whether he wants to play that. He decides to play the widespread.
He has all the time in the world right now to think because he knows what position he's in.
I'm not sure that's the best move because Jam is still gonna need an equip.
Yeah, what's going on, Dan?
What.
What's going on in Dan's screen, by the way? Just I hate to cut you off.
He's just not doing anything at the moment. I don't know why.
Dan's waiting for Jam to lose. I see. Oh, he had a bathroom. He's going to pee.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Not what I'd be doing, but hey, when you gotta go,
yeah,
you gotta go. I had to piss, and then you come into the chat to let us all know instead of just raising. Okay, dude, do your race, man.
This is Jam's final turn right here. If he does not draw an equip card and a twin-headed, then he loses. If he does, he probably wins. Let's see. He does!
It didn't pop up on
has
screen yet, but yeah, we just see it
drawn.
right there, the Megamorph.
3,800. This could be
Very
the end
nice.
of this very first match, ladies and gentlemen. The only card that can stop Jam of a lifetime right now is Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon.
Just be
Yet
a
again.
little bit more careful about the commentary. Just, it sucks that it's a little bit delayed. I don't know what to do about it.
Yeah. Between this match, it might be good to like right click.
Yeah,
on
I'll
the,
refresh it after this
source.
match for sure.
Yeah, refresh. Okay, no ultimate yet. Jam could have this.
I just can't fix it without actually breaking the video feed, so.
Yeah. So, looks like Jam, decides to play Umi here. All Jam needs is one more equip, and then he can kill an ultimate if it's played.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking like Jam is about to win the first match here. It's looking very good. And yeah, he just played widespread. So yeah, with Jam of a Lifetime playing widespread Ruin right there, that pretty much confirms that he has won this first match. Yeah, there's just about no way he could lose. Yeah, as of right now, it's official. There's no way Jam can lose. Jam is our first winner, 1 of 3. Unbelievable. What a comeback. He's doing... Oh, you'll see.
Do I press time here?
No, not yet.
Not yet?
I'll tell you when.
Okay.
It's on the you win screen.
Okay, on the UN. Okay. I haven't seen the end of this game, so
Jam of a Lifetime choosing to do a 3D duel right now, just for swag points. So, a lot of people might not know this, but you can do 3D battles for every single attack in this game if you really wanted to. When you go to attack a monster, instead of pressing the X button on the controller, press the square button on the controller, and it initiates a 3D duel. Pretty cool stuff. But yeah, that was just for the aesthetic points right there.
I vibe with
Pretty
it.
cool stuff. Yeah.
It's on by default. You have to turn it off. Interesting.
That's not true.
Oh wait.
3D duels are not on by default. Oh, in Duelists of the Roses it is, yes. Not in this game, though.
Oh, my bad.
I'll tell you when time,
my bad.
time
My
is
bad.
coming up.
Yeah.
Time is coming
They were talking
up.
about Duels of the Roses. I just caught that.
As soon as the you win screen is gone, do it.
Oh, I pressed it early. But it's good. It doesn't matter. Cool.
That's match number 1. We are currently Jam of a Lifetime 1
GG
win.
Jam.
GG's to him.
I'll go ahead and refresh both of their streams real quick. I don't know if this is actually gonna refresh it or not.
There should be a button in the settings that's like refresh cache.
Yeah, okay, I see it now. Yep, got it.
Yep.
Good shout.
Or if you do window capture, you could just press pause and play at any time.
Oh, we got an ad. Hell yeah. Thanks, Twitch.
Pog.
Alright, so we're gonna put in Jam 1. Hopefully this fits. Why do they have to have such long names? That's about as close as I'm gonna get it. Okay, guys, remember this is the best 2 out of 3, so Dan will, has potential to make a comeback. If Jam wins the next one, he's got all the money's going his way.
One of the runners is asking if they can take a short break to stretch.
Yeah, go for it. I would suggest everybody, if you need to go take a bathroom break, anything right now, we'll get started here very soon. In fact, I'm gonna just go ahead and put this on break. GFC, you have to mute again. I'm gonna go ahead and throw on the intermission screen. Okay, guys. Hope you enjoyed that first race. We will be back. I'm gonna say something like.
We say 10, 15.
Do they need 10 or 15 minutes? It's really up to how long ever they need, because I mean the stream would do better if it was just like 5 minutes or something.
I would give them 10. Yeah.
All right, 10 minutes. Yep, that's fine with me.
10 will be good.
Okay, guys. GFC, go ahead and mute your mic. Okay.
Yep.
And I'll let you know when we're back.
EZScape, yo, EZScape.
Yo, thank you, Bomb. Appreciate you. Yeah, I see no reason why I can't just like chat with you guys. I'm just gonna be chilling here anyways. Do I like Crash and Ratchet and Clank? Love Crash and Ratchet and Clank. That is my shit. I love all Insomniac and Naughty Dog games. Really good, always. Maybe get Dan to keep audio on for the we asked him. He said nah. All of them? I mean, I would say most of them. Do you think Crash Bash would have been better if Naughty Dog made it? I actually like Crash Bash. Maybe I'm weird. A lot of people don't like it, but I like it. Also, guys, ignore the timer here. It's probably just gonna chill until, we're just waiting until they're both ready. It may be 10 minutes. We basically give them 10 minutes leeway. Nice intermission stream. Yeah, I like it. It's cool. It's chill. It's a vibe. Yo, what's up, Alex? Yeah, Dan. I mean, take your time. You got probably another 7 minutes tops. Will I try to win this game? Forbidden Memories? I'm definitely gonna try it out sometime. Most unheard of game that I absolutely love to death? Oh, you're gonna have to make me think. You know, you didn't miss it. We're just in an intermission. We're gonna be going here soon. Okay, yeah, the intermission screen doesn't last that long, so. Oh, look at that. Now it's infinite. Because I have a couple intermission screens. I didn't think I would have I need a longer one, so. Yeah, I like any game that I can play with a bunch of people, couch co-op games. Yeah, best of 3, so we're gonna be on the second round now. So it could be up after this round here. We'll see. If it isn't, if anything, that just makes it a little bit more hype, but you know. Again, it's not that unheard of esports tournaments to have like streams this long. It's a pretty standard amount. 4 to 6 hours. That's That's not really anything. Plus, yeah, it gives people time to, you know, come in and plenty of content. But again, guys, there's going to be over $1,000 on the line here, so see how that goes. Love your videos, EZScape. Please keep it up, and I miss your RS content. Hey, if they ever update PvP, I'll play it. I'm trying to think. I'm still trying to think of how to answer your question on like a game that a lot of people haven't heard of that I really like. Oh yeah, Full Metal Alchemist. That would definitely be it. Yeah, the Full Metal Alchemist series. I actually like well, at least the second and third game, and not really many people have heard of them, but I actually really enjoy those games. A favorite RPG? Final Fantasy X. Maybe 7 or I always have a hard time choosing between like all of the PlayStation Final Fantasy games. I really like 7, 9, 10, 12 even. Still haven't finished 8. I don't know why I didn't like that one as much. No, Ignacio, I have highlights on my channel. It's really hard for me to choose Belgian because I don't know, I just like them all. Anything better than X2. Okay, I can agree with you there. Again, I'm about to refresh the intermission screen, but that's 5 minutes so far that's passed. I don't know how to fix it, but... so we have 5 minutes for our runners to get back. Minimum. So you're never playing RS again? That's what I tell people. It's never gonna get a PvP update, so I'm never playing again. The battle system is decent in X2. It's different, but X2 isn't what makes me enjoy Final Fantasy X, I guess. Yeah, Dan Vale, it'd be like that. Oh yeah, it's really easy to get burnout in OSRS, for sure. Yeah, awesome sauce. It's that laughing scene that made you play it. Everyone talks shit on FF10 because of the laughing scene, but like, other than that, it's not very cringe. That is pretty cringe though. Atlas, I'll probably make an update video here soon. I don't really feel like, man, it's like every stream I have to talk about Dream at least a little bit, but I'm just gonna avoid it today. You know, I have my video up if you want to watch that. Cheesing the final boss in Final Fantasy X? Yeah, I don't. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by cheesing it? Like in what way? I don't recall the final boss ever being that difficult though. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, my stances haven't changed too much, but yeah. Oh yeah, that's right, Chaotic, you can. Yeah. I don't think I ever did that, but I mean, the boss isn't too difficult if you play the game up till that point anyways, but yeah, I forgot you could do that. It's meant to be a fake laugh in the laughing scene. I don't see the problem with it. Oh, I just know a bunch of people think it's cringe. It is a little bit, but there's nothing wrong with being cringe. Since YouTubers boxing is such a fad now, you should box another speedrunner to see who gets the fastest KO. Wow, what an idea. That's definitely what I'm investing into next. All right, well, we need both runners on deck. We need to be starting here pretty soon. So make sure you check with them GFC because they have, I would say, 2 minutes. EZScape versus BScape, book it. Okay, people probably would actually watch that. All my pent up anger on him. You missed a crossfade? You know how that infuriates me, Alan. Gonna go Hulk on him. Arcus already shattered the bean burrito world record. There's no more IRL speedruns to go for. True. It's definitely a burrito. I just love his reaction to making the burritos. Like, that's definitely a burrito. Like, how can you argue with that? If you could choose a YouTuber, who would you punch in the face? Yeah, I'm not one of one of those guys. They're both back? Cool. If last question. If Jagex implements, I mean, not the last question, we'll still answer stuff, but we're gonna get back into it, okay, guys? Jagex implements some speedrunning thing in the game. They're planning on doing it, but I don't plan on doing it myself. I actually don't like speedrunning that game that much. I like routing it, I don't like speedrunning it. It's not that fun for me. But yeah, I think we're back. GFC, you can go ahead and unmute, and we're gonna hop back into the tournament. We're gonna be doing round 2 here. DanTheEnigma, who is down a game to Jam of a Lifetime. And again, this is an over $1,000 prize pool. So really hype stuff going on here. I have yet to I might calculate it here soon, but if you guys want to contribute at all to the prize pool, feel free to go check out the donation links. You know, whatever platform you're watching on should just be pretty easily accessible there in the description or something. Just let me know if you want the donation to go towards the prize pool, or if you want it to go to help me recoup the 250 that I threw down for it. It does not matter to me. You guys have been super generous to stream so far, and I cannot thank you guys enough for doing all of that. So this is gonna be really hype. If Jam wins here, he wins the money. But and Jam's already been proven to be doing some pretty risky strategies, such as going for Final 7 rather than Final 6. We'll have to see if he decides to bust that out again. Last race that we also saw them both get 2 Megamorphs pretty much nearly at the same time, and that was pretty hype as well. So we'll see if they can get lucky on their equips. Yeah, good stuff to both of them. Unfortunately, you know, the last race probably would have ended a little bit sooner, except for Jam made a fatal execution error. And it, you know, sometimes it just be like that. The nerves can get to you. You know, nobody's perfect, and sometimes you just make those bad judgment calls. Listen, like last week, I remember I was speedrunning Yu-Gi-Oh, and I think it was called there was a card down, I think called Dark Door, which was blocking my one card from attacking, and I did a really stupid play to make up for it without realizing there was a D-spell in my hand. I literally just forgot, like, because I was speedrunning, and you're in the heat of the moment trying to be fast, and you can just make mistakes that just frustrate the hell out of you. It's just speedrunning Yu-Gi-Oh adds that extra element, and it's stressful. It really is. So yeah, the prize pool really skyrocketed within like a couple minutes. People were just throwing money at it. People were really hype over this. So there's a bunch of side bets that people have going on, so we're not gonna wait any longer. I'm gonna go ahead and reset the timer, and GFC, when are we ready to go, my guy?
Yo.
Yo.
All right. So both runners are back and in position in a racetime.gg. I told them I was going to give them the word when they can ready up, so I'm going to give them that word right now, and I will let you know right about when they're going to start.
Yeah, just let me know when I need to start that timer, boyo.
Will do.
Man,
all right.
I'm excited. I wonder if Jam's just gonna clean house here, or if Dan's gonna make a little comeback. We'll have to see. If you guys are just tuning in now, feel free to ask questions. You know, we have a long race ahead of us. Probably wait until we get into it, but yeah, feel free to ask any questions, and we'll try and help you out.
And get ready, go.
Go. Yes, sir.
Yep. We're on.
Okay. They're delayed by a little bit, but I mean, a couple seconds doesn't really mean too much. But
what is on your side right now?
Let me mute the music as well.
Timer out of curiosity.
Okay, wait. So you're asking what's on my screen?
Yeah, for DanTheEnigma, what's his timer at? Just rattle off the seconds.
His timer, I can't actually see that because I have it cropped. I'll tell you when. Forbidden Memories logo just popped up.
Yeah, tell me when it's like black screen completely faded.
Okay, the next black screen, I'll let you know. Now.
Okay, so that's still about 2 seconds behind, so I'll just keep that in mind.
About 2 seconds behind. I'll refresh one more time just to make sure, okay?
Gotcha, yeah. I don't know if the browser source is putting it at source
I
quality.
hope it doesn't
That
play
might have
ads
to do with
again,
it.
but
But yeah, that's fine. For the most part, it'll be good. Oh, so it looks like Dan the Enigma there
ads
is
again.
actually
Sorry guys,
deciding
it's to make sure the commentary is good for the rest. The beginning of the run doesn't matter. Okay, hope you enjoy the Twitch
yeah,
ads.
no, it really doesn't much.
Not my fault. I'll explain that in a second, Christopher. Let's just make sure we can see the gameplay again.
I wish I could just make Twitch buffer for me really quick.
I hate this. It is your fault you're not subbed. Fair enough. Okay, we're good now. All I'm seeing on Dan's screen is Forbidden Memories.
Yeah.
And now
tell
black
me when
screen
it
right there.
fades. Did it fade already?
All right, just fade it again.
Sweet. Okay. Yeah. That's only about a second. So
Okay,
it's
that's a
not
little bit
really
better. All right, we should be all good then. What were you saying before with the final 6, final 7? Or do you just want to explain that again? Because I just don't want to mess it up.
Did somebody ask a question like the difference between final?
Yeah,
6,
because
final
I
7?
talked about the difference in the risky strats that Jam did compared to Dan.
Right. Okay. So at the very end of the game, there are 6 duels in a row that you have to do without saving. So if you die in duel number 6, you go back to the beginning. Very difficult duels. However, there is a way to make it 7 duels, which saves you time earlier in the run. So pretty much there is somebody in the final 7 at the end game called Labyrinth Mage. You have the option to fight him earlier in the game, but if you fight him earlier in the game, you don't just have to fight him, you have to fight Seto 2, another person as well. So because of that, fighting Labyrinth Mage and Seto 2 loses about 3 minutes. However, if you fight them earlier in the game, now Labyrinth Mage is not in the end game because you've already beaten him. So the end game becomes 6 duels, the final 6. However, you can skip Labyrinth Mage and Seto 2 earlier in the run in order to save those 3 minutes. But now when you do the end game, you have to fight Labyrinth Mage every single time you do the end game, which makes it the final 7. So the only time final 7 saves time is if you beat the game on your first attempt of the final 7. Because if you beat the game first attempt final 7, well, now you never had to fight Seto 2, so you just saved 1 full duel worth of time, which is about 3 minutes.
Pretty nice.
However, if you lose during your first attempt of the final 7, now you're locked in to final 7 for the rest of the run. So every attempt you have, you're doing 1 extra duel every single time. And if your opponent is doing final 6, yes, they may have lost those 3 minutes earlier in the run, but if you're doing multiple attempts, they only have to do 6 duels instead of 7. So they're going to gain back that 3 minutes, and then they're going to keep gaining more and more and more time over you. So final 7 is very risky for not even that much payoff.
No, it's not that much time at all. And as you guys saw before, even in the final 6, you can still lose semi-easily. I mean, Dan, we would assume Dan was a little bit more prepared for the final 6 than Jam was prepared for the final 7, yet he still lost the match and Jam was able to get through the final 7. In fact, Jam might have been able to get through the final 7 first try had he not made just the one mistake, but...
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. But yeah, it isn't that much time save given the risk. It's really only used in world record attempts, because in world record attempts you need that time save to get record. You can't get the record otherwise, so you have to do it there. But in these races, you'll always see people do final 6 for the most part. So yeah, it was a very big risk, and it did not pay off for Jam. Even though Jam won, I want to reiterate, he did not win because he saved those 3 minutes, because Jam lost many minutes to Dan because he didn't do it first try. It took them multiple attempts. So Jam took a big time loss over Dan by doing final 7, but he still did manage to win. So did the risk pay off? No, but Jam did still win. So yeah.
Yep, always a new game. And then do one more time. I know Probably getting sick of it, but you want to explain the 15 card mod, my guy?
I would love to.
All right.
So, the original Forbidden Memories, vanilla Forbidden Memories, after you finish a duel, you get a card as a reward. One random card as a reward. This is usually how you create, a powerful deck. You'll fight somebody, win a good card. That's nice. You put it in your deck, and now you're stronger. The issue is that farming in vanilla Forbidden Memories takes many, many, many hours. A typical race of vanilla FM could go over 10 hours, like easily can go over 10 hours. So there is a mod called 15 card mod where the only difference is that you win 15 cards at the end of every single duel instead of one. So that's the only thing that changes. So the speedrun itself ends up being pretty much all of the good stuff of the speedrun, all the good decision making and skill and all that, but minus having to farm for 6, 7, 8, 9 hours. So it's just the same run in a smaller amount of time. It makes it much more competitive, fast-paced, and fun. So this mod was created a few years ago, and it's pretty much become like the preferred way to speed run this game. And this particular tournament is using that 15 card mod. So everybody's been using that mod. And it is just a great speed run. It is a very, very amazingly fun speed run. So that's what these guys are doing. So you won't see a ton of farming for hours. You'll only see a couple minutes of farming. And the rest of it is just going to be skill, decision making, and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Are there a lot of people that just only run this? It's just their more preferred way to play?
Yes, there are tons of people these days who only do 15 card mod. There's very few people who still actively speed run vanilla Forbidden Memories. Unless it's RNG manipulation. Like that's still something that I will actively run in vanilla. But outside of that, like playing like this, where you're actually farming to get cards, that's not really something people do very much anymore. Occasionally for a race for fun, people will do it, but those races go 12 plus hours.
I bet.
Every time. So.
Also, we just got another donation from Gibo Goblin, donated $20. The balance of RNG and skill, and this is great. For 20, the pot of greed. Just to make sure, did you want that to go towards the prize pool? I'm assuming so, but just clarify in chat for me if you will. Just so I know. But yo, thank you so much for that. Yeah, there's been a ton added to this prize pool. Like, this is not clickbait. It's actually $1,000 on the line here.
Probably.
That was me, prize
point.
pool. Gotcha. I figured. So we'll throw that in there. And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and throw that Discord link also over there if you guys want to join the Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories Discord server. If you guys are like, wow, oh yeah, wait, let me send you the hyperlink so you guys can really click on that here. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, if you guys want to go check that out, if you guys want to learn how to speedrun this game, or if you want to just try out the 15 card mod, whatever you guys want to do, yeah, they'll be able to help you out, get you started, and you got to get that prep in for GFC's tournament next year. So you got to make sure you get started early, okay? Gonna be a lot of beginners.
Yep, there will be lots of beginners in Duelist Kingdom, which will be starting. What is the exact date that I set? Give me like 2 seconds and I'll tell you the exact date.
You're calling the prize pool the pot of greed now. Draw $1,000.
Yu-Gi-Oh! The Duelist Kingdom, the next big Forbidden Memories tournament, will be starting on January 16th, 2021. And registration will be opening on New Year's Day, January 1st, 2021. So, yeah, keep an eye out for the registration, January 1st. Beginners are absolutely welcome. There's going to be a ton of people in this tournament. Like, I'm estimating more than 70 people are going to be in this tournament, easily. So, yeah, join up. There's going to be prizes, a trophy for the winner. It's going to be going until April 16th, 2021. It'll be 3 months long. You can play as much as you want or as little as you want. So, it doesn't matter. If you are very busy, you can join. That's fine. You can face off against whoever you want to face off against. There's no scheduled matches. It's all up to you. So even if you're busy and a beginner, still join. It's open to everybody.
Gary Oak asked you, GFC, is this the final match
Big
of the
fan,
tourney?
bud. Hope this helps recoup some of your costs.
Potentially.
Yeah,
It could
so
be. This
I
is
stopped talking
completely
because somebody
fine.
donated. But yeah, it's the best 2 out of 3. So Dan has a chance to make a game back, and then there would be a 3rd game. So it could be over right here. Jam manages to secure the victory. We'll see how it all plays out. You know, see it is. I wonder if Jam's gonna keep sticking to this risky play style.
Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, after the last match, you would think that he would kind of have learned, hey, maybe this isn't the best idea to do again. Pretty much after immediately taking a huge time loss for it. So we will see.
Feel like it'd be nice to give some money to the quarterfinalists as well. We'll see how much it. Jam's stream buffered just a second. Just since we're early into this, I'm gonna go ahead and refresh his real quick because why not?
Yeah.
Just to make sure
May as
this
well.
is to make sure commentary is all lined up. Also, Jam hasn't been
Ooh.
having any ads play. So that's nice.
Really quick, Dan_TheEnigma just got a Beast Fangs just
Woo!
time. Early Beast Fangs for Dan right there, putting him at 1 equip over Jam, who has 0.
Keeps buffering.
Looks like deja vu here. Oh yeah, I see that.
Is it buffering
That's
for you
strange.
as well or no?
No, it's not. But I'm browser
Source. It's probably the browser
capture's
source. I'll
always
refresh
been
it one
weird.
more time, and
Yeah.
hopefully it just doesn't. But it's 1080p, so 60 FPS, so happens.
Yeah, right. Yeah, the Discord link that you tried to post in your chat did not show
It didn't
up.
actually show
thought
up.
it was-
I'm gonna post it
No, it
5
didn't.
times. Am I not allowed to post links in my own chat?
YouTube has been weird with that lately. I don't think mine showed up, did it?
I literally
No.
just posted it 5 times and it's not
Yeah.
popping up. Anyways, it's discord.gg/YGOFM. Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
FM. YGO
Very
FM.
easy to remember. That's weird.
Stop spamming your own chat. I know. That's bizarre, but I mean it's fine.
YouTube
We're
has
big chilling
actually
with
been doing
commentary right now
bizarre
because we're
stuff.
super early in. They're still farming.
Yep, very early in. Not too much going on right now. They're just doing their initial farming, trying to get a couple dragons and a couple thunders to kind of kickstart their deck and get them through this early game stuff.
Yes,
but
sir.
like I said, Dan_TheEnigma did get Beast Fangs, so he is already 1 equip ahead, just like last time. About an hour to an hour 30. How long does this run roughly? No, it's typically 2 to 2.5 hours.
Yeah,
That's
last one was
typically
2
how long
hours,
these
and
go.
that was with a mistake being made. So it probably would have potentially would have finished even like maybe 15 minutes earlier, 20 maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know, but that's what I'm assuming.
Yeah, roughly. That was a pretty decent overall run for Jam there. It was a pretty decent end time right there, like 2 hours flat, I believe it was.
Yep, pretty close enough.
Yeah, that's quite good for a race time. I see a lot of races go to 2:30, so a lot of it also depends on that farming section in the middle, the Atex. I mean, we saw both of them got insane luck on those Atex, winning 2 Megamorphs and all that other stuff in one duel. That doesn't normally happen, so normally that section goes on a little bit longer as well.
I wonder if any people are coming over on the YouTube from the video I posted today, because for some reason that video decided to do better than every other video I posted, and I maybe spent an hour on it. But hey, so is YouTube. Yeah, we have quite the crowd watching this. Thanks for being here, everybody.
Yeah,
Hope you're all
Thank you,
enjoying.
everybody. Yeah, we just hit 200 viewers on the Twitch.
Nice.
Pretty crazy stuff. Yeah. So yeah, not much going on currently. Currently, Jam of a Lifetime is continuing on in the campaign/story mode. Meanwhile, Dan the Enigma is still doing his early game farm. Dan the Enigma not getting the best luck on Dragons and Thunders. Only 2 Dragons and 1 Thunder right now. Meanwhile, Jam of a Lifetime moved on from his first farming session a while ago, and he has 6 Dragons and 3 Thunders. So Jam doing far better as far as monsters and campaign/story progression goes. But Dan does have that extra equip, which is pretty helpful right now. But given how much of a lead Jam has in other areas, I would say they're pretty much even right now. I would say pretty much completely even.
I was gonna ask if it was more about Dan just getting bad luck, or if it's more that Jam is just more comfortable with going earlier because it happened last time too. I'm assuming the former.
Jam does tend to go earlier than Dan.
Oh, really?
Dan does tend to do a little bit longer of a farm one. But in this situation, I would say that it is Dan getting some bad luck. He hasn't really won too much other than that Beast Fangs and a few Dragons, but he is pretty thin on Dragons and Thunders right now. If I were Dan, I probably would not move on yet either. So I don't really blame him for continuing the farm in this case.
Cool. Right now would be the best time if any of you guys have questions. Don't be shy. Don't worry about not knowing anything. I don't know anything either. Before this, I legitimately did not know anything about this game. So feel free to ask anything. We're early game. When we get definitely closer to the final 6, final 7, our eyes are gonna be a bit more glued to the screen than the chat. So.
Yep.
But we have a bit of time before we get there, and we're just trying to see if they farm any good cards, or at least Dan at this point, and then Jam's just cruising on through the story.
Yeah, he's actually getting some pretty good drops in campaign as well, because every time you win a duel, you get cards, not just in free duel. So you do get cards during the story mode, and Jam has been doing pretty good there. He's gotten a couple Dragons and Thunders just by moving through the duels. So he's doing pretty good there overall. But yeah, great time to ask questions.
Yeah, I'll just say it out loud. Yeah, I made this layout without knowing, I've never made a layout for a tournament before, and I was just doing what made sense with the screen space more so than what made sense based off the names and the stuff like that. I just wanted to be minimalistic and focus more on the gameplay. So I didn't really think about it, but yeah, I could see how maybe making some space to show who the commentators are. I just assumed people would know. But, it's not smart to assume because we're going out to a bit of a broader audience. So next time I'll account for that. But I mean, this should suit fine for this one. But I'll keep that in mind next time. Kind of made this in an hour. So yeah, it's decent.
Yeah. Looks great overall, though, I think. This overlay. I love this overlay.
Yeah, thanks, dude. I mean, feel free to use it all you want. I'm never going to... I mean, I don't want to say I'm never going to use it again. But most likely I'm never going to use it again. So it's all you, man.
Yeah, I'll definitely be using it in the future.
Yeah, there's definitely. I just went for minimalism. That's really all I did. I like layouts like that are just more minimalistic. That focus.
No, I totally agree. I don't like very messy, busy layouts. Just give people what they need to see. Gameplay should always be the main focus of everything. So.
But yeah, chaotic. Okay. The name scrunching is because that's their fault. That's not my fault. I'm not taking any L's for that. That's their fault. They should have picked better names. Yeah. Yo, Bandit Keith is pissed.
That he is. He's not happy to lose to a guy named Jam of a Lifetime.
Yo, thank you, Ring. They should have picked better names. Man named after a RuneScape meme. Okay, listen. It was... My name was because I made RuneScape guides. I made 2 of them, you see. But you have to make a name when you make the channel, so... Making the game easier. EZScape, and now I make speedrunning videos, and it's all irrelevant. But,
yeah.
Hey. That's life.
His name is at least gaming related. My name used to be Games for Charity. That's what GFC actually stands for. It used to be Games for Charity.
I just assumed it was Giant Fucking Can or what.
Whenever somebody asks now, I just say it stands for whatever you want it to. If people say Giant Fucking Cock, I'm good with that one. Whatever people want it to be for. Georgia Fried Chicken. I get called KFC a lot, but my first stream was a charity stream. That's why I did that. It was my very first stream in late 2012. So.
Wait, you made your name based off on EZScape. No, none of the scapes that exist made their names based off of anybody else. Finally, the truth. Yeah, I was thinking Jesus fucking Christ as well, but it doesn't really work that well.
Yeah, I probably haven't told people the real reason in a long time.
It's deep. It's deep, okay?
Yeah.
It's so deep that you can just make up your own meaning to it. It's that deep.
I remember it's kind of funny. I remember I wanted to, when I got into streaming, like actually got into it, I wanted to change it away from games for charity, but Twitch didn't do name changes back then. So I remember I emailed them and I'm like, listen guys, my name is false advertising. That looks bad for your platform. Do you really want to do that? And they're like, okay, we'll change your name.
Your YouTube name, it's like your user is different. It's like Skyward or something.
I know. It doesn't let me change the URL.
Well, yeah, I know that, but I was just prying.
I made that even before 2012 when I was like a child, because the first video I ever uploaded was testing my capture card, and it was the opening cinematic of Skyward Sword back when that was first released. So, oh well. God-fearing Christian.
I know. I saw that as well. I was laughing to myself on that one.
I haven't heard that one. I don't know how. That's perfect.
All right, so do you wanna do a little vibe check? What's going on with our runners?
So right now, oh wow. So DanTheEnigma is still on Farm 1, his first farm session, and it looks like he hasn't really won anything. He's at 4 dragons and 1 thunder. Meanwhile, Jam of a Lifetime is already more than halfway done with the World Tournament, and he's at 6 dragons, 3 thunders. Now, given Dan does have 1 equip, which Jam of a Lifetime does not, but Jam is so far ahead in the campaign right now that I would say Jam is overall definitely ahead.
So, do you agree with Dan's play here? Would you be doing the same thing, or how would you play this out?
Honestly, I probably would have moved on maybe 1 or 2 duels ago, but I probably would have been still farming pretty close to now. But he actually just won 2 thunders, and he just got enough star chips.
So he's going to the campaign.
4. So now he's good to go, yeah. But yeah, he got very bad luck, I would say, overall there. I probably would have done close to the same, yeah. It's just the situation you got to roll with. Oh my god, everybody's going to be putting their GFCs
I know, dude.
now.
We opened the floodgates, and now we just have to accept it.
Would be the best advice for someone that wants to start running this. Join the Discord server and join races as much as you can, because the best way to learn this game is to play this game in a speedrunning setting. If you join races, you can get in a Discord call with people who know everything there is to know about this game, and you can ask them questions while playing in real time. That's how I learned this game. I joined lots of races back in 2013, and you learn quickly that way. You can look at guides and lists all you want, but you're not really gonna get it until you play and get experience. So that's my recommendation, 100%.
It's how I practice my Yu-Gi-Oh game is I like to you have to speedrun, because you have to be prepared for that kind of pressure and think quickly thinking about everything. But you also have to practice in isolation too, maybe a little bit slower, just to really like think about your moves and make sure you're good like that.
Yeah, I would recommend playing the game casually at least 1 or 2 times.
That's a good start.
First, like, obviously.
Great idea, GFC, an innovator. Yeah. Play the game casually before you speedrun it.
But you'd be surprised. I've seen people who like watch this game a lot, and then they're just like, all right, I just want to start running it. And to be fair, the speedrun of this game doesn't look a ton different from a casual playthrough.
Right.
Because it's not like you're doing a bunch of glitches and all this crazy movement. Like, it does look a lot of the same. It's really just learning.
You have to know how to play the
casually
game. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So just play as much as you can. That's my main thing. Races are the best resource that you have. Race with people like me and, you know, Dan, Jam. We're racing all the time, and we're definitely more than willing to help new runners.
Is this live? It's hella live. Real time, baby. Where the commentary is live and the runs are pre-recorded.
That's right. Easy. Dan the Enigma and Jam of a Lifetime don't even exist, honestly. We just made them up for this.
They don't actually exist.
Dan
It's just
truly
GFC
is an
right,
enigma.
with 2 pre-records, and we wanted to make it hype. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. All the money's going to GFC.
Do you guys normally run on PlayStation, or do you use an emulator of some sort? So, because this is 15 card mod, which is a modified version of the original game, pretty much all runs of this are done on emulator. Unless you have a modified PlayStation or PlayStation 2 that, you know, lets you run, you know, pirated games and mods, then you can use that. But on the leaderboards, we have a list of like approved emulators. Emulator is allowed for all runs of this, of the vanilla game and everything. So you don't have to have the game or anything like that. Both of these guys are playing on an emulator. I think there's only 1 or 2 people who actually have a modded PS2 to play this. But the fastest version of Forbidden Memories is actually console, believe it or not.
Yeah,
It's,
because you play on a PS2
PS2
with fastest speed, right? So loads would be slightly quicker.
Yeah, that's exactly what you want. PS2 with FDS, but the BIOS version of the PS2 actually matters as well. For some reason, so the BIOS version, 75001, 75001 and above is the fastest version, because for some reason on versions lower than that, every time you do a direct attack for 2000 damage or more, the game lags really badly and it loses like half a second every single time, which adds up a lot during a run.
Yeah.
No idea why that happens, but yeah, so you need like a newer PS2 with FDS.
That's very common for PS1 titles. That's why I have 2 90Ks.
Yeah, the 90Ks are good, but as long as the PS2 you have is 75 or higher,
Yep.
It's just as fast.
Weirdly,
least for this
77K for certain games is faster than a 90K. It's like a weird list of games that it's better.
Oh,
so sometimes you want
that's
to have
interesting.
both, but you know,
Yeah.
it's weird.
But yeah, for this, everyone's playing on emulator anyways, which, yeah.
Oh, which emulator? Do they usually play on ESPX or whatever it is?
EPSXE.
Yeah,
is
that's what it was.
Usually the one that's used. There's a couple other approved emulators. I believe like BizHawk is allowed, I think. We have a list of them on the leaderboard rules. That's on speedrun.com. So if you're interested in getting into it, you can go look there. I would recommend EPSXE version 1.8 or version 2.0.0. Those are the most common that you'll see.
And is
is
there anybody that plays on JP?
What was that?
Is there anybody that plays on JP?
No.
No, I
there's
didn't
not.
think so. I was curious.
Yeah, there's really no reason to.
Well, I mean, in the community, obviously Japanese players play on JP.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But
there is actually a
yeah,
no,
like
the interesting thing, there is a JP community, speedrunning community for this game, but the JP community actually has like, they run their own community, they run their own leaderboards on like a separate website.
That's really
it's not even on
that's
speedrun.com.
common. Yeah,
they have like their own thing going on there. But a lot of people probably wonder why isn't Japanese faster? Because in a lot of games in speedruns, the Japanese text is faster because you can fit more meaning into less characters. So it's usually less characters. But because of the way text skipping works in Forbidden Memories, it doesn't matter how many characters are in a text box, because every text box skips at the same speed, whether it's full or whether it has one character in it. So
I didn't see any side scrolling, so yeah, that's usually when that's the case.
Yeah, right.
If there's side scrolling that exists.
Right, yeah. So yeah. But don't play on PAL, because obviously PAL's slower.
Is it
Which
just
is
like is it like kind of how every PS1 or a lot of PS1 games are like what 5, 6
slower frame rate?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
it's like,
speed.
it's like it's 50 FPS instead of 60, which just makes the game feel horrible to play. But it is just way slower overall during a run.
Gotcha. All right, we're gonna go for another vibe check. What's going on?
All right, so we got DanTheEnigma, who is right now, he's at about the halfway mark of the World Tournament. Meanwhile, Jam of a Lifetime is just pretty close to finishing the World Tournament here. He just beat Pegasus, so Jam of a Lifetime only has Isis and Kaiba, and then he is done with the World Tournament and can move on. Jam of a Lifetime also just won Acid Trap Hole from Pegasus, which means that Jam of a Lifetime, as of now, can do Atex, which is very important. DanTheEnigma, like I said, he is at the halfway point, so he still has Shoddy, Bakura, Pegasus, Isis, and Kaiba, so 5 duels instead of 2. So I would say Jam is at about 3.5 duel lead right now, but Dan is leading on the equip. I would still say Jam is overall ahead by a little bit, because when you consider who's ahead, you have to consider who's further in the story, in the campaign, but you also have to consider whose deck is better, because that kind of determines how much farming they're going to have to do. So considering all that, Jam, a little bit ahead right now.
Somebody said, isn't a physical copy like insanely expensive for this game? Is that true?
No.
No?
No. It's insanely cheap.
Oh,
in
really?
Fact. Yeah, I've gone to a lot of gaming conventions and old game stores, and like I've seen this game go for anywhere between $10 and like $25-$30. I've never really seen it cost more than that.
Okay. I'll probably pick it up.
Now, if you wanted to get, the case in fully intact with the booklet and everything, that would probably be very expensive, because in the original case for this game, in the booklet, I believe they included like a promo Yu-Gi-Oh card, I believe. So if you wanted to find that with the card and everything, I think that would be insanely expensive. But I got a copy off of eBay that had the case with the instructional booklet, but just not the cards, and I think it was $50. And if you find it somewhere else without the case, it's probably going to be like 10. So
Is this one of the games that came with a card? I zoned out a little bit there. Which one was it?
This game did come with 3 promos, I think it was. I don't remember exactly what cards they are. I think it's like Magician of Black Chaos and 2 others. I'm not sure exactly what it is.
Okay.
But yeah, if you wanted to get those cards included in the case, that's when you're going to pay a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, the instructional booklet for this game is funny because it's horribly translated, and it gives false information, like actual, like incorrect information in it. It's pretty funny. Let's see here. Okay, so Jam of a Lifetime is done with Isis and is now starting Atex as of right now. So this is Jam's chance to get very far ahead of Dan. If he gets a really good A-Tech, he could move on immediately before Dan even has a chance to do a single A-Tech. It is technically possible for that to happen here. Jam is also looking very good on Dragons and Thunders. He's currently at 12 Dragons, 6 Thunders, which is great compared to Dan's 6 Dragons, 4 Thunders. So yeah, Jam of a Lifetime just started his first A-Tech, which is a special rank that you can get. It's a very long duel where you have to do a bunch of different requirements, fusing 15 times, have 3 cards or less remaining in your deck, etc., a bunch of things. But by getting this rank on Pegasus, you have a chance of winning Megamorph, Bright Castle, Dragon Treasure, Widespread Ruin, Dragon Capture Jar, lots of great stuff. So this is typically the farm that decides how good your deck is going to be for the entire run. So we'll keep an eye on Jam there. Promo cards were Red Eyes, Black Metal Dragon, Harpy's Pet Dragon, and Metal Morph. Ah, okay. That's funny that Red Eyes, Black Metal Dragon is a promo card, because that card is not even in Forbidden Memories.
Guys, I'm getting a huge update in for the speedrunning community in general. Tomato Anus has just gotten the Cyberpunk sex % world record, so you know,
what's the time?
I know you guys were all looking forward to that. 25:44.
Wow.
Yeah, dude. That's really what we were all waiting for.
Yeah, truly.
Tomato, what? Oh yeah, Angus, my bad. GDQ comms.
Tomato Anus. Right.
The G silent.
Who's currently ahead? That would be Jam of a Lifetime on your left right now. Or on your right, sorry. So yeah, Jam of a Lifetime is currently ahead by a little bit. DanTheEnigma technically has a better deck for endgame right now because he has 1 equip, whereas Jam has 0. But as far as overall positioning goes, Jam of a Lifetime is in a much better position to beat the game quicker than Dan is. So we'll see how that goes for him. He's currently doing an A-Tech. These duels take about 5 minutes, roughly. They could take around 4, even 3.5 if you're very good at them. A-Teching is one of those skills that it's kind of complicated to learn how to do them. There are good tutorial videos out there, i.e. mine. But it completely changes the speedrun being able to do A-Techs. It really does. You have access to amazing cards. So it's a necessary skill.
With a run like this that Jam's having, there's no way he goes for Final 7, right?
I would hope not. Like, I certainly would not in a trillion years so far on his run. Especially if things keep up this way. Like, if Jam keeps a decent lead, then there's really no reason that he would do Final 7, especially if you have a lead. Like, if you're very far behind, then maybe it's worth it. But even then, I don't think it's worth it in the long run most of the time. So...
Galundra asks, do you lose on deck out in this game?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Ignacio says, tell people how y'all figured out how to A-Tech reliably GFC. The story is actually hilarious.
Oh. Yeah. So back in like 2013, a guy named SSBM Stuff, or Saboom.
Saboom, dude, that's a guy that got me into speedrunning, by the way. But go on.
Saboom got me into speedrunning too. Yeah. But Saboom... So we didn't know how rank worked. We didn't know how to A-Tech anybody. Now, we knew how to S-Tech people, by the way. So you S-Tech somebody by making your opponent run out of cards. But that literally takes 20 minutes to do that in a duel. So it takes forever. Not worth to do it in a speedrun. But one day, Saboom was just doing a random duel against, I believe it was High Metal Mage Kapura. And the duel took a really long time. And he randomly got an A-Tech at the end of the duel. And we didn't know why he got that A-Tech. A really quick Jam of a Lifetime finished his first A-Tech. He got Dragon Capture Jar, but nothing else. That's not a good A-Tech at all. But
so
anyways,
is that time wasted?
So Boom got an A-Tech. Yeah. No, I didn't know why. But back then, the FM scene wasn't really actively researching that stuff, so it kind of just went away. It was just, oh, that was weird. But then, like a year later in 2014, the same thing happened to me. I randomly got an A-Tech, and I didn't know why. So I went on a website called NeoSeeker, which has a Forbidden Memories forum on it. And I posted a thread, and I was like, does anyone know why I got this rank? And I got a DM from a guy named Infamous, and he said, hey, I have the Japanese official strategy guide for Forbidden Memories. And I think part of it says, oh, wait, what?
Oh, no, I was just like, that's fascinating that it's in a Japanese
yeah.
strategy guide. That's fascinating.
Yeah, so yeah, the moral of the story is that in the Japanese official guide, there is a chart that explains exactly how rank works in Forbidden Memories, which we didn't know for years. So we deciphered that chart, and all of a sudden we knew how to make ATEX work. So I remember I was in high school when this happened, and as soon as I got that chart translated and sent to me by Infamous, I remember I was sitting at lunch, I had my notebook, and I was trying to figure out what the fastest method of getting an ATEC is on like pencil and paper during my high school lunch, and it was a really, really awesome moment. But after that, we figured it out, and ATEX became a part of speedruns from that moment on. But yeah, Japanese guide held all the secrets, apparently.
That is really interesting.
Insane, yeah.
So wait, I wasn't paying attention. Is Jam going for another ATEC then to try and?
Yeah, Jam is doing another ATEC right now. His first ATEC, not that good. He did get one Dragon Capture Jar, which is a magic card that destroys all dragons on the enemy's field.
Right.
That card is only useful really at the very late game, like Seto Third and Nightmare, to get rid of Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. But outside of that, it's not really used, but it is very good to help get rid of the ultimates later on. But no equips is really rough. No widespread's really rough. So we'll see if he can catch up there.
You said that's a spell, not a trap in this game? The Capture Jar?
Dragon Capture Jar is just a spell. Yeah,
okay.
You play it, and it just sucks it all up.
Yep.
But yeah, so Dan the Enigma, on the other hand, has not started ATEX yet, unfortunately. At least it looks like he hasn't. Yeah, oh, actually, he's doing an ATEC in campaign. So Dan the Enigma has begun ATEX. He's doing it in campaign mode, in story mode, instead of doing it in free duel. He will probably go and do them in free duel after this, but if you have a deck that's ready to get the ATEC rank when you're fighting Pegasus in campaign, you may as well make it an ATEC right then and there. It saves a little
because
bit of time.
you're there anyways. So
Yeah, you're there anyways.
see if you get lucky.
Mm-hmm.
Which card is he? What would be the best card for him to get again? Would it be
Megamorph?
Oh yeah. That's right.
Yeah, Megamorph by far.
I was thinking traps, not spells, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, for trap that would be Widespread Ruin.
Yeah.
That is by far the best trap. Do failed fusions count for the fusion requirement for an ATEC? Or is he just spamming that to burn through his hand? No. Failed fusions do not count. One fusion is counted when two cards do the animation, swirl around into a new card. That's one fusion. But yeah, he's just spamming to burn through his hand. Because like I said, you need to end the duel with 3 cards left or less in your deck. And if you look at the top right now, he has 1 card left in his deck, so he's good to go. I don't know. He might be having some trouble here.
Yeah, I hope you guys, again, I hope you're all enjoying the stream. If you're over on YouTube, hey, feel free to like the stream. I don't know if it hurts or does anything, but why not? If you're enjoying it. First time I've asked to stream. But yeah, this is really hyped so far. I mean, this is really gonna turn up whenever we get to the final 6, but maybe final 7 if you're Jam.
Maybe.
Just like it did last time. So we're pretty much just anticipating for when our runners actually get there. You would assume Jam would get there first, right? He'd start off first.
So both runners are now finishing an ATEC at the exact same time.
Oh, that's right.
First,
so
we'll look at Dan. Widespread Ruin and Dragon Capture Jar, nothing else. Over here, we did get 1 Megamorph for Jam of a Lifetime there.
Nice.
1 Megamorph for Jam of a Lifetime. Dan the Enigma didn't really get anything there. He did get a Widespread Ruin, but that's about it. So I would definitely say that Jam of a Lifetime got better luck right there, getting that Megamorph. So right now, they both have 1 equip. However, Jam's 1 equip is a Megamorph. whereas Dan's is not. So I would say the better deck right now definitely belongs to Gem of a Lifetime.
Thank you, Super Duper.
Oh, Super's here. Sup, Super?
I'm glad to hear you're very hungry.
What is the best equip to start with if you're not going with the usual twin-headed ones? There is really no best. It would depend on what card you plan on using during the run. If it's not twin-headed, then, you know, I still think Beast Fangs or Dark Energy is the overall best, like, equip, outside of Bright Castle and Megamorph, of course, just because they work on a lot of cards. But really depends on what card you plan on using. No equip is better than the other, except for, of course, Bright Castle and Megamorph, because they work on everything.
Maybe collab for a Legacy of the Duels tournament? I'd have to think about it. I don't know if that game would be as interesting to run as this, because it's, I would have to think about it. I'd have to learn more about this game and see how it compares and just figure out which one's better. Because it's more important to me to have like the best Yu-Gi-Oh game for competition rather than just like do Yu-Gi-Oh games just for the sake of doing it. I want to pick out the game. Like, I didn't even pick this out. I mean, I somewhat picked this out because it was a Yu-Gi-Oh game, but also I know people really enjoy races of this and it has a thriving community. So it's really important that I can actually get the right amount of people, or like a good amount of people to enter into it, which we were able to fill it up pretty quickly. Not only that, but just to make sure that that it's a good game to race, which this is. So that's why I was considering doing Mario Kart game next, but I'm currently researching that. I just, it's hard to put into words. I just have to think about it more. There's a lot of things you have to think about when you're doing a speedrunning tournament.
Yeah.
Especially as far as like entertainment goes. That's why I said, like, I personally, like I said this earlier, I don't like watching like Super Mario 64 tournaments. Like, I don't like watching Super Mario 64 races because it's more about who makes a single mistake, which it could still be the case here, but I like to see more different strategies being put into play, and you're not watching the same thing every single. That's the main thing with Super Mario 64. You're watching the same thing over and over again. And the current systems that they have put in place, like maybe if they were doing like Super Mario 64 nonstop, where mistakes were way less punishing, I could maybe get behind that a bit more. But where maybe you don't get kicked out of the portal, but you actually show like just reload into the level, stuff like that. But they don't really have it formatted yet. That's better for, you know, that mistakes aren't nearly as costly. There's no way to like make back a run in that case. And also, by not doing nonstop, you're just adding more time that people are watching the same run. So maybe if they change certain stuff, I mean, I guess you have to be the change you want to see in the world. Maybe I'll consider it. But at the moment, I have an idea because I've been to esports tournaments for speedrunning, several of them. So I have a pretty good idea of what I like and what I don't like.
Were you at that, what is it called? Break the Record, I think it's
called? I wasn't there because that was in Sweden.
Yeah.
I was almost going to commentate for it, but I was also like, I don't know SM64 like these guys do, so don't do that to me.
Yeah, right.
But I've been to Pace. It was called, the Smash and Splash was the Smash event, but they also had Speed and Splash. But that was also, that's where I got the idea for Mario Kart, because I actually got to see it. And I remember we had a big crowd of people, actually, like people that were there for Smash. They actually came, they actually came down, sat down and watched all the Mario Kart races more than anything else, because it was so fascinating to watch. And that's kind of what inspired me to like think about doing that. Randomizer races are pretty dope as well. Yeah, that's the type of stuff I'm interested in, because you're still playing the same game, but it's not the same thing every single time. So I like stuff like that. I like the idea of that. So you guys kind of get an idea of what kind of competitions I'm more trying to invest into. Things that are going to have better entertainment value. And it isn't something that people have seen every single time. But that's my perspective on it. Other people have different opinions. Some people probably like watching 16-star races and 70-star races ran nonstop.
Yeah, because things like randomizers are so interesting to me because, like, in order to be consistently good at a randomizer, you need to be so well-rounded in your gameplay. You need to have such a wealth of information about the game instead of just learning like a set route and sticking to it and trying not to, you know, make one mistake and then it's over in a race. Different strategies and whatnot. Yeah, it's just a lot more interesting to me as well.
But it's also important for me to just like make sure, like I said before, like the community has to be thriving. We have to be able to get enough entrants to, you know, be able to have
Megamorph.
Ooh.
2 Megamorphs for DanTheEnigma over there, I think. I believe it was 2. That might have been a 16th drop. Nope, that was 2.
It was 2?
Megamorphs for Dan, yes. That was 2.
Ooh.
And Dragon Capture Jar as well. So now Dan has 3 equips, 2 of which are Megamorph, and 2 Dragon Capture Jars, which are helpful for getting rid of Ultimate Dragon, and 1 Widespread Ruin. So Dan definitely taking a hot lead there. It looks like he is going to do another A-Tech. That's probably smart to do. You only have 3 equips. So even though 2 of them are Megamorph, which is nice, it's nice to have a lot of equips, even if they're not all Megamorphs, just to, you know, be able to consistently get out, you know,
the consistency.
That can kill 3Ks, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you deal with a lot of cards that are 3,000 attack, 3,100. So being able to put twin-headed plus 1 equip is very important. So Jam is really going to have to catch up on this A-Tech. I would say that not riding on this A-Tech for Jam right here. He's just near the end of this A-Tech. And this is going to determine, I think, a lot. If Jam gets a very good A-Tech here, he can pull ahead of Dan for sure. But if he gets screwed over here, then he's going to be playing catch-up yet again to Dan.
Let's see what he gets.
Definitely. Yeah, we got to keep an eye on Jam of a Lifetime here, ladies and gents.
He already has 1 Megamorph, though? That's all he has?
Yeah. Yeah, Jam only has 1 equip, which is Megamorph.
Oh, only 1 equip, not just that's, yeah.
Yeah, 1 equip overall.
Oh, wait.
And it's the Megamorph.
Did I see one? Did I see one? Or?
Oh!
Yeah, I was gonna say, okay, you're actually delayed now on me, because I was like, I just don't want to call it because I'm stupid. But yeah, I was gonna say I thought I saw 2 in there, but I wanted to make sure.
I turned off low latency mode to try to like match up.
Oh, but, I got you.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Jam of a Lifetime now with 3 Megamorphs total.
Does he still want more equips though?
What was that?
Does he still want more equips?
It would be nice to get like maybe 1 or 2 like normal equips now, but I don't think it's worth doing A-Techs for it at this point. If he does really want 1 or 2 more equips, his best bet is to probably get them on like a normal B rank duel against Mage Soldier would probably be his best bet. Mage Soldier has a decent chance to drop Dark Energy on a normal B rank, so you don't have to go through that whole long A-Tech duel, and you still get a decent chance at a normal equip. For Jam, that's probably best bet right now, but 3 Megamorphs is strong. So DanTheEnigma, he just lost a duel against Pegasus, so he was trying to do an A-Tech, but he lost. So now that he sees that Jam won 2 more Megamorphs, he is moving on in the campaign as well. So he lost that A-Tech, and then he decided not to go back for another one. Jam definitely in a big lead right now. They both have 3 equips, but Jam has 3 Megamorphs instead of 2 for Dan. So Jam definitely has a lead right now. It's not a huge lead, though. I will say that. It is not a huge lead, because you have to remember, Dan also has a widespread. Dan has 2 Dragon Capture Jars. Meanwhile, Jam only has 1 Dragon Capture Jar and 0 widespreads. So I would say it's pretty close right now. Jam is 1 duel ahead in the campaign. DanTheEnigma currently fighting Isis. After Isis, he has to fight Kaiba, who is the final person in the World Tournament. But Jam of a Lifetime is already fighting Kaiba right now as we speak. So Jam one duel ahead with a better deck overall, I would say, but not by much. So this is still anybody's game, I would say. But these are two very good decks already.
For sure. I mean, got the Megamorph looking good.
Looking very good. This could Jam definitely looking to tie up this final win that he needs to end this entire tournament. Have we done a recount of the prize money recently? I don't think we have.
We haven't got any donos in a while, so I could go ahead and do a recount. I know how you guys are though, but hey, I'll just assume it's safe.
ISIS BCD is sometimes better, Gary. It might be better for Jam to do that in this case, but I'm not sure. We'll see what he decides to do. I think both are good options at this point. So yeah, right now, DanTheEnigma having a very difficult duel against ISIS actually in campaign. ISIS played Black Skull. Dan just now was able to kill it, but he might get Swords of Revealing Lighted. Let's see. Yep. So ISIS actually has Swords of Revealing Light, which unfortunately makes it so you cannot attack for 3 full turns, which in a speed run is not the best. So Dan right now is still stuck on the second to last duel in the World Tournament, and has to wait another 3 turns before he can even attack. Meanwhile, Jam is taking full advantage of this, moving on, busting through the World Tournament. Jam is done with the World Tournament, and he's now fighting Mage Soldier. I think this is going to be an important duel. It normally is not, but in this run, this duel is important. Jam of a Lifetime and DanTheEnigma both want to win Dark Energy from Mage Soldier. It's going to help their decks quite a bit. Now, Dan is still on ISIS, so he can technically win Dragon Treasure and Widespread Ruin from ISIS on this duel. But yeah, Dark Energy against Mage Soldier is going to be a very big come-up for either of these guys if they get it.
It's something I'm gonna have to calculate afterwards, because stuff isn't like updating correctly. But I can ensure that it's definitely over 1,000.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
The total revenue that's been donated is $1,076, plus the $250. But that's that's not exactly like the amount that they're getting. So don't just do the calculations off that. I have to add up based off what everybody said.
Some of it is going to you to recoup the 250.
Yeah, some of it's to recoup the 250 that I spent on this. So it's pretty close though. I would say I don't know. I'm not gonna ballpark it, but just to give you guys an idea.
Yeah, I'll let you handle the calculations on that when the time comes.
Because I just don't want to make any promises right now, so I'll just do it afterwards. But just so you guys know,
DanTheEnigma not winning Dragon Treasure or Widespread, but will we get a Dark Energy over on the other side? No. So no Dark Energy for Jam of a Lifetime, and no Dragon Treasure or Widespread for DanTheEnigma. Which means right now, both of these guys are kind of locked at 3 equips. DanTheEnigma still does have a chance to win Dark Energy for Mage Soldier once he gets there, because Dan is still not even done with World Tournament. He's just now starting the final duel against Kaiba. Jam finished World Tournament, 5 minutes ago now. So Jam has a pretty good lead right now in campaign and overall, I would say. So let's see what Jam decides to do. Is he going to move on, or is he going to do a little bit more farming? Let's see what he's doing here. Not too sure yet. Got to sit through some more cutscenes before we find out. So let's see. Yes, this is the largest prize pool ever for an FM tourney by far. Not even close. I'm getting a ton of notifications on Twitter. I don't know if you guys know the Twitter account No Context Speedrunning, but
Oh yeah, you're a
the
co-owner
owner-
now, right?
yeah. The owner of that is having some IRL issues and decided to give the account to me and 2 other people. And yeah, Twitter notifications are not a good way to contact me anymore because my phone is just going absolutely nuts.
I hope you have fun with your little side project there.
Oh yeah,
That
yeah, I think
dude used to
that'll be a lot
post
of
me
fun.
like all the time. Like he's posted me several times. Some pretty funny clips, honestly.
Yeah, well, if anyone wants to submit them, yeah, No Context Speedrunners on Twitter. That'll be a lot of fun. A fun side project for sure. Let's see if okay, I didn't see a Dragon Capture Jar for Dan against Kaiba, so nothing added to his deck yet. So yeah, it looks like Jam of a Lifetime is not farming anymore. Jam of a Lifetime is moving on. No farm 2. He's just going right with those 3 Megamorphs and nothing else. That's all Jam thinks he needs. He is moving on.
And since I don't know, yeah, how long is it until we get to see if they're at the final 6, final 7?
That will be provided Jam. If Jam doesn't lose any of these duels, then we could find out whether they're doing final 6, final 7 in as little as like 10 minutes, maybe like 8 minutes. That's like roughly when the decision is usually made.
And then from
need-
there, it's gonna get a little crazy, guys, because I mean tensions are really high right now because this could be the end of it. This could be it.
Yeah, it very well could have. But Jam is going to have to make a decision between mage number 2 and mage number 5, the final mage. So there's 5 mages, and you have to decide whether to do final 6 or 7 sometime after you beat the second mage, but before you beat all of them. Because once you beat all of them, you're locked into your decision. Because the special duel against Seto 2 doesn't unlock until you've beaten 2 shrines, 2 mages. But then after you beat them all, that's it. So we'll see what he does. And we'll see what Dan does as well. Maybe Dan, since he's behind, is just going to wait and see what Jam does and then go from there. But we'll see. Jam not having any trouble on these first mage duels. Just absolutely dominating high ocean mage right now. That is 4,300 twin-headed direct attack. That's gotta hurt. Meanwhile, Dan over there fighting mage soldier. I cannot say that 3 times fast. Mage soldier. He's fighting him right now. This is Dan's last chance to get an equip. Unless he decides to go back and do farming, specific farming, that will be his last chance. So we'll see what happens there. If you are Dan, you are absolutely praying to win a dark energy from this duel he's doing right now.
And if you're Brighton, who side betted hundreds of dollars on this, you also want Dan to get this.
That's true.
No. We've already done the first match, Shining. This best 2 out of 3. So Dan's trying to make the comeback, the run back right now.
All right, let's see if he gets it.
I didn't. You're delayed a little bit, so we already saw it, but
No, he did not get it.
Yeah, I didn't see
No
anything.
dark energy. I'm actually gonna go ahead and turn on low latency again. 'Cause
yeah, no,
had
I
it
think it's
off.
better having you early than later.
Yeah, probably. That's good.
But I'm not gonna refresh
Alright,
any streams. I haven't seen it buffer at all.
I should be all caught up now.
I can tell you when Dan fades. Right there.
Haven't seen you in a while. Card shop, saving the game. Save done. And fade.
Oh, nice, Brighton. And that's how the bet happened. I was curious. I was like, how did, with such short notice? But hey, fair enough.
That's awesome. GFC, do you still do meme mod speedruns? Meme mod? Oh. Not sure what you're asking, honestly. I do play other mods of Forbidden Memories occasionally. There are a lot of mods of this game. There's mods that change like all of the cards in the entire game, change all the fusions, change the opponents, their decks. Lots of mods for this game. But yeah, I've played a bunch. I haven't played a mod other than 15 card in a very long time, though. So, actually, it looks like... So, Jam of a Lifetime right now is about to beat Low Meadow Mage, right?
Mm-hmm.
However, he's gonna get a good rank against Low Meadow Mage, which means that Jam of a Lifetime on this duel has a chance to win Meteor B Dragon. It is possible here. And if he wins that, then Jam's deck is significantly better. No MBD for Jam, unfortunately. That would have been huge for Jam if he did win that, though.
I mean, that's super unlikely, right? Or with the mod, maybe a little not too bad, but I don't know.
Yeah, with the mod, it's not terrible. It's about a 1% chance on any given drop for it to happen, and you get 15 shots at it. But with a deck that has 3 Megamorphs, MBD actually goes up in value by a lot.
I see super.
Than it normally does. Because MBD plus Megamorph beats anybody in the game. That's 4,500, which matches an Ultimate Dragon. It insta-win on any duel if you see that combination. So, it's really nice to have that.
Yeah, this is super hype because whoever's winning this is getting a minimum as long as because the main thing I have to check and just make sure all the donations actually go through. It may take me like a day or two just to actually get it to them, but yeah, it would be winning. You get about $750, I would say, at the moment.
That's insane.
Like I would say that's like the minimum, but it might be a little bit more
for sure.
And second place isn't going away with nothing. 250. Well, what I'm thinking about doing is I might just cap it at the 750, 250, and then divide the rest between the semifinalists.
Oh yeah, that would be a good idea actually.
Like,
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure, that would be a really good idea. Yeah, I vote for that for sure. Jam of a Lifetime having some trouble here against High Meadow Mage. So High Meadow Mage Capura is the hardest mage that you have to face in the mid game. I consider mages like mid game. There's really only 2 duels that these guys could really have trouble with, and it's High Meadow Mage, which Jam of a Lifetime is doing now, and High Forest Mage Anubisius, which he will be doing soon. Now the reason that High Meadow Mage is such a problem is because he plays Gate Guardian, which normally is 3750 attack. However, since it's High Meadow Mage in campaign, the field is automatically on Meadow, which powers up warrior types, which Gate Guardian is a warrior. So you have to deal with a 4250 Gate Guardian right out of his hand. Jam was having some trouble there, but he did Regeki, the Gate Guardian, and now he has Umi out. And it's looking pretty good for Jam to win this duel. So good for him on that. That was definitely a hard-fought win there. Very easy to lose to this guy. But some of the most insane plays I've seen in Forbidden Memories have been on Capura. He's a very fun fight to try to, weasel your way through, outplay your opponent just by knowledge alone. So, yeah, Jam really flexing his big brain right here, making some 5-headed moves to get the W here. You say it's insta-win, but can't the opponent have Regeki? Yes, but the AI cannot play a magic card if they don't have any monsters out, and you do. So there's a lot of different intricacies on how the AI works in this game, and I'm not really going to get into it too much because it's kind of technical and detailed, but all you really need to know is if you have a monster on your side of the field and your opponent does not, then that opponent must play a monster on their side of the field. They must. They can't just randomly play Regeki. So as long as you keep your opponent's side of the field clear of monsters, they can never Regeki you. You never have to worry about that.
We just got a $150 donation.
Wow.
By Gung Hot ANG. I don't know how to say that all together, but yo, thank you so much for the $150 donation. That's gonna be it's going straight into the prize pool. I've already made back most of the recoup, so appreciate you guys for that. Yeah, a little bit more on top. How do we donate? Just use my Streamlabs and I'll figure it all out later. If you guys want to add anything to the prize pool, just make sure, I mean, that one's such a big one. That one's definitely going to the prize pool. Just make sure you clarify in your donations. Just say to the prize pool or to help me recoup. It doesn't matter at this point. So again, I have to count all this back up, but that's a lot of money.
It is. Thank you guys for donating to the prize pool, donating to help Easy recoup. He was very generous hosting this entire thing. And thanks to the few people who donated directly to me. It's kind of crazy as well. Yeah, you guys are just insane. This has been such a great event. And we still have the hypest moments to come. So be sure to stay tuned in because things are only going to get crazier in the next couple of minutes for sure.
Yep, and potentially if there's another run, then that last one's gonna be all hype.
Oh yeah.
DJ, I believe you can just go through the Discord server here and you'd be able to figure it out just by asking, I'm assuming. So there, you can join that Discord.
Yeah,
I think I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs for a second.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, and then I just want to be all settled in for whenever we get into this. So, yeah.
DJ, in the Discord, we actually have a pinned message that has download links to pretty much all of the mods for Forbidden Memories you could ever want. We have a channel that is dedicated to mods. So just go to the mods channel, look at the pinned messages. I have created a paste bin that has a compilation of everything you could ever want FM related to download. So go enjoy that. But yeah, thanks again, everybody, for all the donations to everything and myself. We all appreciate it. Easy just got a dono. Did he now? We'll have to see when he's back from stretching the old Easy legs. Is it okay to join the Discord if we don't want to speedrun but just want the mods? Absolutely. You're welcome to join the Discord if you're just interested at all in Forbidden Memories. So, yeah, go for it. Make it a little bit easier, I could just give you the paste bin really quick. I have it, like, ready all the time. So, here's the paste bin. That paste bin will contain download links to literally everything you could ever want in life. You could download, you know, 15 card mod, a nice breakfast, a wife that loves you very much. You could download whatever you need.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
There we go. I needed that. Just to walk around a little bit.
Yes, you can download a girlfriend from that.
Oh, wait. Did you guys just say I got donut? I'll check.
Yeah, someone said that.
Have to recoup, have to prize pool. Thank you, Jacobo. The Chocobo donated $30. Another 15 to the prize pool and 15 to help me out. Thank you. Appreciate all of these of any size. Thank you so much, guys. Really making this something special.
So we're still not sure whether or not Jam of a Lifetime is going to do Final 6 or Final 7. He can make that decision at any point, but he has to make it soon. He is starting Mage number 4 right now, and he has not done Seto 2 yet. He has to do Seto 2 before he finishes mage number 5. If he does not, then he's doing final 7. So it's looking like Jam might do final 7 again, which I think is not a good move.
The
overall.
balls.
Yeah, it's giant balls when you really don't need to have giant balls. Like, you're bringing giant balls to a small ball fight. You know what I mean? Like,
He's up a game, but like if you can just win it, you kind of just want to. Oh man, we'll see what happens. I'm very interested to see.
Final 7 saves a little bit of time over Final 6 if you beat the game on your first attempt at the Final 7.
You said like
If you
3
don't-
minutes though, right? Or
Yeah, it only saves 3 minutes, but if you beat the game, if you beat Final 7, attempt number 1, then you save 3 minutes. If you don't beat the game on attempt number 1, then you are losing time on every subsequent attempt, more and more time, versus the Final 6. So that's why most of the time you want to do Final 6, because most of the time you're not beating the game on your very first attempt.
so yeah, we could say Jam's in the lead, but it doesn't, like, when you get to the final 6, final 7, it's anybody's game. Anything can
it goes
happen.
back and
So.
forth. It skips Seto 2 Rogue. That's what it does. You can fight Labyrinth Mage earlier, but you also have to fight Seto 2. And if you skip those fights, then you have to fight Labyrinth Mage later to make it the final 7, but you never have to fight Seto 2. So you can completely skip Seto 2 and never fight him, and that's where the time save comes. However long that Seto 2 fight would have taken is your time save. So, you know, sometimes that's 3 minutes, sometimes it's only 2 minutes. It kind of depends on how much time it would have taken. But yeah.
The pancake spam for Dan.
That's awesome.
People on Twitch can't see it, but on YouTube chat, somebody's spamming pancakes for Dan. Is there a jam emote that we can get for Jam?
Not that I know.
I don't know. Peep Jam.
Yeah, Dan having some trouble over there. Looks like he should likely... Oh, 3,700? Yikes.
Oh.
I was gonna say he'd probably be okay, but no, actually,
No
it's looking
equips.
really bad. Yeah, he doesn't have an equip, and a twin-headed. It is on Umi, so a twin-headed will be 3,300.
Yeah.
But against 3,700. So this is Jam's decision. Will he do Seto 2 and Final 6? This is his decision. If he clicks on the final mage, then that means Final 7.
All right,
he
guys,
goes
this is
right
either
back-
going to be really risky or he's going to go for consistency.
He is going for the risk. Final 7 for Jam of a Lifetime.
All right.
And Dan loses a duel against High Mountain Mage. That is very bad, actually. Dan just lost about 6 minutes.
Oh, no.
off
But
of that
again,
alone.
this is a high-risk strategy. It doesn't... It's kind of weird for Jam to go for this, especially to keep in mind that
Yeah.
Dan has lost all that time. This doesn't
really
really
doesn't-
seem worth it at all.
No, it's
No,
really
like-
not now.
Oh,
Dan is not happy.
he looks like he's Jade chilling right now.
Might just be clearing his head a bit. Hopefully not a rage quit. I think
Oh
he's
no,
just
dude,
clearing his
he can still make it back, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's just how this game works, especially with Jam doing Final 7. Jam takes 1 or 2 losses, he's already back in it.
Dan, play for Brighton. play for Brighton in his bank account. Do it for him if you're not doing it for yourself. He's freaking out. I do feel bad. Like, I hope he's all good.
Oh, Jam didn't save before the mage before, or he didn't save before the mage before that, so he just lost like 4 duels.
Oh, he didn't.
Which is like 12 minutes. Yeah, that's
dude,
that's
he did final 7 though. Just go, dude.
I'm telling him, just go. You know, even if you end up losing, you have, you know, you're still getting a good prize, but you got to try at least. It's final 7, you know?
Put on a show for us, man. Let's go, dude. I don't even think it's over, man. It just...
No, it's not over.
Just go, dude.
Dan did lose a lot of time there. I will say that. He lost quite a bit of time, like maybe even 15 minutes. But realistically, that's like, what, 1 very long final 7 attempt, maybe 2. And then Dan's back in it.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know, we saw Jam make... let's just say a similar mistake, you know?
It was 30 minutes. Yeah, actually. He didn't save for any mage. Dan has to do all 5 mages again.
Run it back, dude.
Duels.
Come back. Let's see it.
Duels.
Yeah, I would actually love to see it. Only time you're gonna see me root for somebody, but like you have to root for the underdog with such a huge deficit. With Jam having hella equip. Well, does he have a lot of equips, or is it just the Megamorphs that's really powering him up?
Jam?
Yeah, Jam.
Jam only has the 3 Megamorphs.
That's what. Okay, but still, that's pretty good. See if he can. I don't know. Let's just.
Yeah, it's still possible.
Look with anticipation. I have no idea. Spam some pancakes for Dan. He needs everything. I'm assuming it was just a mistake, or is there a tactical reason for not saving? Is he just trying to save time, like by not doing it, or?
He was just trying to save time, and a lot of those duels are pretty easy, so you don't really expect to be losing them. But in a race, you absolutely should be saving before Mountain Mage. Mountain Mage in particular, you can definitely lose to, as we just saw. So in a race, skipping saving, which saving takes maybe 6 seconds, but now you have a time loss of like a half hour. So
the further Jam gets into this, though, the more he has to lose, you know, and that can really pile up.
You see, what if Jam makes it to the last fight, Nightmare? That's gonna take like 16, 17, maybe even 20 minutes to get to that fight, and if he loses, which is very possible, then Dan's already back. So I know it's frustrating, but there is still definitely a chance for Dan.
Hey guys, send positive vibes to Dan. You know, well, all he has to lose is that he's still gonna get a fat check by the end of this. You know, just play it out and have fun. That's all we're here for. But good vibes, all to Dan. I wish him the best, and I hope. Hey, you know, the comeback's it's totally possible. It really is. That's. I'm really excited to see this play out. I mean, you know, if Jam just seals the deal, then honestly, if Jam just wins here, it didn't even matter what Dan did. If Jam just wins on Final 7, it didn't even matter what the mistake is. So, you know, you can't beat yourself up too much for it. It's just like, you know, Jam would have went with a risky strat, and it just, you know, went in with it, paid off. Brighton now says, I think second place should get the 1,000, first to get 250. Don't worry. Whenever I'll announce it on Twitter, whatever the splits end up being. but.
So we'll see how it goes for old Jam there. Did Jam take a loss? Or is he just now starting
I was
Final
actually
7?
staring at Dan the whole time there.
Yeah,
I'm still. I mean, you're used to. I'm still getting used to watching both go on the same time. So
Yeah.
I usually focus
now
on one.
Starting Labyrinth Mage. Oh no, Jam is dueling Mage is farming right now. Sorry, I was listening to the wrong audio. Right there.
Oh, got you.
Yeah. Oh, he just got 2 dark energies. Ooh.
Can you
that's gonna
repeat
be
what that does again? I already forgot.
Dark energy is an equip card that works on Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon.
Okay.
So now Jam of a Lifetime just went from 3 equips, which are 3 megamorphs, to 5 total equips now. Which means that Jam of a Lifetime has a significantly better deck than Dan. Plus, with this lead, it will take a miracle for Dan to come back, but we've seen it happen before, is my point.
Mm-hmm.
I've been running these tournaments for years. It happens. I've seen people come back from worse than this, and I mean that. It's happened. And
you
especially with Jam doing Final 7. Like...
You said earlier that you're like, when I was asking, I was like, hey, how long is this going to take? And you're like, upward, it could be upwards to like 5 hours. I'm like, what?
Well, I mean, that's the limit.
That's the limit. Yeah. That's the max. But, you know,
it's never happened.
No,
actually, that's not true. There has been 1 or 2 matches in like 2 or 3 tournaments ago that did go that long. Like both people were not done at the 5-hour mark. It is possible. It has happened. But in the finals like this, with 2 people who are really good at the game, it's not going to happen. Most of that has happened with beginners who are in earlier rounds and whatnot. Yeah, that won't happen here.
And, you know,
Yes,
keep the stream open, guys, but feel free to go over to Dan's chat and just, you know, give him a little bit of encouragement. I'm sure he could use it right now. I don't know if it'll really change how he's feeling, but, you know. Hey, you can try. I don't want people to come out of this and, you know, just be like, you know, sour grapes, you know? We're all here to have fun.
No, absolutely.
Absolutely. It's not letting me hyperlink, guys, but I think I should be able to post this. I hope that shows up, but it's exactly what we see on screen right here. You just type twitch.tv before it.
Yeah, I didn't see any other message come through from
Again, don't leave the stream. We still want to keep the hype rolling.
Yeah.
You know, feel free to open up this chat.
Yeah. Give the underdog some love, because but like, can you guys imagine if Dan comes back from this? Like, can we all just stop and imagine Dan coming back and winning this match? It's possible. And like,
mods are tapping down on his chat. Okay, if he doesn't want it, then don't do it, I guess, guys. I wasn't trying to. Obviously, I'm not trying to like fuck with him. You guys understand that? I don't know. I'm just trying to help. So if they're trying to keep chat down, then don't worry about it. Just let him do his thing. Okay. I'm not like. I don't have Dan's audio or I don't have a stream up or anything. GFC does, because I'm not able to. It would go through the stream, so.
He just told me that it's all good. So
okay.
We're
all good.
He's feeling good. We got this. This is still a match, boys. Yeah, Dan just said to keep it up. He likes it. He said.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm happy. I was a little bit worried. I'm like, oh no, did I just fuck it up? Okay. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better.
We got this shit. This is still one hell of a good match. Jam of a Lifetime just now starting Final 7. So we'll see how that goes for him. Meanwhile, Dan clawing his way back through the mages. He's already finished 1 out of 5 mages. Already 1 out of 5 done. 4 more to go, and Dan is already equal to Jam. Just like that. So not much further to go, and he's already there. Jam takes 1 loss late in the Final 7, and Dan is back. 1 loss, maybe 2, and Dan is ahead. That's it. And look at the last match. There were multiple losses from both people. Multiple, over and over again. So yeah, It's very possible for Dan to win this.
We're gonna have to see how Jam plays. I mean, he has his equips, so you know. I mean, anything can happen. Anything can happen. But you know, he's looking good coming into here. But let's just see.
His chat is so much spam the pan for Dan.
Yeah, I love it. His
That's
chat's
such a
blowing
good
up,
cop
dude.
buster.
Hype this man up. I really hope he does like it, and you know, I hope he's just
Yeah.
having fun.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Just have a good time. At the end of the day, he's gonna be coming out of here with way more money than he would have gotten if he had won it, you know, before.
Yeah, like before he had no, like he was gonna get $100 before, and then even if he gets second,
Yeah.
he's getting like more than double that. So
Exactly. So it's a win-win for everybody. At this point, it's just about the fun. That's good. Yeah, Dan's getting nice and hyped up now, guys. I appreciate you guys hyping him up like that.
get the
He's
fire
getting
within
hyped.
him.
Yeah, he was just like, oh, I'm not done yet. So he's feeling good. We're all feeling good. We got one hell of a match. What an incredible event, though.
Yeah,
Oh
dude,
my
this is
goodness.
awesome, man. So glad we did this.
Yeah, me too, for sure. This is something about these tournaments, man. I just can't get enough of them.
No, Neil, it just mistakes happen.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't frame it like that. That's just like the worst possible way to frame it.
Yeah, that's not at all a good descriptor of what's going on here. I mean, I think any reasonable person would be demotivated after that. I mean, any of you would be demotivated after that. And, you know, in a thing like this where everybody should be having a good time, if somebody gets super demotivated, I don't think it's a pity party to, you know, try to hype them back up, because at the end of the day, we're all just here to have fun. So he's got a hype train going. Oh yeah, hell yeah. And then Jam over there is absolutely killing it this run. He's doing the big balls strat of Final 7. This man is just crazy. So yeah, guys, at the end of the day, hyping him up like that, that's why I absolutely love this community, the speedrunning community. That's the stuff that really shows people's true colors. I really appreciate you all for that. That was a really good thing that you guys are doing there. So thank you.
I appreciate Dan for continuing, just putting on a show for us, you know?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's putting on one hell of a show. Yeah. I know a lot of people who would have just quit out at that point, you know, all you know, down that much time, already one match behind. A lot of people would have just quit out then. But Dan, he's continuing on because he knows that people are enjoying this. So
give us a little bit of commentary. What's going on with Jam here?
Jam is about to yikes. Jam of a lifetime is on Aishin's second, who is number 4, by the way, in the final 7. And yeah, he just got a 4,700 in his face.
Wow.
So he almost definitely loses. He almost definitely is about to lose to Haishin second. So that happened because Jam played Umi on the first turn. When you play Umi on the first turn against Haishin 2, there is a chance that he megamorphs a card. It's not a 100% chance, but it's possible. So it's kind of a high risk, high reward situation. And Jam took the risk, as he's been doing. Oh, but is he going to die here?
Yeah, that's the question.
Oh, he's alive.
Woo!
Zero demand. Wait. Oh,
wait. What's his hand?
Okay. It's good enough. 3,800. But it's not over yet. I do have to mention, Haishin 2 has a card called Tremendous Fire, which removes 1,000 life points. He could play it.
Ooh, that's scary.
And yeah, he can Regeki as well.
And okay, so he had to get rid of. If he got rid of Zera there, then he wouldn't be able to use the spells like you said earlier.
So Haishin had a trap on his side of the field.
Oh,
and
okay.
It was a widespread ruin as well. So if he attacked, he would have died even faster. So his only choice was to not attack and wait and see what happened. So yeah, he was just in a terrible situation. If he attacked, he would have lost for sure. If he didn't attack, he had like a 90% chance to lose to a Regeki, which he did. But not attacking at least gave him a small chance to not die.
Why did he play Umi turn 1?
Because when you're going up against Gate Guardian, which is a card that Haishin plays a lot, you need 2 equips on a twin-headed. He already had 1 equip in his hand, so by playing the Umi, he was pretty much confirming that he could make a 3800 the next turn without having to worry about drawing another equip. However, it's very risky because if you play Umi on the first turn, Haishin can Megamorph. So pretty much by playing Umi on turn 1 like he did, if Haishin did not Megamorph, then Jam would have won that duel instantly. Like, insta-win right there. But if he does Megamorph, then it's pretty much an insta-loss most of the time.
You kind of explained that earlier with with like how Mountain is good, but it's also bad.
Right, yeah. Mountain is typically used, not used instead of Umi, because Mountain will power up cards like Black Skull Dragon, which you saw on Dan's duel with him. It powered up the Black Skull Dragon, so you still need an equip to get over it. Umi is better because it just powers up Twin-Headed, but doesn't power up the enemy's cards, or at least most of the strong cards you face against most of the opponents. None of the opponents really play strong, water cards.
But this race just got just that little bit closer.
Yeah, it's just, Dan right now, let's see. Oh, he won Meteor Dragon, but not Meteor B Dragon. Dan is already 2.5 mages done. He's already halfway back to where he was.
My man's just got to save.
Yeah. Always got to save. Yeah, Dan is catching up right now. He was like a half hour behind. Right now, I would say that Dan is maybe like about half that now. 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes.
F for Jam.
And
let's see if Dan
that's
can
about
bring
how
it
long
back
a
for
final
Brighton's
7 attempt
wallet.
takes. So really, I think Jam is going to, unless he wins right here, he's probably going to get caught up on by Dan.
Yo, Chaotic, thank you for the $10.
Fuck.
Appreciate all the support you've given, as well as everybody else.
So Jam having a very, very, very fast duel against the first member of the Final 7, Labyrinth Mage. Already done with that duel. Moving on to the second duel of the Final 7, Sebek. So this is usually where you would start in the Final 6, by the way. You would start here. So I guess a question to consider now is, what is Dan going to do? Final 6 or Final 7? Even in this case, I think he should still do Final 6. Even in this case, I know that he's already so behind, and he can use whatever, time save he can get. But it might be better for him to do Final 6 in this case, I think in pretty much every case. But I would understand if Dan does Final 7. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of cases, I think it's always Final 6. That's always the best play. This is one of the rare cases where I would understand it if he does Final 7.
Yep, makes sense. Just save as much as you can.
Yeah, trying to claw back at this point. Every little bit is going to help.
It would be hype. It would be hype. A Final 7 versus a Final 7.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Do I think Umi was the right play? When Jam lost to Haishin second? No. No, Umi was not the right play in that case, in my opinion. But everybody will have an opinion. I don't think it was the right play, simply because he has 3 Megamorphs, and he has 2 other equips. So he has 5 equips. He already has 1. All he needed to do was draw 1 other equip, and then he would have been able to kill Gate Guardian without Umi, and not risk getting Megamorphed on. So I think that is the play that I probably would have done, not playing Umi. I think that's mathematically the best choice. But, you know, everybody plays differently. That's one of the cool things about this game.
For sure. That's why, yeah, there is luck, but it's also so much of strategy, so much of, yeah, just making mistakes so big.
Yeah.
But this kind of pressure, it's going to invoke more mistakes out of the players than you would see normally.
Oh, yeah. I mean, these guys have never played FM for this amount of money. I mean, nobody has. I haven't. Like, this is the most prize money that has ever been in a Forbidden Memories tournament or any FM competition or race. Like, this is by far the most. So, yeah, it's only natural that people are going to get nervous and potentially make more mistakes than usual. Jam of a Lifetime is now on Neku, which is the third member of the Final 7, and he's about to win. So Jam of a Lifetime already going to be back to Haishin second, the person who he lost to in the last attempt. So we'll see if it goes any better for him this time around. Meanwhile, Dan just finished up his third mage. Also the hardest mage, by the way, Kapura. So Dan just 2 mages away, and he's already back to Final 7, unless he decides to do Final 6. We will see what he decides to do.
Yep. Well, I mean, either play. I mean, one player kind of. I think either way, you're kind of hoping for Jam to lose, like to die.
Just for the hype of it, really.
Yeah, but do you think he'll make his decision based off of where Jam's at, or how he's looking, or it might not be possible to tell?
I think he should. Yeah. I think Dan will probably do Final 7 just based off of, you know, what happened and the fact that Jam is, you know, already on Haishin 2. I think he will do Final 7 in that case. I think he's going to look at Jam and go from there. Gate Guardian start for Jam on Haishin 2. He has Megamorph, but he cannot make a twin-headed because he did not have a dragon. Let's see if he can draw that twin-headed. Even if he does, Jam's in some hot water here. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
He does draw it, and he has Regeki. So, so this next turn that Haishin is about to have, this is the riskiest turn for Jam. Because Haishin can Megamorph at Gate Guardian.
Yeah.
He could Regeki. But if that does not happen for one turn, then Jam will win. Yep, he just played a monster. Which means that all Jam has to do is Regeki now, and he's safe. Yep.
Very
so
nice.
Jam of a Lifetime, beating Haishin 2.
Very, very nice.
Very good gameplay there.
Dan and his community wanted me to relay this back to you. Dan and his community are grateful for the support for him after what happened. Thank you to everyone in EZ's community. Hey, no problem. I'm glad I'm just glad he you know, picked back up the reins and started riding again.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
And he's already catching up. I mean,
yeah, for sure.
Especially on this attempt, Jam is he's getting pretty deep into the Final 7, which means if he loses, that's even more time that Dan is going to get back. So this is potentially really big for Dan. So Dan having to unfortunately deal with a perfectly ultimate Great Moth, 4,000 attack, but he gets rid of it. Only has to deal with a Neko Gal number 2 that is equipped. Oh, but he did not draw the dragon that he needs. However, he's still likely okay. All he needs to do is draw a dragon, and then Dan will win. Like I said, there are 2 mages that are difficult during the mages, usually, and it's High Meadow and High Forest. Dan has already beaten High Meadow, who is the hardest. Now he's on High Forest. Now, High Forest is hard because he plays Perfectly Ultimate Great Moth, which on the forest field is 4,000 attack. However, Dan was able to get rid of that, and as you can see on Dan's side now, he now has a 3,800 twin-headed out. So Dan should most likely take a win here. All he has to do is play Umi next turn, and he is guaranteed the win here. Meanwhile, Jam moving on to potentially the hardest fight in the game. Seto third.
Seto third every time,
draw.
baby.
5 monsters. Definitely not what you want to be seeing in your opening hand against Seto third. You definitely want to see equips.
And Seto can play the Blue Eyes ultimate.
Yes. Let's see if he does. It's a Sun Guardian star, and that is indeed a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Yep. So, not enough. So Jam has a couple ways out. He needs to draw Regeki, he needs to draw Dragon Capture Jar, or he needs to draw another Megamorph and, the Twin-Headed Thunder Dragon fusion. If he draws one of those 3, he can still win. So let's see if that happens here. This is his last chance, last turn.
And let's see what the draw is.
He drew another Megamorph,
wow.
but he does not have a Thunder. He loses. He can't make Twin-Headed Thunder
dude.
Dragon. That hurts so bad. Yeah, there's nothing he can do.
He got the Megamorph too, and it just...
Oh, yeah, like he got the hard part out of the way. But, yeah, that's really unfortunate. Yeah, can't do anything against that. That's the best he can make right there. Stone D does not have Mercury as a Guardian Star, so no. And plus, he didn't have a...
And wait, what did Dan end up deciding, or is that not? Do we not know yet for final?
He is now starting his last mage.
Okay,
so,
that's right.
Yeah, we know as of right now he's doing final 7.
Okay.
Yep. So right now Dan is only 2 duels behind. That's it. Less than 2 duels behind. What a comeback. What a catch up. And Jam of a Lifetime is deciding to do some farming while Dan catches up.
What's he looking for?
He's gonna try for Meteor B Dragon. So if you're Jam right now, you figure, Dan has about 5 or 6 minutes before he starts the end game.
That actually makes sense.
Yeah. So what he's gonna do is, why not spend 4 of those minutes farming and then start 2 minutes before Dan does? That way he has a stronger deck and he's ahead of him on the
That is so smart. That is. I really like this element of racing, because you get to see strategies like this put into play.
Yeah, big brain stuff by Jam right here. So we'll see if that pays off for him. But that also means that Dan is pretty much confirmed caught up right now. Now that Jam is farming. Yep.
And if he doesn't get the MBD, then anybody's race.
Absolutely positive. Even if he does get it, still anybody's race. Jam can still definitely lose.
Oh, I'm so hype. Because
so
like
amazing.
this race was over a little bit ago, and now
it's back. Now it's anybody's game yet again. All right, Jam of Lifetime, will he get that MBD that he wants?
Let's see.
Nope, no MBD on the first duel. Nope. He probably has time for one more duel, I would say. But after this next duel, Jam has to move on to the final 7 if he wants to stay ahead of Dan.
Glad you're enjoying this, Davis. Good to have you here, buddy. Oh, no problem at all, Connor. So wait, is he gonna do one more farm, or is he just gonna go in? I was reading chat.
He's doing one more farm right now, which is he barely has time for one more because Jam needs to start final 7 before Dan does.
Yeah.
So Dan right now is on his last duel before he gets to final 7. Like, this is the last duel for Dan right here. So Jam is gonna finish this duel very quickly and then immediately move on to final 7, whether he wins MBD or not, just to get that lead.
Okay, we got one more turn and see if he gets it.
All right, let's see.
Oh boy. If he did, that'd be.
Oh!
Oh my.
Meteor
Oh
Beam
my.
Dragon for
Oh
Jam!
my god. Oh my god. He just
Two
got it.
duels to get a Meteor B. Let's go.
He actually just. He actually just pulled
On the
that.
last possible duel. He needs to hurry
Holy
up though.
crap.
Dan moving on to final 7.
Did Dan get in before him?
Jam clicked on Meadow Mage again.
Oh, what the?
He clicked on Meadow Mage again. He has to do another duel. Dan is ahead.
Wait, Dan's ahead now. So, oh my gosh.
Even with the MBD, if Dan beats the game on this attempt, Dan will win.
Oh my god, dude, no. No, he's gonna get another one.
Even if he does, though, if Dan wins.
Yeah,
right
I know,
here,
I know.
there's nothing he can do.
Oh, poor Jam. I mean, I can't even say that. He got lucky. Just oops, oopsie doopsie. God, today has made me feel a little bit more better about the mistakes that I've made in Yu-Gi-Oh! Speedruns. Like, it happens to literally everybody. Doesn't matter how good you are. These are finalists, by the way. These guys came out top and on top in front of like 32 people total in the competition.
Yeah. Oh my god, I cannot believe that. So Dan gets this attempt completely uncontested now. Let's see if he can pull it off or if we're gonna have another back and forth. But Dan is unquestionably back. No MBD, but he did get Dark Magician, which does help. Not a game changer by any stretch of the imagination, but it does help his deck.
It's just nerves. It's really easy to make. It's the easiest time to make mistakes is right now. Right now is where you will see mistakes happen the most. These guys have to be. The nerves have to be insane right now.
Yeah, I can't even imagine the nerves that these guys are feeling. So yeah, Jam of a Lifetime moving on the final 7 right here, but is going to be one duel behind Dan. Now, Jam could technically catch up during this attempt because both of them are fighting Labyrinth Mage right now. Like, they're on the same duel, but Dan is finishing it right now while Jam is just starting it. So, hypothetically, if DanTheEnigma gets a slow duel and Jam gets a fast one, then Jam could get ahead on this attempt. And Jam just drew Meteor B Dragon first turn against Labyrinth Mage, which means he's about to get a fast duel. So Jam is catching up on this attempt. It is possible for him to pull ahead of Dan, but Dan does have a lead right now.
And the MBD is gonna give him a little bit more consistency each time, as long as he pulls it.
A little bit more consistency, and it makes duels just faster in general. You know, just putting out an MBD, don't gotta waste time fusing. You don't have to waste time, you know, looking for equips. You put it down and you're done. Duel's done real
Yes,
quick.
sir.
So, it's anybody's game right now. It's legitimately anybody's game. Dan can actually win this.
If you guys
like,
are just
for
tuning
sure.
in now, I would not recommend going anywhere because this could be over soon. Let's see how this all plays out.
Yep. Dan getting a pretty good draw against Sebek there. Sebek mainly plays 3,000 attackers. Dan has Megamorph and a Dragon and a Thunder. All he needs is a fusion material, and he gets it.
Yep.
So Dan will be winning against Sebek. Both of these guys should really have no trouble against Sebek and Neku. Their decks are much better.
Neck and neck right now, as far as Forbidden Memory speedruns go.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
About as close as it gets.
So Jam of a Lifetime just right now is starting the duel against Sebek, the same duel that Dan is on right now. So they are both on the same exact duel, except Dan the Enigma is about one turn ahead. So really, they're pretty much equal right now. Like, unreal.
This is unreal, dude.
It's so crazy.
Who's writing the script?
Ooh, big draw for Jam there, which is going to save him a little bit of time. But Dan, the Enigma, finishing the duel on this turn. Meanwhile, Jam is going to need one more turn.
Yep.
So yeah, Dan the Enigma is only one turn ahead right now. That is how close it is. Like, less than 30 seconds. Unbelievable. Dan moving on to Neku here. Making some quick deck edits. Maybe adding in a Thunder or two. Yep, he did win a Thunder there. Alright, Dan now starting the duel against Neku. Meanwhile, Jam pretty much doing the same. Jam doesn't have to make any deck edits, though, so he'll just... Oh, he is making one quick edit. Oh, he won a Zoa, actually.
Yes, this is best of 3, and Jam is up by 1 game. We've already had one.
All right, interesting duel over here for Dan the Enigma. Not getting the best duel. Meanwhile, looking good for Jam already with that opening draw. They are both literally on the same turn right now. Jam pulling ahead slightly, but Dan getting that attack off. We'll see. Dan could be in some trouble unless he draws an equip next turn. Meanwhile, Jam is in no jam right now. He is about to make a 4,300 and just dominate this duel.
Looking nice.
Not looking good for Dan, though. Dan does not have an equip, just had to burn Regeki. Jam definitely pulling ahead right here.
Let's see what he pulls.
Oof.
Oof.
Still no equip, so he does have one more turn. So next turn, Dan the Enigma has to pull a twin-headed Thunder Dragon fusion and an equip if he wants to win.
Jam got that
Hopefully
double equip.
Yeah, Jam just about done with this duel already. Let's see if Dan can do it. Oh no, he does not. But Neku played a magic face down, which means that Dan does not die this turn. He gets one extra turn to go for that equip. Meanwhile, Jam is finished with the duel. He just did the final hit.
We just had a lead change, guys.
Yep. Uh-oh. All right, Dan the Enigma. Neku played another monster, which means this is his last chance to draw an equip.
Come on, Dan.
Will he do it?
Come on, Dan.
He does do it!
Gets it.
The Megamorph draw.
Nut.
Unbelievable. So Dan the Enigma, he might have had a slow duel. Jam might have taken the lead, but Dan is still alive in this attempt.
Not over. Nope.
Jam of a Lifetime starting the first very difficult duel in the final 7. Haishin second. His opening hand is Poo Poo Kaka. Nothing. Jam of a Lifetime is certainly in a jam. Pun intended.
I'm scared.
It's a regular Blue Eyes. That's good for Jam of a Lifetime. He needs one equip. He gets this MBD that he has.
He good.
MBD putting in work. Yes, drawing MBD against Haishin 2 99% of the time is an instant win. Because Meteor B Dragon actually kills Gate Guardian. Because Gate Guardian is played in Moon and Meteor B Dragon is played in Sun.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Oh yeah, with that Megamorph on a Dark Magician, yep.
Looking good. Let's see. Dan is preying on some good card draws right now.
Yep. But Jam definitely pulling ahead there by about one full duel now. So it's looking like Dan is not going to be able to catch up on this attempt. So we will see if Jam can actually beat the game on this attempt.
Yeah, I don't think there's beating this. Especially since he has MBD, he doesn't.
So we'll see here. Dan the Enigma, opening hand, not that good. Nothing except regular twin-headed, which will not get you far in this duel. Throwing everything, all 5 cards, hoping to get something else in his hand. Let's see what Haishin starts with. Will it be a hard gate guardian mode, or will it be an easy mode? Let's see. It's a mooning defense!
Okay.
That is a wall shadow, 3000 defender. That is incredible luck. And then Dan draws twin-headed plus Megamorph. Dan beating Haishin second. No problem.
I was gonna ask if that guarantees it.
Yeah, that's a guaranteed win right there.
Very nice. Not over still, guys. Still got more to go.
Going. Oh my god. Unbelievable. All right, jam of a lifetime, starting Seto third, the big boy. What will he draw? MBD and Megamorph means that he wins. Oh, he draws... Okay, this is interesting. So he drew Zoa and Dark Energy. Zoa has... Oh, he's going to throw the Zoa. Okay. I would not have thrown it. So Zoa has the Guardian Star Mercury. Mercury beats Sun. So if you can get Zoa to 4100 attack, it will kill a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. And he already had one equipped. So if he drew a Megamorph here, he could have killed that ultimate. He did not, though. Not looking good for Jam here.
Oh.
Yeah. I would consider that, honest to God, I'd consider that a misplay on Jam's part. I don't think that was a good idea to throw the Zoa. I think that was his only chance of winning.
We'll find out.
All right, Seto third, giving Jam another turn to draw cards by playing a trap card
Good luck,
face
Jam.
down. See what he draws. He draws Regeki, but nothing else. He's probably going to save that Regeki one more turn.
Yeah, Regeki's always nice.
Yep. Meanwhile, Dan starting the very same duel. If Dan gets a win here, then Dan drawing Regeki and one equip. That's an all-right opening hand. Oh, meanwhile, it's actually looking good for Jam. He is down to 3,500, but he has Regeki.
Yep. And
a Megamorph. All he needs is a Thunder, and he might be able to still win this. Let's see what Seto plays. Meanwhile, it's an ultimate.
Is there anything that can knock him out here? The ultimate?
Yes, there's ultimate wood, and it's just a regular Blue Eyes. Does he draw what he needs? He draws a Thunder Dragon!
Wow,
He's able to make
sick, dude.
Unbelievable. Jam of a lifetime, making a 3,800 twin-headed Thunder Dragon.
Very sick draw.
Meanwhile, over on Dan's side, it's looking like he just lost, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
It's definitely possible. Oh, wait, it's a Black Skull! I'm blind!
I wasn't looking, so I was just taking your word for it.
Dan has the advantage on Seto third. So does Jam. But Jam has to work through those widespreads before he can attack. Dan doesn't have to worry about that. See, Jam only has 500 life points left, so Jam has to play this very carefully. Jam of a lifetime cannot play that Meteor Bee Dragon, by the way. There is a complicated thing called magic locking. I'm not going to go into it right now.
Okay.
But take my word for it. If he plays that MBB in his hand, he will lose. Which means that Jam of a lifetime will win this duel no matter what. As of now, he has a 4,800. But the duel is going to take a long time. Oh, no.
What?
Dan just got Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragoned.
Oh, yeah, again, I'm just staring at Jam right now. I don't know who to watch. Trying to watch both, but...
I'm looking back and forth. Yeah, like I said, Jam is going to beat Seto third. There's no way he can lose. But the duel is going to take a long time because the only way he wins right now is by playing weak cards over and over again, letting Seto attack them, and then he attacks the weak card to do damage. That's the only way he wins. Meanwhile, Dan just lost right there.
Yeah.
Pretty much a 100% loss. Nothing he can do.
Sad.
Yeah, unfortunate, but very close. But it's not over yet.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a beefy boy.
63. Yeah, he needs that right now. Because he needs to slowly do damage right now. Well, he's doing it kind of quick now. Alright, that should be... Yeah, he can win right here. Yep. So, Jam of a Lifetime is about to beat Seto third, and DanTheEnigma just lost to Seto third, unfortunately.
Oh, Dan's
Right
gonna
at
have
the
to run
same
it back
time.
if Jam, doesn't get. It's still anybody's race. If he also games over, then it would be Dan right back in the lead again. So we'll see how this plays out. Yeah, Seto third seems very rough with those Blue Eyes ultimates.
Oh yeah.
That looks really difficult.
Can I explain magic locking? The quick explanation is that
The quick
when-
explanation.
when the AI decides to whether or not they should play a magic, they will only play a magic if they think that they are not in control of the duel. So the AI kind of looks and says, okay, what is my strongest monster that I have on the field? And then it looks at your side of the field and it says, what is their strongest monster? If the AI sees that you have a stronger monster than them, then they will play the magic. However, what makes magic locking work is that the AI, when they make that decision, they do not factor in equipped cards. They only look at the card's base attack. So you can have a twin-headed with Megamorph on it, which is 3,800 attack, right? But when the AI looks over at it to make that decision, they only see 2,800 because they don't see equips. So, for example, in that case, right, we had a Blue Eyes White Dragon that Seto had, and we had a 3,800 twin-headed Thunder Dragon on Jam's side. If Jam killed that Blue Eyes, well, when the AI looked on the other side of the field, the AI was thinking, okay, do I Regeki Jam of a Lifetime right now? Let me look on his field. He has a twin-headed. A twin-headed's base attack is 2,800. What do I have? I have a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Base attack 3,000. Therefore, I am in control of the duel. Therefore, I will not Regeki you right now. Even though, in reality, you have a 3,800 out,
Wait,
but the AI doesn't see.
You were
the
saying
equipment.
MBD for Dan. I've been staring at Jam over here, but oh yeah, I see it there.
Oh my God, Dan getting MBD. Wait a second, but Jam of a Lifetime over on Dark Knight. How's it gonna go? Okay, he has a trap down. Oh, this is scary for Jam right now. Oh, that could be a Megamorph. No, it's not. Jam of a Lifetime probably wins against Dark Knight here. Probably, but it's not confirmed yet.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I should just kill that then. It's looking good for Jam. His only issue is that Dark Knight has a magic face down right now, and we don't know what it is, and he might use it at one point. Jam's best thing he could do right now is just beat down Dark Knight as quickly as possible. So the last two people in the game, right? Dark Knight and Nightmare. Nightmare does not have any magics, does not have any traps, and does not have any equips. Nightmare, rather, the final duel. Nightmare's entire deck is monsters. Dark Knight, the person who Jam of a Lifetime is currently facing, is kind of the opposite. Dark Knight has like a ton of magics, traps, and equips, like lots of them. So you need to be really careful how you play against Dark Knight, because he can start spamming magics and it gets really difficult to kind of get through them. Meanwhile, Nightmare, you have to beat him immediately or else you lose, because if he plays ultimate, he's not going to give you a couple turns to breathe like Seto does. He just goes right in on you. Okay, yeah. Jam of a Lifetime just beat Dark Knight. It's on to the final duel, Nightmare. If Jam of a Lifetime wins the next duel, then this tournament is over.
All right, this is last chance for both. I I wouldn't say last chance. I mean, if Jam loses here, Dan could still lose. But it's not going to look great for him. But he just finishes us off. GG.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they both played extremely well. All right, Jam of a Lifetime now starting the duel against Nightmare. The opening draw is so crucial here. If he draws MBD Megamorph, it's over. He draws Megamorph, Twin-Headed, and Regeki. That is one of the best draws you can possibly get.
Wow.
That is an amazing draw. Jam of a Lifetime, almost definitely. I would put his odds of winning at 75%. MBD Fusion first turn, I'd put it at 80. It's looking good. If he draws another Megamorph, it's 100. A Dark Energy and an Umi. So, right now,
this thing
Jam
is
of a Lifetime.
Gonna be strong.
Just made a 4,300. It's not enough to kill an ultimate if it gets played.
right.
But he has Umi in his hand. So next turn, if Jam gets a chance to play Umi, he wins.
Yep.
So this is his last chance. If ultimate is not played here,
let's see.
then he wins.
And
He's the winner. Jam of a Lifetime cannot lose this duel. We have our winner. Ladies
there it
and
is,
gentlemen.
guys. I mean, the timer's not done yet, but I mean, it's pretty much confirmed.
There's
both
no
runners played out of their mind. Great stuff to both people. Both of our competitors, everybody that participated in this.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it looks like Jam of a Lifetime is going to take it 2-0 over DanTheEnigma.
Get ready for time here.
Yep. Tell me one.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
On the screen.
Go.
There it is, everybody. There it is. Woo!
What an amazing,
Yeah. No, that was awesome though. That was really awesome.
Oh my god.
That was
Unbelievable.
That was such an intense race. Oh my gosh.
That was incredibly intense, yeah. I cannot even believe Dan almost making that huge comeback. Even if Dan did not win that match, the fact that he kept going and he got this close to making that comeback is unbelievable.
That was sick. I hope you guys enjoyed all of this. I hope you guys really enjoyed watching this. This was a lot of fun. So much fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Going into hiding. Bryden lost a side bet of $450.
Yeah,
but
that's a hard loss.
Luckily
there.
for our competitors, they're all winners today because everybody is going to be walking away with something. You guys were so overwhelmingly generous with donating to the prize pool that it's well over $1,000 now. I have to tally it all up, make sure there's no chargebacks. The normal stuff. I doubt it. But just gonna make sure of all of that, and also I have to go through all the stuff and make sure what people wanted the money to go towards. So I want to make sure of all of that. I mean, if people donated enough for me to recoup the $250, I mean, I'm not pocketing any of it. It's and that might have actually happened. So if anything, that's gonna spill back into the prize pool. At the moment in my head, I'm thinking $750 is going to go to Jam. Dan most likely $250, and then split it if there's anything extra. That's a reasonable amount. It will go down to our third and fourth place winners as well. So
yeah, absolutely,
huge prize pool for a competition like this. I appreciate that Dan's even still going right now. I love that kind of stuff. Go ahead and plug your tournament again, man.
Yeah. So
don't leave yet, guys.
To announce this really quick because I haven't announced the dates until right now, really. But there will be another Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories competitive event, but it will not be a tournament like this one. It will be called Duelist Kingdom, where everybody starts with 3 star chips, and you bet star chips in matches. And then we will have a leaderboard for who has how many star chips, and then we will have a winner. Beginners, totally welcome, right? Anybody of all skill levels is totally welcome. The event will be going on for 3 full months, and there is no obligation or schedule for you to play any amount of matches. So you can play as much or as little as you can whenever you want. Okay? Registration for this event will open January 1st, 2021. Okay? So that is a Friday, January 1st, 2021. And the event will officially begin on January 16th. That's a Saturday in 2021. And the event will go on until April of 2021, April 16th. So, yeah, I would highly recommend everybody join that. It's going to be great. Like I said, all skill levels are totally welcome. Even if you've never speedrun this game before, start right now. This tournament is probably going to be the best place to learn, and you don't have to worry about, racing against people who are, super experienced and whatnot. The new runners can go against the new runners if they want to. It's all up to you. So go ahead and join it. I plan on making this event the biggest FM event ever. There will be prizes. There will be a trophy for the overall winner. Like, this is going to be a huge event. I predict 70 plus entrants, most likely, maybe even more, thanks to this event promoting it a little bit. So if you guys really like what you just saw and you want more of it, or you want to get into it, be on the lookout for Duelist Kingdom 2021. It's going to be amazing. It'll be hosted by me and Bad News Nate, and it is just going to be amazing. So I really hope to see you guys there for that. I'm really excited for that. And I want to give a big thanks to EZScape yet again for hosting this, sponsoring it, whatever you want to call it. He's just been amazing with this. This is going to do a lot of good for the community as a whole. And I'm just super hyped that we got to do this. So thank you, man.
Yeah, of course, dude. I mean, I love doing this kind of stuff. I do it for myself even. I love just the idea of speedrunning as an esport, but it has to be like the right games. It has to be the right community. And clearly here, this was this was not a miss. Was the total hit. I loved it. Hopefully, maybe after your tournament's done, maybe we can do something in 2021. I'd totally be down, but I don't want to overlap anything.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, if you guys enjoyed this, also make sure you subscribe to me, follow me on Twitch, subscribe to me on YouTube. I do plan on doing even more Yu-Gi-Oh content in the future. Most likely, what I plan on doing is doing casual playthroughs of a bunch of popular Yu-Gi-Oh games, and then doing 12-hour challenges of them, and just like having fun with it. And we'll see how that goes. I'm still working on Legacy of the Duelist Link Evolution, and still trying to get my sub 2 on that. I'm gonna get through GX, and then I'll probably start picking those all up. But I'd definitely like to get more involved with the Yu-Gi-Oh speedrunning community as a whole. I feel like it's majorly underrepresented on YouTube, and I think it's great content. So hopefully we'll see a lot more of that in the future. Because Pokemon pretty much takes over everything. I think that Yu-Gi-Oh has a lot of great content as well, and is really hype, as you guys could see today. Interview the players. That's really up to Jam. And it's not common to interview people that lose, but you generally don't do that. But I'm all cool with interviewing Jam. It's up to him. I wouldn't really mind it here. It's just really up to them if they want to be on. But I'm not gonna reach out and extend that to Dan. If he's feeling, I don't know what kind of emotions he might be feeling, but yeah, feel free to reach out to him. We can get him a Discord call.
He said sure.
Okay. Yeah, feel free to invite him. It might screw up your camera, but it's not a big deal. Fine. Could invite Nate to talk. I mean, it's not that I'm opposed to it. I don't know why we would, I guess.
Yeah, I don't really think we wouldn't really need to. We'll get the winner of the tournament, and I think that's good. So
yeah, we'll see what. I'm really curious about Jam's thought process. Whenever just with some of the misplays. And also just seeing also what Dan was doing and how he reacted to it. Maybe how he reacted to getting the Meteor Black Dragon and then went back into the Mage.
Yeah.
Which gave Dan an artificial lead, essentially.
Where is? Oh, I need to.
You know at least one runner that runs both FM and Pokemon. Isn't that doesn't Xarion? Or that's how you say his name? Can't remember. Doesn't that dude run both of them? But yeah, I'm thinking the first game that I pick up outside of the Link Evolution that I've been playing is probably Duels of the Roses. Have you been enjoying that, GFC?
Yeah, Duels of the Roses has been an unexpected game. Like, I didn't expect to like it as much as I do, but I'm actually going to start learning the speedrun for it very, very soon. I like it that much. I don't speedrun like a ton of games. I'm not like a variety speedrunner. So for me to pick up another game, that means I really like it. So it's like Forbidden Memories, but like with a lot more, there's even more thought that goes into every move you make. It's like Forbidden Memories plus chess. Like it's great. I really, really enjoy it. But I'm going to add Jam into the call if you're ready for that now.
Yeah, man. Throw him in. It might script the webcam, by the way, guys, but we'll see if it does.
All right, here he comes.
Yep, I figured it would. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Or maybe I can click. Yeah, bring him back.
Enough of my beautiful face. Oh, there it is.
Yo,
Hey,
you hear me?
Yo, how's it going?
congratulations.
Man,
Yeah, congratulations, dude. How are you feeling right now, knowing that Pockets might be... We still have to tally it all up. I'll let you know later on, but at least bare minimum $750 going your way. Pockets might be...
feels pretty good, man. Not gonna lie.
At least bare minimum how are you feeling? How are you feeling about your performance?
Today, I did.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
I don't want to brag, but I thought I did pretty well, except for that one misplay against Seto third in round 1.
That was the
I didn't even
Megamorph.
see that at first until he top decked the ultimate. Like, oh, I could have prevented that. But everything else.
Sorry, guys. There might be an echo. I can't really fix it right now. It's not really worth fixing, but.
Oh, it's because you
Am I
have
echoing?
Jam stream open. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I have his.
Really
Oh, let me just close that. Yeah, that would make sense.
But
I thought it was a different reason.
I have a quick question for you, Jam. Actually, what was the rationale behind doing Final 7 in both matches? Like, even when you had a huge lead already, are you just the Final 7 kind of guy?
Yeah, I just think Final 6 is a scam.
Well, you got some big balls, brother. I cannot deny that.
I only lost once in the first round, but I shouldn't have. And then twice in the second round. I didn't lose that much time from it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Oh, and then was it a mistake? After you got MBD, you went back into the mage, I think.
Into
Oh,
Meadow,
one
you
more?
farmed him
Yeah.
again. Did you mean to do one more, or?
I didn't think Dan was that close.
Oh, okay.
Honestly,
that makes sense. I was just curious about the play in general. It seemed like it might have been intentional, but
Desert Mage,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought he had Forest Mage left to go, so I thought I could do one more. Then he starts doing Labby Mage. I'm like, oh shit, better catch up, and I did catch up.
Oh yeah. That MBD made some of those duels a lot quicker. You're able to catch up before Dan even lost, and then when Dan lost, obviously, that obviously made catching up a little bit easier. But yeah, just great play all around, man.
yeah. Hope you had fun with
Yeah.
the tournament in general.
Oh yeah, I would have had fun even without the money.
Yeah, that's always great to hear.
Race some
Yeah,
good
for real.
people.
Cool. Well, I don't really have any other questions. I was just curious about a couple of those plays. Glad you had fun, and I'll hit you up later about payouts and stuff like that once I tally it all up. Massive support from the community, but yeah, dude, you did well. Enjoy the rest of your day. It's been a long, grueling 5 hours, so get some rest.
Yeah, I got to stretch.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, thanks for stopping in for the interview, man. We do really appreciate that.
Yep. And then it's really up to Dan if he wants to be on or not. Like I said, it's not common to do it, but
Mhm.
Dan put up
All
a
right.
good fight.
He did.
for sure, yeah, he was making a
What a
comeback.
comeback. What a comeback. You know, both of you on settled third at the exact same time. And that's after Dan lost, like,
Yeah.
he had to redo, like, all mages when you were already on Final 7. So that's pretty crazy.
And a lot of people wanted Dan to come back and make it a 3-round game, but I also want to win.
Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. Dan was
Yeah,
asking?
Dan's welcome to hop on. We'll probably get Jam out of here and then bring Dan in here if you want to GFC. Don't think we have any more questions for Jam, so he can go enjoy the rest of his night.
Yeah, I think we're all good, dude.
All right.
Thanks for stopping by, man.
See you later.
Yeah.
Yep, talk to you later, man.
See you.
All right, feel free to get Dan in here.
All right.
I mean, if he wants to, it's really up to him. He's on his way. Okay. Let me go ahead and mute his stream as well then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, come hop in the group chat.
All right, I'm adding him now.
Cool. Let me know when he's in the call.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Dan. What's up, dude?
Yo, what's going on, man? How you feeling?
Holy shit, that match. That was brutal.
What an amazing...
So intense.
Like, oh my god. Unbelievable.
Man, it just felt like I kept getting kicked while I was down more and more with that run as it went on.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
the amount of distance that was between you and Jam that you persevered through and pushed all the way back to both being on Seto third at the same time. That has to be one of the most incredible things I've seen in FM. And I've been here since day one. That shit was crazy. Like, I'm not even kidding. That is like the best story of perseverance that I've seen in Forbidden Memories. Like, unbelievable.
Huge props to you for sticking it out. I really appreciate you for doing it because we know everybody wanted to see you keep going. I'm really glad that you decided to stick through it.
Yeah, after that loss to Mountain Mage, I was just about done.
Yeah.
So, you know what? Yeah, I'm glad I stuck it out because like that was great content for you guys.
Oh, it was great.
Yeah.
Oh, it was amazing. It's amazing.
Amazing content, dude.
Oh man. Plus,
But,
let's be honest here. This is just season 1. You think the anime protagonist is supposed to win right away in the first season and then come on, man.
well, I'm positive that Dan will be joining Duelist Kingdom, so.
With the run back.
Oh, yeah.
Watch out for your
Yeah,
star
for sure.
chips, ladies and gents. He's coming for them.
Yeah, but who's actually gonna accept a challenge from me knowing I can do shit like this?
That's right.
Maybe Jam?
right.
No, I'm just kidding. Dude, I'd love
have
to
to
see you guys
challenge-
run it back in a
I'd have
couple like anime style duels.
Man, I'd have to knock out some. I'd have to go after top runners if I wanted to do that. If I want to do this, apparently, because like no one's gonna like look at me and be like, oh shit. Like if they were here for this.
Oh, yeah, dude. That one hell of a comeback and perseverance and stuff. But overall, you know, the name of the game is having a good time.
Yep.
And you know, even with that, you know, persevering and stuff, that had to be a really thrilling moment for you. Like, and plus knowing that no matter what happened, you're still getting a hot payout.
You're getting minimum $250, so
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's like
Dude,
minimum.
easy. Your
So.
your chat went in hard on that, huh?
Dude,
yeah.
I mean, I threw in 250 myself, and then they not only did they donate like to get the prize pool over to, like $1,000, they also like donated to help me recoup the 250 I invested. So it's nearly to the point that it's pretty negligible what I've actually put in. Like the community has been so supportive today. And as we're
donation for
talking right now,
Speedruns.
somebody has donated another $10.
Wishing these guys the best of luck in Duelist
Well, let me read this
Kingdom.
real quick. Chaotic Rampage donated $10. Says, one last donation for such great runs. Wishing these guys the best of luck in Duelist Kingdom. Thank you so
yeah.
much.
Thank you.
GFC, you're competing in this thing, right?
Oh yeah, you better believe it. I sat out for this one
Yep.
because I wanted to do stuff like this, and you know, I had to be behind the scenes a lot more for this one. But Duelist Kingdom, oh, you better believe I'm gonna be in that one.
Hell yeah.
I've been itching to get back into it. So
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I originally wasn't gonna be in this tournament, but a couple weeks ago I actually lost my job. And when I learned of the cash prize, I was like, you know what? Why not? Then I signed up literally like 10 hours before signups closed.
yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess of all the times for the prize pool to go up randomly like that, that's probably very helpful.
Yeah, for sure.
Little bit.
That's awesome to hear. That the money is gonna do good as well. You know what I mean?
Really dope. But yeah, we made some great content today. This is gonna make a sick highlight reel, I think. I'll have to think how I'm gonna go about it. We got about 5 hours of footage to go through, but we'll make something cool out of it, and then that will help promote that tournament as well. Make it, hey, maybe we can get up to 100 people. Hey, maybe. Can only hope.
That would be amazing.
But we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with you putting some weight behind promoting it like that, plus with this event, with all the people who got hyped just watching that match, I mean, I think we have a shot at that for sure.
For sure. Well, I'm not going to keep everybody watching too much longer. You guys have all been great. We just hit 5 hour mark on the dot, so I think that's a perfect time to call it. I did just upload a new video, guys, so go ahead and check it out. If you have nothing better to do right now. Apparently me putting an hour into a video is a better return on investment than like the hours I put in my speedruns and then hours that my editors put into it. But you know what? Take what we can get. I'm gonna see if it's even worth rating or hosting somebody real quick.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna.
We have 125 viewers over here. Let's throw it over somewhere. You're gonna be done streaming, right, Dan? Or do you want this raid?
Probably.
Yeah, you should get some rest for sure.
I do know of a target if you guys want.
Oh yeah, I'll take. Hey man,
There's a.
that's a good consolation prize. Let's go.
Yeah. I think a couple buddies of mine were doing like a thing for charity. Let me just see if that's still live.
Oh, that would be a good target for sure.
Oh yeah, they are.
Here, post
They're
it in
still
the Discord chat.
Yeah.
And I'll raid whoever you want.
Yeah, we'll both rate them at the same time. It's a Smile Time. Twitch.tv/SmileTime charity.
All right, I just initiated the raid. Go check them out. At least go say what's up. Do you want a raid message? A lot of my chat's probably dead, but.
Whatever you guys want.
Nah, we'll just. I don't like doing them, so we'll just throw it over to them. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for tuning in. I will be back tomorrow with a stream with EZScape. And you'll just have to wait till then to see it. And probably some more Yu-Gi-Oh out of me soon as well. Go check out Dan, check out GFC, and check out Jam. All right. Catch you guys later. Peace.
See you, everybody.